Gotta make sure this stays green. Alright, so it... Oh god, drop frames. Okay, no, it's good. Let's see if it's now live on YouTube. Almost. It's gonna load shortly. There we go. Now it's up. Finally. So, Casper, would you like to explain what's going on?
Yeah, in just a minute.
Alright.
Watch, I'll
I
put the
have what's
stream on.
displayed on the stream on my screen, my screen share.
Oh, yeah, right.
Um,
Wait, no. One second.
Alright.
I'll put the stream up on my computer, so I'm on
Okay.
my phone right now. It's not convenient for me to just watch on my phone, so I'll make sure I get everything up on my laptop.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, Alright, that's better. Okay,
Okay.
right, so, uh, Hurricane Beryl is currently approaching the Windward Islands currently.
Mm-hmm.
We're probably going to see some strengthening over the next few hours. We are aware from the latest, well, from the last reconnaissance flights, that an idle replacement cycle was ongoing.
Yep.
This has now rapidly finished. Is now likely to resume strengthening under some generally favourable conditions, especially for this time of year. Um, how much is a little bit uncertain, but given the structure, it could be anywhere from minimal to somewhat moderate strengthening until the next idle replacement cycle takes hold or until conditions become less favourable.
Mm.
We are a little bit uncertain on the next peak, but obviously a general reminder that whether or not strengthening occurs to a large or minimal extent, the impacts will be relatively significant. There will be significant storm surge, locally heavy rainfall totals, and strong winds near the area of passage, which currently seems to be, if I am aware, near Granada,
Yep.
but that would be, uh, let's take a look, hold on.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
looks
so
like
the
it's been going
passage
a lot
will
more
be,
south than forecast.
it will be somewhere generally within close proximity of Granada.
The Granada and the Grenadines.
Whether it makes landfall doesn't exactly matter, but the impacts, if it does go close to at least one of the islands, the impacts on that said island will be significant.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the impacts will be, I guess, limited to a smaller than average area for a hurricane. This is generally a small hurricane, though it has expanded quite a bit over the next few hours due to the idle replacement
Yeah.
cycle that has
It's a
finished
larger wind
recently.
field.
A larger wind field now is present, meaning that storm surge is more, will likely be more significant than what would have happened without an idle replacement cycle, as that is something to take note of. Uh, what is a bit concerning now is that this idle replacement cycle has now just finished before the islands, so obviously, as I said, some strengthening now is likely to resume, especially given the convective idle pattern that now we're beginning to see on satellite imagery.
Yeah.
You have shown the yes, you're showing the radar imagery right now. You can see that idle replacement cycle is not finished. Probably from some of the earlier images that you'll see at the beginning of the loop, you
Yeah,
can see that
solid
some of
eye.
some of the remnant inner eyeball was there, but it is clearing out now, and you can see a pretty perfect circular new outer, or should I say, the new inner eyeball now that's formed. You can
Hmm.
now clearly see. So we can see some strengthening from now.
It's not the best
Um,
on the western side. The western side is struggling a bit.
the western side is struggling a bit, but then again, I feel like if we can get some wrapping to continue of the vertical hot towers, we could probably see that fix up soon.
Yeah, pretty easily.
I'm going to say, let's bring up some other products in a minute. So,
Here's the
obviously,
satellite right now
yes, we
on
got the
infrared.
laser element here.
You can see the eye
There's
clearing
things
out.
for that I will clear out now. Obviously, that because we did just have some of the remnant inner eyeball that we had a few hours ago. Did manage to sneak in one last vortical hot tower. So we did manage to get a nice big vortical hot tower that is now rotating.
Yeah.
Was rotating and did cover the eye clearly, but subsidence from the next few VHDs or vortical hot towers should clear out that eye. Um,
Yes.
as we now head westwards. One thing I do want to bring up now is that obviously we've got that eye replacement cycle finished. Let's take a look at something.
We also, real
Um,
quick, have thunderstorms now. A huge band of thunderstorms has been impacting Granada right now. This thing right here. This is pretty
yeah,
strong.
that one thing I've noticed is that after this eye replacement cycle,
Hmm.
um, it has continued to remain very bandy. So what we could see is that we do see some strengthening happening over the next 12 hours or so. And I wouldn't really rule out another eyeball replacement cycle given this very bandy structure also
Yeah.
developing now to the as well. We'll have to see how that progresses. Forecasting eyeball replacement cycles is very difficult. It is not
Yes.
easy thing to do. It's been admitted by the official forecasters themselves. So
Hmm.
it's very important to note that while an eyeball replacement cycle is possible, can't guarantee it. Whether or not an oil replacement cycle happens, we've just had what happened, so the wind field is already expanded.
Yeah.
So storm surge will be more significant anyway. Um, and plus we do have not much time before it gets to the main Windward Islands chain already. So when it does get there, it'll probably be at its second peak
Yeah.
if it does to
Which is really
intensify
bad.
now. It is significant. Obviously, it's we've seen yesterday its rapid intensification phase managed to get it to break several records. The earliest, I mean, the most east category three um, in the Atlantic this early in the year. The earliest,
Category 4 on record.
the earliest category four, so east. The earliest category four as a whole in the basin
Yeah.
in a calendar year. Um, Very unusual hurricane, especially not even just for the intensity, but it's the area as well. Obviously, I've just pointed out furthest east major hurricane so
Hmm.
early on in the year. Um, and obviously, it's not ideal that this is in this place. This area generally doesn't see as much hurricane impacts as some of the other parts of the Caribbean do. And obviously,
Yeah.
further on to add is that it doesn't see much the impacts um, this early on at all either. So there's everything to know. Obviously, warm sea surface temperatures across the open tropical Atlantic we've seen over the past uh, over the past 2 years. Obviously, we go back 2023 without the tropical storms threatened Cindy that managed to form so early on as well. Um,
Hmm.
Beryl is not off. Beryl is obviously a long nose that managed to benefit off such warm sea surface temperatures. Record sea
Exactly.
surface temperatures formed very early on. So it's very unusual. And obviously, people need to be aware that this is not going to be some small storm, not some ordinary tropical wave. If this isn't obvious already, uh, any any preparations need to be finalized now. This is generally a drastic situation. Granada could see some significant impact from this. We've seen images yesterday, last night from mass exodus of boats leaving.
Yeah.
Um, that's part of preparations. Anyone there watching the stream needs to prepare now, get to a safe space, and finalize any preparations because we could see more historic. We could see this hurricane become more historic than it already is,
Become a,
with impacts
even
that
if it becomes a Category 4 again, it will still be the earliest Category 4.
yeah.
I mean, it's still breaking the record compared to the last earliest Category 4 in 2005. Anyways, let's talk about who should be prepared right now. You got several hurricane warnings up for Barbados. What are your thoughts about St. Lucia? What should they be doing? Or are they too far north from it?
So, Lucia, obviously, one in a hurricane warning. Please abide by the authorities' guidance. Um, I don't want any impacts that are devastating. Obviously, it's not much we can do. Obviously, Mother Nature's coming across, and it's sad to see this. Um, but best thing we could do is we need to prepare now.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're in a hurricane warning, even though you may not be nearby,
Exactly.
the authorities and the governments in their respective areas have issued these hurricane warnings for a reason. So please abide by the authorities. Wherever you are, if you have a hurricane warning, tropical storm warning, take the necessary guidance. That is there laid out for you to take. Prepare
Mm-hmm.
for impacts. We want as little impact to the people and property as possible. So follow the authorities. They've done everything for a reason. Um, and obviously pay attention to anywhere that you need to, airports, ports, areas of transport, and also your local authorities, such as said, just to make sure that everything, all your plans are safe and there is minimal disruption to life as possible
Exactly.
in this kind of situation, which is again unfortunate. But that is what we're probably going to see later on in the season as well. This season as a whole is expected to have plenty of threats. Um, And obviously, this is, if anything, this is a warning sign, not just for these islands, but for most of the Caribbean and the Americas region, where enhanced tropical cyclone activity is expected this year.
Mm-hmm.
You do not want to end up in this situation. And if you're seeing any impacts right now, if you're seeing any of the effects videos or anything early on right now, that is a warning sign for you to prepare. A good early warning sign because this is happening so early on. Just to make sure anyone else in any other area, please prepare. This hurricane season is supposed to be very significant and potentially historic.
Mm-hmm.
So don't end up in a mess that a small minority would make in such a situation. That's normal. That happens everywhere. We see many people dying to rip currents in the United States. We've had some already.
Yeah.
Um, Chaotic depth. So it's very important to follow authorities and do your thing. Now, enough of that. Obviously, the people there now in the impact zone and hurricane warning area continue to monitor the situation. As I've mentioned, Grenada probably likely going to be one of the worst hit. But one thing that we'll
The
be looking at
Grenadines
right
are going to be
now,
really bad,
yeah,
especially for how
one area
small
that's
they are.
currently on focus, one area that's currently on focus, and that will be um, within the periphery of the core.
Mm-hmm.
Will soon be is is the island of Tobago. That's currently also under hurricane warning and will be within the periphery of the core shortly. Expect some significant storm surge, particularly from the north side, given the position relative to the hurricane's core right now. Um, so obviously, people on the north side of the island, make sure you go far inland, take high terrain. Winds will also be significant, and obviously the heavy rainfall from the subside and the core
Mm-hmm.
will also be there. If we go, Chase, would you like to bring up the
What?
if you go onto the NHG website, go onto the International Desk Weather Prediction Center
This?
rainfall rainfall prediction. Please just
Here
take
it
a look
is.
at that. Bring that up. Um,
Are you watching my Discord stream?
yeah, I'm watching on YouTube at once.
Oh, okay.
So
That's a little bit delayed.
that's fun. It's not too significant.
Hmm.
I'd rather watch on there next time. Um, um, so obviously we're seeing there uh, quite significant, fairly significant rainfall totals, particularly where it's going to be heading to. So we'll point out 10 plus locally in the Grenadines, inches, 6
Hmm.
in Grenada. Grenada will probably see more storm surge and wind impacts over there as it passes close by and could potentially get into the eye, but that's a bit uncertain.
Yeah.
We have no particular certainty. Even though it's only 12 hours out, small changes in direction could have significant influence on where it goes next. So we don't have too much of a clue where it could particularly go. And Tobago will obviously see some rather locally notable impacts, 2 to 4 inches, is something to note for.
Yeah.
And 8 plus local uh, rainfall totals in Barbados as well. So the rainfall threat is there and should be noted down for anyone there. Note that it is obviously significant. There's always potential for more. So stay aware, make sure you're safe, make sure you're prepared is significantly essential to be prepared to avoid any hazard
Hmm.
to you, to avoid any risk of injury, damage, and any other threat that you may not want. Further down the line we'll go. There obviously is some sort of uncertainty, but there are tropical storm watches in effect for Haiti and the Dominican Republic. And obviously, the rainfall threat does exist there as well. We can
Yeah.
see 2 to 4 inches going into the Dominican Republic nearby.
Hmm. But that, it is very uncertain there that they mentioned
There
in
is
this
uncertainty
forecast.
there, obviously. Further out, yeah, there is.
And what about Jamaica, for example?
It's a bit too far out, also, so you can see. Obviously, the stream's a bit delayed, but I'm looking right now myself. The rainfall, obviously, the rainfall graphic doesn't go out that far. It's a reflection of the um next.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about the forecast cone from the NEHC.
Yeah, we don't have much certainty on that.
Hmm. Because it
There
all
is
depends
kind
on
of,
how much it strengthens right
yeah,
now. And if it does
yes,
another high wall replacement cycle.
there is certainty it will pass within the close periphery of Jamaica. There is increasing confidence on that. Where it exactly passes, obviously, there's no way to know. But obviously, 60 hours from now, roughly, we will see impacts close to Jamaica. That's likely. Can't rule out any hurricane. Watch the warnings. But
Hmm.
there is a good certainty that we'll see tropical storm impacts. Um, in Jamaica within the next 60, 72 hours. The
Yeah.
rainfall threat, we can't exactly say what I was about to go on to is the rainfall graphic doesn't go out that far, so we can't exactly talk much about the rainfall. Perhaps we can probably observe some of the model guidance instead, and what we could get from
Hmm.
that. Again, the time is relatively far out. We can't exactly tell accurately what the impacts could be in terms of rainfall.
Here's one of the
We will
big
go
things
on to
about it.
that.
The highest
We will
rainfall
go
is going to
on
be
to
in the center.
that. Yeah.
So if this were to shift even like a couple miles to the north, like 10, 20, 30 miles north, then it'd put most of Jamaica in the bullseye of the rainfall, for example. It caused the Dominican Republic, Haiti to get more rain.
Yeah, correct.
5 days out,
And
you can see the whole.
one thing to note as well is that this is a small system. This is still a relatively small system compared to average. Even though after our replacement cycle, we are still within a below average size territory. If I measure this right now, this hurricane, if we're taking from one side of a central dense overcast to the other, we're only looking at about 150 nautical miles wide.
Hmm.
So this isn't exactly a large hurricane, and any standard deviation of position relative to the current forecast. could have significant changes, whether that's for the better or for the worse, in terms of impacts such as rain and wind intensity.
Yeah.
Obviously, Jamaicans need to be keeping an eye out closely because changes in the forecast cone are likely, and we could see tropical storm watches or hurricane watches pop up within the next few advisories.
Agreed. Also, if you
If we
take a look
look
at
at the,
satellite,
you said you said rainfall totals will be likely close to that. I do want to compare the model guidance a little bit.
sure. Here, I'll
See
pull up
what
the
we could see. Huh.
uh, rain accumulation. This is how far out do you want? 3 days, 5 days?
Go up to 5 days because the actually, I mean, yeah, go up 5 days just to make sure we get any possible results. For example, the GFS takes it. See, there's a bit.
This is the Euro
This
model.
is what I mean by any deviation could be could result in significant changes to what's forecast now. GFS takes it just north of Jamaica,
And that would put
the
Jamaica
American
in the
model.
bullseye here.
Yeah. So there is deviation obviously between the models as well. That's why I'm saying there's quite a bit of uncertainty. If it goes a bit north, we could see um, the impacts reduced. But then again, PFS takes it relatively close, so we could see some more impacts. There is a deviation and there is a large area of uncertainty. We look at the Canadian, which is often a little bit less reliable, but it will show the kind of drastic changes that could happen. And well, I can't even take a look. Oh,
Yeah,
um,
right here.
See, oh, no, more north.
The Canadian has it going just directly over Jamaica.
oh yeah, icon does as well.
Let me pull up icon on that. Yeah.
Obviously, the European takes it just south. There is uncertainty, and we could go over Jamaica. It could go just south. Current forecast code takes it south of Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
Some notable impacts. The core, as the northern side of the core passes over, but we don't know how it will trend. What
But
we do
most
know for a
models do
fact is
want it
that
awfully close.
rainfall totals will be there will be some rainfall. There will be some notable rainfall in Jamaica. We can be certain about that. It
Mm-hmm.
will pass relatively close. The guidance suggests it will pass close, close or over. Their impacts will happen.
Yeah.
Obviously, we don't want it to pass directly over. Uh, I guess what we could suggest is that obviously for the people of Jamaica, this may not be particularly good if it does pass over. But it may be better ideal for the people later down the line. The people in the Yucatan Peninsula may have uh, better time off if it does make landfall directly over Jamaica, given the terrain could
Yeah.
disrupt the system structure, weaken it. We don't know. Again, I have to stress this enough. There is uncertainty, and people in Jamaica should continue to observe forecasts regularly and
Mm-hmm.
stay up to date with tropical storm and hurricane watches to see how the impacts are modelled and trend on the guidance because because again this is a relatively small system, so small changes in track and direction could have an impact on how significant the impact themselves can be.
Mm-hmm. The Yucatan Peninsula and Belize are all in the forecast count as well, so there's a lot of variation on what it could do.
Yeah, there is too much uncertainty on that point to give some exact details, but there is increasing confidence further out that there will be some impacts on the peninsula sometime later next week, this week, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Potentially as a hurricane.
at what
It's
intensity?
looking like.
That's
Yeah.
uncertain. We need to observe the near-term trends at the moment and see how the model guidance itself also trends, because idle replacement cycles and conditions themselves could change. That's unpredictable uh, to an extent where we can't give an accurate, I guess, we can't give an accurate forecast on that. The National Hurricane Center are giving it potential Category 2 strength at landfall. So that is something to note. Continue to watch and see how it trends.
Alright, let's take a look at the eye right now. The eye is clearing out a lot in the latest frames.
Yeah, definitely can. It definitely is continuing to improve post eyeball pressure cycle.
I'm wondering what the eye temperature is in this. It is minus 7.4, so it is warming compared to what it was before. Recon's in the storm. Let's see what they're getting. Do you know what pressure they got in this center?
If you continue observing the satellite imagery, I'll provide you the recon data.
Okay.
But
And we got another mission en route right now. I see their pressure got around 960, a little bit below 960 millibars, looks like. Yeah, looks like 959 millibars in the eye. So it's deepened a lot. It
I
was
do want to note down.
965 earlier.
I want to note down that the lower planes are often they often have an issue when it comes to um extrapolated pressure
Mm-hmm.
estimates. They are often, if anything, they're often uh, there's typically a bias for them to be lower than actually,
Mm-hmm.
than actually, than sorry. Um, there's typically a bias where they're lower than actually has been.
Yeah,
Um,
lower than what it actually is.
yeah, there's a bias that they could be lower than actual. So that's something to take into account. The winds, I mean, yeah,
Did tropical storm force winds look like they're occurring on Barbados? Would you agree on that?
I'd agree. It's it is a small system, but obviously it is still within the central dead overcasts, and um, we do need to take into account that the um strongest winds um
Northeastern
will
side.
be on the well will be on the north will be on the northwestern side, given the fact that it's moving that way.
Oh,
But
northwestern.
generally, roughly, it will be on the northern side, given that um we also have a overhead. Well, in the open Atlantic, that's where the trades are moving, so you will have that pressure gradient that exists. So roughly, the strongest winds will be on the northern side.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but in a more standard viewpoint, on your on your front right quadrant, you will have your strongest winds, given that's how physics works. That's where the movement is. So
Yeah.
um,
I did want to note that
that's
the
not to
eastern
say
side of the eye wall is still pretty strong.
it is pretty strong, yeah. And that's obviously the strongest winds being on the northern side, northwestern side. That's not to say that Granada won't get the strongest winds. Um, or what should I say? It won't get any strong winds. It will. All sides of the core are strong and they are significant with significant winds. So definitely something to pay attention to.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and obviously be aware of that. So nobody underestimates the storm's potential for significant impacts. I am trying to observe. Yeah, so I'm observing reconnaissance there. Let's look at the old reconnaissance there, so in more detail. Let's see what we can find.
Alright. Is it the one
Um,
that's currently in the storm?
so it's the Noah plane is currently in the storm. The Air Force plane is currently within the peripheral band to the west side.
Mm-hmm.
Um, if I'm right, I think,
Yep,
or it's
they're on
approaching.
they're to the west of the islands.
Yes, the Air Force plane is just west of that peripheral band, and they could be making their way into the hurricane at some point soon. We don't
Mm-hmm.
know. What I am observing right now from the reconnaissance aircraft, that's currently in the Noah plane, is they're probably moving north and they're going to make a northeast southwest pass through the eye again. Some point in the next few minutes, we'll have to continue observing that.
Yep.
Um, I think to go back onto the reconnaissance,
Yep, I'm on that.
uh, the reconnaissance there that we are finding in.
Here was their
So
main
what I'm
pass. Right here.
so the first pass that happened, I am observing, recorded 98 knots. Uh, on the southeast side, reported 98 knots flight level winds and 101 knot surface winds, surface estimated winds.
Yeah, I see that.
That was hold on,
I do see 103 knots in some areas for the surface, or SFMR.
looking. Yeah, so southeast side, 98 knots flight level, 101 knots surface estimated winds. I'm just gonna look on the northwest side because
Northwest side, hold on. Yep, right here.
why can't I move it? Move it.
Oh, wow, okay. Uh, while you're doing that, I'm gonna pull up the satellite imagery of visible. Now that it's sunrise, the eye should be popping out a lot more here. Yep. You can see all the new clouds bursting to the east, convective burst. Right over here trying to wrap around the eye. Just so that it can repair that western side, which is kind of damaged at this point. Anyways, yeah, a huge rain band has passed over Granada. Right now with some lightning, so it's a thunderstorm rain band. Now they're going to get into they're kind of in a gap right now in between that large band of thunderstorms and the whole entire core of the storm. The core is a lot smaller on the western side, but there's a lot of rain on the core into the east of it. Alright, so I'd like to pull up a rough idea on the storm surge, on what's going to be happening over the next couple of hours. Casper, you
Back
there?
to the back to the reconnaissance there.
Okay, you have it.
Right, no, that's fine. Let's get back to the question. So it's a bit difficult. I can't move. That's
Did you get it?
2 seconds.
Alright, jeez, okay.
Okay.
You're back.
Oh, we'll find out. Yeah, right. Strong. And looking.
All right, what are you seeing? Okay, technical difficulties.
Oh, I do want to say one
Mm-hmm.
thing. The latest trends have been it's passing through the Yucatan and then cutting up north towards like the United States coast.
Yeah, I've seen that. I'm gonna pull it up. Thanks for pointing that out.
I think it's the CMC model.
Here, I'm gonna pull up the overall
CMC model's really
ensembles
like
here.
confident on it. Oh, all right.
Yeah. So here's a rough idea on where it's likely to go over the next several days. After it gets into the Gulf of Mexico, it's very uncertain on what it's gonna do. A
We
lot of
know it's
models.
most likely gonna hit the Yucatan.
Yeah. We're pretty sure it's gonna hit the Yucatan or Belize. And then it
This
could.
one, wait,
Hmm. What's up?
and this one's kind of cut in half. Some
Yeah.
want to go to Belize, but the others want to go to Yucatan.
Yeah. Yep. There's a lot of spread in this, just
Yeah, I
because
can
of how
see that.
far out it is. But some models want it to
Yeah,
try
but
and
like
enter the Pacific.
weird. The latest trend, maybe like a day or two ago, some of the models have been reading going towards like the Texas and Louisiana coast
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see that on here.
more than Mexico.
For me right now, it seems like it will try and hit the Texas-Mexico border. Could do that.
For me, it's looking like towards like the Houston area, maybe or San Antonio area,
I
somewhere
don't
near
know.
that. I think it's going towards more like north.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, most ensembles want it to pass just south of Jamaica and then curve towards the Belize-Yucatan border, and then potentially strike Mexico or Texas.
Okay. So I'm just observing the latest reconnaissance data that we had after the Northwest Rival. We had uh, a peak of these were recorded at different points. We had 103 knots surface sustained, 10 seconds, 10 seconds surface estimated winds at 9:43 Z. So that
Yep.
was 103 knots. And then at another point earlier on, we had 104 knots, peak 10-second flight level estimated winds at a different point. This was at 9:41 Z. We had 104 knots.
So on the
So
northwestern side and southeastern.
southeastern side, it was I think uh, it was 98 knots flight level, and 101 knots surface
I
sustained.
see 103 knots surface sustained over here.
Those would roughly convert to around 95 knots estimated right now, as a whole, taking into account all of those estimates right now from the reconnaissance aircraft.
Mm-hmm. So nearly major hurricane force winds.
Yeah, just below, obviously weakened due to the Arnold replacement cycle, but is probably going to start rebounding now.
Mm-hmm.
Probably over the course of the two reconnaissance missions, we're going to see some slight strengthening and continued pressure drops as we progress through time.
I do think it could be a Category 4 by the time it reaches the islands.
It's not off the table. I wouldn't rule it out. Then again, uncertainty does lie.
Yeah,
So
it all depends on how quickly it can re-intensify. If it can get that eye completely together. That's one of my main things on here. They have it so that the northeastern side of the eye wall is the most organized.
yeah, my suspicions are correct. The Air Force, also I said another plane is now making a northeast southwest pass. It's now heading towards the eye again, making a second approach.
Alright, I'm gonna pull that up.
The Air Force plane continues to just go around the surroundings, the periphery, just
Alright,
moving
so what are they
south.
doing?
Probably trying to observe the surrounding environment. Probably going to observe um, that area. Probably going to observe our surroundings. Maybe going to support that mission later on. But what I do suspect at the moment is they are taking into account the surrounding environment, and they're probably going to assimilate that into the modelling um, to give models a better depiction of what could
Yeah,
happen later on.
which would be really helpful.
It would be helpful, yeah.
Oh, okay. So, back to radar. I don't know if you've noticed though, but the eastern side is the largest. Is that due to less shear or why?
Um, the northern side is, well, I mean, we're typically going to see. We've always seen banding be more significant on the north side of Beryl.
Mm-hmm.
It's always been that case, and one could argue that um, convective activity is more supported in that area, given the fact that the um, the upper level outflow is poleward and is more prominent on that side. So we are definitely we definitely could see that being a reason for why that convective activity is more prominent and banding as such is on that side. Um, but we've also seen that obviously the leading cause of that idle reflection cycle earlier was initially that concentric banding to the south side.
Mm-hmm.
Um, we've always seen inflow banding coming in from the intertropical convergence zone. Um, so obviously we do see that the banding and generally convective activity is also pretty solid on the south side. It's not just the north side.
Yeah.
Um,
I
we
did want to
see
point out a
this
new
inflow
band
banding.
is
This inflow banding moves over into the core,
mm-hmm.
and that's why we see that might also be a part of why that north side is generally significant within the central dense overcast, um, because that inflow banding does have to make its way into the core and has, for most of its life, had an inflow band wrapped into the core. So
Mm-hmm.
a lot of that, alongside the outflow that it has to the north, would both enhance convective activity on the north side.
I did want to point out there is a band that has been impacting now the islands of the Windward Islands right now. A new band has formed, roughly, looks like, or at least has gotten more organized in the past hour, which is now impacting St. Vincent and the Grenadines right now. It's about to approach Grenada. I don't know how much this could strengthen. I feel like this could have tropical storm force winds. What do you think?
What the band? I
Yeah.
feel like there could be localized enhanced winds associated with the band. Whether it would be storm related, not particularly sure, not just yet. It would probably take a few hours for that storm to approach, and then for therefore the wind itself to approach. Um, but what I would say is the main focus of impacts associated with the storm right now within the Windward Islands right now would be the storm surge because those winds are now strengthening there, albeit maybe not a tropical storm force, but those winds are now directed at the islands and are relatively strong and continuing to strengthen. So we are probably seeing some storm surge now reach
Mm-hmm.
that area now, especially with the forward speed obviously going forward. Um, towards the islands. Probably storm surge getting there by now, and that storm surge is probably likely to continue getting worse as those stronger winds approach the islands. However,
Mm-hmm.
tropical storm force winds are there, localized as I said, but probably storm related, not just yet. Give
Mm-hmm.
it a few hours, and maybe actually, when I say give it a few hours, maybe one or two, we'll probably start getting some tropical storm force there. Um, uh,
I'm guessing that
yeah.
this part right here has the most tropical storm force winds, right? And here, this kind of area.
If we're talking about, we're talking around on the east side where the banding is, generally, yeah, we're probably going to see some within the central dense overcast. On the east
Mm-hmm.
side, yeah, and then probably some tropical storm force winds, widely prominent, and also on the northern side where I pointed out. it could be a little bit more expansive as well. If we take a look at the forecast code by National Hurricane Center and take a look at the radius of the winds,
Mm-hmm.
it does seem like, yeah, as I pointed out, there is quite a little bit more of an expansion, I guess, especially a bit more,
Northward.
a bit more northward extension of those winds, exactly, yeah, which, as depicted, do reach the
Barbados.
British Barbados and also Tobago as well, which
Mm-hmm.
is to be expected given the close proximity. Um, but for relatively still small, so rainfall isn't going to be as significant as it would be as it goes through and Windward Islands, the main chain, in around 6 hours time.
The hurricane force winds are roughly confined in the eye wall, right? Just the eye wall.
Just the eyeball, I mean, that's pretty much where the radius of maximum winds is.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't see any hurricane winds focused in the eyeball all the time. Almost all the time. There are some exceptional circumstances where the storm's big, um, or undergo an extratropical transition. It may have the strongest winds located elsewhere, but that's under lonely,
Mm-hmm.
scenarios relatively rare and not particularly where you would see impacts. Um,
All right.
in the
We have
past,
some comments. I did want to point this out. Some questions. What is the location of the system
um,
presently?
if we're looking at satellite and radar imagery, we can currently observe that the eye is, um, on a simple note, it's pretty much in between Tobago and Barbados right now. If we're looking on a north, east, southwest trajectory,
And here
but
I have distance pulled up.
it
It's
might
around
come.
150 kilometers to the east of the Grenadines, or southeast of the Grenadines, and around 150 kilometers east of Grenada. And if I go to miles, that's around 90 miles east of Grenada and around 100 miles southeast of the Grenadines. And how fast is it moving?
So, according to the National Hurricane Center latest advisory, it's moving west at 20 miles per hour. But if we're going to observe, I mean, let's observe latest radar trends as well.
Yeah, here I'll pull this up just over the past hour. Uh, Here, so there's that point. And then I'll get ready to show the other point of it. There we go. So it's traveled around 14 miles or so. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe like 15, 16 miles over the last hour. So it might have slowed down a bit.
Just take a look. So we're looking at hourly movement. It's Yeah, I can agree with you. 14, 15 miles per hour. It definitely has probably slowed down a little bit. Um, but then again, let's look at an average, a 6 hour, or first of all, let's take a look at a 3 hour average movement then. So we have,
Alright, kind of hard to do that. I'll try.
no, that's fine, don't worry. So roughly we got movement at around, yeah, I do believe it definitely did slow down somewhat. If we're looking at, let's say, a rough estimate of 53 miles movement over the past 3 hours, and then we divide that by three to get an average movement per hour, it's around 17, 18 miles per hour. So, I wouldn't too discount the National Hurricane Center estimate. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not exactly sure how they would calculate the movement, but I, from my personal observations, I would say it slowed down. I wouldn't obviously expect it. I wouldn't expect the impacts to get there later or anyway. If you live in the main chain of Windward Islands, um, don't discount the estimated time of impacts. We're still probably going to see um, impacts getting there, or the main core of impacts getting there, perhaps by midday, late morning.
Yep.
And
Someone asked Winds are still 130 question mark because it looks like it's going through an eyewall replacement cycle. Winds are officially down to 120 miles an hour. So it's a low end category 3, but it is going to attempt to strengthen. It's it's basically almost completed its whole entire eyewall replacement cycle, right?
It does.
Yeah, it has. So now it is finally able to try and strengthen and increase those winds up. I feel like 130 miles an hour by the time it reaches the islands are totally possible.
Yeah,
Um,
can't rule that out. It definitely is possible. It's not 130 right now.
yeah,
We're just awaiting radar. Not radar. We're just
recon,
awaiting
the planes in the storm.
recon data from National Hurricane Center, and we'll see what we get from them. We are getting observations.
Because they're about to enter the strongest side of the storm, most likely. The
They are
part,
going to make a
yep,
north and southwest pass. We'll see what data we get. Because that will give us an idea of the intensity in a second when they do pass through. But it is likely that even though it might not be 130 right now, it could definitely get to that given the current structure and the current conditions that are around the
hmm
storm. So, obviously, the impacts again, I would like to stress 10 miles per hour difference is not going to be much noticeable. Um, the impacts are still likely to be dangerous and significant, so definitely don't dismiss
Someone
any
asked,
anything that
the
does
same
happen.
person asked, which means the wind field is going to expand, right? Because of the eyewall replacement cycle.
It's already so obviously we've had that eye replacement cycle already and it has expanded. Uh, that is typically what they do. If we have an eye replacement cycle, we have an outer eye will expand. So I should say we do have a secondary eye will formation. That inner core, which is smaller, um, and embedded within the secondary eye will formation, will gradually erode and succumb to the secondary eye wall, which obviously, because it develops on the outer sides, it will shrink and try to eliminate that inner eye wall. But in the process, it won't always shrink to the original initial eye wall
Yeah,
size, and it will therefore be a little bit larger and have more a wider radius of maximum wind. So yeah,
right here I have the wind field size.
Hurricane Force Windward would extend further, and as part of that idle replacement cycle, because that banding does increase, and post that idle replacement cycle, we do have a larger, um, more widespread idle influence. We do have generally an increase in radius for Winfield. Yeah,
Someone said it reminds me of Ivan, kind of. How
I
could
see
you
why.
compare this to Ivan?
I see why, and
Yes. Yep.
I've seen many people on Twitter and everywhere comparing it to Ivan, yeah, and Alan 1980 to some extent as well. It passed through. They all passed through this particular era before.
hmm What about their
It wasn't
structures? Are
like
they similar at all with that?
I don't exactly know. I wouldn't know too much. I
hmm
do know that I am a little bit unsure. That is um it's interesting because people there aren't really that many hurricanes that do pass through here. Um,
Yeah.
there are only a few notable ones.
And this far south, and this strong as well.
Yeah.
So it's quite unprecedented right now for it being well, now the first day of July and this is going on.
Yeah,
So there isn't really any good comparisons, I don't think, with this. There are storms
I
that
feel
have
it's
happened that
lovely
are
to
later.
This is it is going to be a weird year with lots of weird storms we've not seen uh, before in our lifetimes, or just ever. This will be a historic season, and we'll have a lot of historical storms. Where we've already seen Beryl doing his thing. If you really want to compare it to something, it'll be 2005, but it didn't even have storms as far south either. And
Yeah.
obviously, it had Beryl, which formed even earlier than Dennis. It broke its record as well for
Mm-hmm.
earliest form in Category 4. So
I
it's, I think that is pretty much the earliest best year for comparison, but even that is pretty significantly different.
I did want to point out that the western part of the eye wall is now getting more organized. Finally, it's
Yeah,
almost now done a full ring around.
I did say that would happen. We will have continued VHTs wrap around, and it would develop. I
Um,
did kind of expect that.
as if we pull up satellite imagery of it, you can now see the thing trying to wrap around the convective burst right
Yeah,
over
that's
here.
significant vortical hot towers that generated from the inner remnants of the first diamond.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, yeah, you look at satellite imagery to see that ginormous VHT that did wrap around. That's why we're having core improvements now. I did expect that to happen, and we are going to see now. We are seeing now decent improvements happening now on the satellite imagery. Um, as a result, so we could get some interesting data from the reconnaissance aircraft as it now makes its pass.
Mm-hmm. The person said, sorry if I asked bad questions. I respect and admired everything you do, and I only wish the best for everyone that is impacted by the storm. Thank you. Yes.
I think that is
Agreed.
uh, that is respectful of you.
Yeah. And those aren't bad questions. If you have any other questions, be sure to let us know. We got a lot
We're
of
just trying
people watching the stream, so if there's
to
anyone who have questions about their local area, we'd be happy to answer.
you're trying to gain knowledge or whether that's trying to gain information, feel free to ask. Uh,
Exactly.
almost no questions are stupid. If you need to gain knowledge or any of that, please feel free to ask. We
Mm-hmm.
are, uh, this is our job. That's what we're doing. So,
Yeah.
we are winning. That reconnaissance aircraft now, as another plane is making its way into the eye now, or is now in
Ooh,
the eye.
nice. I see it. Yep, they're almost in its next update should show. It's
Also, one thing I should note as well is when we had the first northwest southeast pass
mm-hmm.
by the main plane, uh, the drops on that came uh, did provide a estimated central pressure of 962 millibars.
Okay.
Uh, sorry, not 962, 959.
So it has
Was the
strengthened
estimate.
from 965 to
There,
now
there is there is
950.
there is some deep. That was the earlier drops on from the earlier pass.
Mm-hmm.
We're
So
probably
now
going to
I'm
get
interested
another
to see
drop
what they
on
get
in the
now.
next one. Yeah. We're probably going to get another drops on and we'll get some nice estimates going along as it makes its way through. Um, okay, yeah, so I'm just looking, so this data that I'm on the website right now updates every 5 minutes. So
Mm-hmm.
I am just looking at the recent data that we got 7 minutes ago.
Take a look at the convective burst on the northeastern side.
Oh, hold on. No, never mind. I don't know what's happened now. So what the data that we have now, as it makes its way through the northeast side of the island,
Mm-hmm.
is we have 109 knots right level winds and 80 knot surface winds. We're going to see if it can sample the rest of the northeast eyeball and head into the southwest eyeball. See what it gets then. We're also seeing the Air Force plane now possibly making its southwest northeast pass now from the other side.
All right.
Um, so we could see another pass coming in right after. See
Yeah, I see
how it
that.
changes within 5 to 10 minutes. We'll see.
We're gonna have two planes in the storm. All right. Someone asked, so 140 miles an hour is no chance at this point. What would you say about that?
Again, can't rule it out. We don't know what the rate of intensification is going to be. It does look like it's making some good improvements right now to its central dense overcast with the rapid vertical hot towers. Whether, we don't know post idle replacement cycle what the rate exactly is. That's why Recon is currently investigating. We will see how the evolution occurs over the next few hours while the reconnaissance aircraft is investigating. Right now, as we said, it looks like maybe a low end category 4 is definitely possible,
Yep.
and can't be ruled out. Whether it could go higher, um, again, don't rule that out. It's definitely best to be prepared, and for everyone there, need to keep watching.
Hopefully,
We,
though, if it does reach 140, it will be until after it passes the islands.
yeah, perhaps we get another idle replacement cycle in the way. We don't know.
Hmm.
But the thing is, yeah, if we're talking about the current state, again, as I said, it's very bandy, so it's prone to another idle replacement cycle in the next day or so, likely. We could see something. How far this strengthening phase goes for, we don't know.
Hmm.
So it does depend on time. And I can obviously, again, as I said, that's the reason I kind of think we're probably going to get a low end carrying it for. Do I think higher? The structure could suggest we could get, and even the size of the central dense overcast, we could see some support for a higher intensity. So don't rule it out.
Yeah,
I would keep watching it. Definitely something to keep an eye on. Yeah.
agreed. Yeah. Alright, let's see if there's any other questions. Nope, not now. Alright. So, has the recon made the pass yet through the eye? They likely have, but it's just not showing up here yet. It hasn't updated. They said, I just find it incredible that this is happening. Never seen anything like this in my whole life.
No one else.
Yeah,
This is historic for
the
everyone.
earliest category 4, so. Well, it was.
Thing is, if you're extremely old and you've been alive in 1933 and you know of a storm, then maybe even that, we don't know. We've observed that, in the hurricane database. It's only a Category 1 passing through this region in 1933, and it's through
Yeah.
that hurricane. And then, we have this beast now going, exceeding expectations, now going up to major hurricane status. So I think, yeah, this is historic for everybody. Almost no one has seen anything like this before.
Hmm.
And if we're talking to this scale, nobody has. It's incredible.
Yeah. And for the
Trust
entire
me.
basin, this is also incredible. For a storm of this
Yeah,
strength this early.
it's breaking records everywhere.
Hmm. Yeah, someone said Chris was born, by the way. Yeah, how about let's give Chris some love here? Not really shown on
Yeah,
radar, but.
do a brief observation of Chris Bonner. Yeah.
Hmm. Here's
So
our
Chase,
Chris. Yep, what's up?
do you know why it would be weakening over the Caribbean towards the Yucatan Peninsula?
Oh, okay, hold on. How about let's just talk about Chris and then we'll get to that in a moment.
Alright,
So
I
why,
gotcha.
you'll notice now Chris is just causing a lot of thunderstorms to develop right now along the coast. A lot of heavy rain. There isn't really you can't really tell where the center is based off of looking at this. We can just see a lot of thunderstorms that are going to be moving inland. Someone says they're calling for 15 inches of rain with Chris. That is possible. I mean, just with the amount of rain here that's about to move inland and over mountainous terrain, that's totally possible. What do you think, Casper?
Yeah, that terrain is obviously we've got that terrain and ocean interaction. What typically likes to happen in this particular area, in the Bay of Campeche as well, is the fact that when you do have converging winds by the coastline and you have uh, enhanced convergence, it's called coastal convergence and even frictional convergence. They're both applied here.
Mm-hmm.
When you have your flow interacting with the terrain, not only do you have a converging flow across the coast because of how the land is shaped, um, but also just generally because you have mountains here, your flow and your air is promoted to rise and go up into the atmosphere. So obviously that's what you call orographic lift, and you do have promoted uh, instability and thunderstorm and shower activity associated with that now.
Mm-hmm.
Um, So yeah, obviously that is a con of living in mountainous areas, especially by the coast. You do have a significant rainfall threats like these as a result of that.
Alright, so we have another question. How many hurricanes and major hurricanes do you think now will happen since it is already blowing up? Or since it's blowing up already?
There obviously lies uncertainty in this season as a whole. We're only in July now, and we've only gone through 1 month. We've had 3 storms so far, officially, and
Mm-hmm.
that's not too bad of a start. One thing we should note is that early season activity does not correlate with how active a season is at late time.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously it's not something to consider too much. But we are already seeing an active major hurricane east of the Lesser Antilles in June. We've seen that does have some correlation with what could happen later this year. Definitely lots of activity, potentially high intensity activity within east of the Antilles, and
Mm-hmm.
potentially going north of the Antilles as well as some of those storms reek of. So that's something to point out as well. In terms of overall activity, definitely somewhere at least in around the early twenties in terms of named storms, uh, and definitely some definitely potential for low tens in terms of hurricanes as well. We're going to get quite a few major hurricanes, uh, five, maybe six, maybe seven even.
Yeah.
There's definitely a high potential for quite a few major hurricanes in the season. It will definitely be not only an active season in terms of how many storms there are, but there will be many high intensity storms, given the fact that there is high intensity potential across the basin and likely will be. We've already seen this with Beryl, very
Mm-hmm.
unusual intensity this time of year. So that's likely to continue for this season.
Yep. And as one of our team members asked, why do you think it's going to be weakening once it reaches the Caribbean? What's the main reason for that?
She is. I do want to go before I go onto the recon data that's actually just come
Oh,
through
okay.
now.
Hold on. Yeah.
She is around. It will be. She will be around. We will. So we'll go through what vertical wind shear is in a second. It is the change of wind speed and direction between heights.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we're going to see in the Caribbean in a second. If you want to pull out some of the
Recon data.
model guide, no.
No.
Going to the Caribbean. Going to the Caribbean on.
Yeah, I'm on here.
Actually, no, ignore that one. Let me take a. I'll take a GFS on and hold. Yeah. Right. I feel like the GFS is definitely overdoing this. Sorry, GFS is definitely overdoing this. But this is just an example of what is likely to cause weakening. If you put that up on your screen, Chase,
Alright. Here. Give me
I'll
one
go
moment.
through that. I'll go through that. I'll go through that sounding in a minute.
Alright.
Okay. So, well, I'll see that that's on. Okay. Right. So let's observe for that sounding then. If we look at the holograph on the top right,
Mm-hmm.
we can see. Let's look on. So we have a grid, right? We got, and obviously what we observe is the wind goes outwards from the centre, just to observe on a holograph. Hypothetically, if there's any wind that we're seeing along the line, it's going outwards. So
Yeah.
on the southwest side, the wind is going towards the southwest. If it's kind of along the line, going to the west, to the left, that's
Mm-hmm.
going west. That's wind going west. Or if the line is currently northwest of centre, northwest of the origin, the winds are going northwest on that particular area, right, on
Yeah.
the holograph. And you can see numbers along the line there, along the x-axis. That would be the strength of the
Yeah.
wind that you're seeing along the line. And then the line is essentially where the wind is going respective to level.
Yep.
Red is
With
the low
each
level.
kilometer.
Red is the low levels going along in towards 850 millibars. The green will be the mid levels going from
3 to 6
700.
kilometers.
Green is 6 kilometers going from or 3 to 6, it will be going from 700 to 500 millibars typically, and then your pink will be or purple, 6 to 9, and then obviously 9 onwards will be your upper levels as well.
Mm-hmm.
That depicts your shear at different levels, your intensity of wind, and your direction of that wind, obviously respective to different levels, and obviously you're given the heights there on that holograph as well.
Yeah.
Now, one thing to note is that if you look on those low-level winds, you will see why you may see on the internet going around on the news, whatever. If you have you have something called the Caribbean graveyard, and it's called that for a reason because if you look on those low-level winds, which will be on that red line
Mm-hmm.
going up to 3 kilometers, right, and you look on the lines, and you look on the x-axis and the numbers it's going along as well, respective to that. You can see winds, knots going 20, 25, 30, even going up to 35 knots in the low levels, which shows how fast the trade winds in this region are going.
Yeah.
Now, that is significant, and I'll say why. Now, if you look if you look in the mid levels and on that green line, 3 to 6 kilometers, you can see those winds start to go back down. They
Mm-hmm.
go, you go to the right side along that x-axis, and those winds are now decreasing. They're going closer, uh, 25, 20, 15, going down to 10 knots even in the mid levels.
Yeah.
Now, keep in mind how I said um, that wind shear is a change of wind intensity and direction between heights. And that causes a misalignment in the vertical core structure.
Yeah, you have a
And
lot
you
of
want your
winds going this way in the surface,
you want
and
you want your
winds that are
hurricane
going
core,
not a lot
you
that
want
way.
your hurricane core, you want your hurricane core to be aligned for intensification. It causes the updrafts and the rising motion within the hurricane to be aligned and more organized strength. That's what you want. Unfortunately, you don't get that here because with the change in you can see they're all going roughly in the same direction. There's winds at all different levels. They're going in the same direction.
Yep, they're going
Um,
west.
they are different strength. They are a different strength, and your mid-level winds are weaker than your low-level winds. Your low-level winds will be influencing the low-level circulation and decoupling from the mid-level circulation where the winds are weaker because they are not catching up. They are not.
Yeah. So, someone asked about next advisory is at 11, right? That's going to be the next full advisory. The next update from the National Hurricane Center will be in 45 minutes at 8 a.m. Atlantic Standard Time. That's when they'll update the position and intensity. Type a little, type a smaller discussion about what's going on. But yeah, the next full advisory is at 11. Someone says, can we talk about Debbie since we all know that's gonna happen? It's not Debbie yet. It's not even Tropical Depression 4. The system is currently only an Invest 96L. It's not a tropical cyclone just yet. There is a good circulation in it, or kind of. There's a good thunderstorm activity in it. The main issue with it is that the circulation isn't organized enough just yet. The National Hurricane Center has given it a 70% chance of formation within the next 7 days, mainly within the next 5, and a 40% throughout the next 48 hours. So yeah, if we are getting Debbie, this will likely be it. But there's still like a 30% chance it doesn't form, so keep that in mind. Alright, do we now
But
have
do you
that?
want to touch back on the Yucatan Peninsula
Sure.
about like how it's gonna weaken and
Yeah,
stuff?
yeah, yeah, sure. Thanks for reminding me. The
No problem.
Yep. So the system now is going to be weakening to that increased shear, and what's only going to make it worse is land interaction. Hurricanes do not like to deal with land, so if it does strike Jamaica, it is going to quickly weaken it on approach to the Yucatan Peninsula or Belize, wherever it decides to go. So yeah, wind shear and land interaction will all be against the storm as it approaches the Yucatan Peninsula and Belize. There isn't really anything else counteracting it. There's good moisture, very warm sea surface temperatures. It's just mainly where's it going to go compared to Jamaica. Jamaica will significantly weaken the storm if it goes over it. If it goes just south of it, it should be mostly fine for a bit. Still weakened due to wind shear. Yeah, we don't know exactly what's going to happen to it. It all mainly comes down to what happens after Jamaica. That will greatly impact its intensity and path towards the Yucatan or Belize. That's that. And
So
then
do you want to look
that's
at
is gonna.
Debbie like in the future,
Sure.
maybe?
Yep. Yeah.
If Debbie,
96L.
yeah.
The Euro has downtrended on this. Right here, they don't really want it to form. Still be a tropical wave on approach to the island, so more rainfall. That's pretty much certain at this point. Just some rainfall. Models have downtrended on it a lot, thankfully. They don't want it to be as strong, but it will be a tropical wave. These islands know what tropical waves mean, so I'm gonna be saying that. Um, see, there isn't really any model that wants it to form anymore, really. I'm gonna show the track though that it's likely going to take. Alright, so here's where ensembles want the center of the storm to go. Yeah, pretty much there's a lot of ensembles that want it to die out, so that's why the blue just disappears. Here's a rough idea on where it could go. It's going to try and take the same kind of track as Beryl, but conditions will be more unfavorable. Alright, someone asked for uh, Beryl. How long until it makes landfall and has the and where has the track changed? So, I don't. Let's see. So, within the past hour or so, it's moving about 14, 15 miles per hour. So if I pull up the where it is right now compared to the islands on where it could make landfall, 80 miles, 85. So then just here, I'm gonna use my calculator app real quick. Maybe within the next 5 hours or so, it should make landfall. I feel like that's that within the next 6 hours, definitely it should be over the islands. All right, so well, okay, pull this back up on my phone. Yeah, so has the track changed at all? It's mostly staying the same here. It's there isn't really any wobbling that's ongoing with it. It's mainly just going mostly to the west, a little bit, a tad bit to the north. Uh, yeah, it's going a little bit slower compared to forecasted. The forecast is this dot right here. The eye is a little bit more to the east of it. So it could go just a smidge north of Grenada. That's what the forecast is showing. Hello, MST, or MST weather. Hi. Alright. But yeah, basically the center is expected to either go over Grenada or over the Grenadines, somewhere in between. Anyways, here's what
Yeah,
center
I'm just
looks
wondering
like.
why
Mhm.
St. Lucia has a hurricane warning.
Yeah, they're very far north, and I don't get why Dominica has a tropical storm watch. Martinique has a tropical storm warning, so I don't know why there, but at least it gets them prepared. I feel like St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, should all have a hurricane warning in effect. Trinidad, or Tobago as well. Trinidad, definitely tropical storm warning. There could be tropical storm force winds almost ongoing already. And Barbados, probably not going to get hurricane force winds. They're out of the worst of it, I'd say.
It's probably
Yeah.
the worst has probably already happened.
Yeah. Now that they're getting away from the center of the storm, they're getting less and less winds. But I mean, it's gonna keep getting worse for the islands on the western Windward Islands, not Barbados. So if the storm does not want to move north, it will eventually end up plowing into Grenada, roughly. Well, I mean, yeah, if it went due west, then it would miss it, but the center of it at least. But it's likely going to hit at least from Grenada all the way up to here. That's basically where it's forecasted to go. That's the
I
center
gotcha.
of the storm, so hurricane force winds are likely to occur outside of that. But the center really does matter because of how small the hurricane force winds are. Or anything else you want to touch on?
Not much. We're just gonna keep Beryl, I think, for now.
Yep. Recon. Let's take a look at that.
Oh, that's gonna be interesting.
Yep, Recon made a pass through the storm. Um, I'm interested to see what they find. I can't really find they didn't really find too strong of winds. Um, in the northeastern side, and well, hold on, no, that's showing strong winds, very strong winds at that. Okay, those are major
Oh
hurricane
shoot.
winds, flight level. It's just it's not showing up on here for whatever
Yeah,
reason.
why I'm wondering is why they degrade it from 130 to 120.
Well, the thing is, Recon was only able to find 115. They were downgrading it due to it weakening due to an eyewall replacement cycle. They've held the intensity, this was at 5 a.m., to 120 miles an hour just because of radar presentation. Even though Recon found weaker, they just held on to it because it was likely strengthening. And I mean, I do believe it's strengthening right now.
All right, I gotcha. Thank
By
you.
how much, I don't know. Um, Alright, pressure.
Next updates, next like half updates in like 30 minutes.
Yep, next intermediate advisory is in 30 minutes. That's going to give us a new intensity
Maybe,
reading.
and they're gonna maybe adjust the track and make it go far into the Bay of Campeche, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, no, they're not going to update the track then. They're going to update the track at 11.
Oh. Oh, I forgot that's like
The
the
full
actual
advisory, yep.
advisory.
This, they're just updating the position and intensity. Say this convective burst is wrapping around, as I was showing. That's why the radar keeps getting stronger on the northern side. It's because that whole convective burst is wrapping around, so a lot of heavy rain, hurricane force winds, possibly even major hurricane force winds in there. Winds are currently up to 120, somewhere in here, most likely. It is pretty small though, the eye wall, so it's hard to get in there. Um, yeah. Anything
Yeah, why
else?
I'm wondering is Jamaica has no like tropical storm warning or watch.
It's too far out yet. They'll probably issue one pretty
Okay.
soon.
All right, I was just making sure. I just
Um,
for a tiny
it's within
bit.
the next 60 hours, or by 2 p.m. Wednesday. It should be over there. So I'm guessing that's by the 11 a.m. update, they're gonna issue a watch, tropical storm watch, at least,
I
because
gotcha.
they'll
All right.
only issue a watch for something that's 48 hours out. So, for example, this hurricane dots right here, the winds there. So that's why this area right here, Haiti and Dominican Republic, have a watch. So then, if this point was moved up some, then Jamaica would be under the watch.
All right, I gotcha. Thank you.
You're welcome. I don't know if Haiti or the Dominican Republic will upgrade to a warning. It's kind of too far out to tell. In theory, though, if they were, they'd do so within like the next 12 hours as well.
I'm just wondering where the track's gonna go in the next 11 a.m. update.
Yeah, that's gonna be pretty
That's
interesting.
gonna be pretty interesting. Yeah,
Yes.
pretty interesting.
Someone said, okay, there's a lot of things. Alright, so hello, she's finally someone is able to read my name. Okay. Oh, player 6. Okay. 115 to 120 knots. Landfall for Grenada. Grenada. I don't think so. I don't think that's strong. Alright, someone says chances of Texas getting hits. I'll pull up this right here. It's
Uh,
too far out to tell.
uh,
Hmm?
on that little,
And Zombies won it at like a 10% chance.
done that a little bit ago.
hmm Um, right here though, this is overall all ensembles right now. I mean, there's a chance that it hits Texas. Most likely it's going to hit Mexico. That's my thoughts on it, but there is a possibility it curves towards Texas. Maybe the border between Texas and Mexico. Alright, someone says, you think the eye gonna get much more expanded after this eye replacement cycle? Well, the eye should be larger than before. Kind of. It's hard to tell. Let me pull up something else just for my eyes, since I know how to do this. Yeah, it's looking pretty good with that new wrapping around to the north. New convection there. Alright, so I'd say that the eye is already larger than it was before. The eye can roughly fit Granada inside of it if it wanted to. And these islands here will be also easy for them to be fit inside of the eye. I do think that the National
Well,
Hurricane Center will
thankfully
post.
this is not like a populated area.
Yeah.
Thankfully this is not a populated area. Yeah.
hmm
If this was somewhere like Houston or Miami,
Yeah.
this could be more fatal.
There's still towns and stuff. Um,
Yeah. Still gotta
they,
make sure that they get hunkered down or like evacuated or whatever.
hmm Yeah, mainly hunkering down at this point. They can't evacuate anymore. Someone said second rapid intensification. I don't think rapid intensification will be expected anymore out of the system. Because it could undergo another eyewall replacement cycle. Conditions are more unfavorable, so it's likely just going to be gradually weakening at this point. Well, after it's about south of Puerto Rico, that's when it's for certain going to be weakening.
Well, maybe when it reaches the Gulf of Mexico, when there's not as much wind
Yeah,
shear,
yeah,
maybe there could
that is a
be
possibility.
some intensifying, not rapid, maybe like slowly intensifying, kind of like Harvey.
Yeah, maybe. Well, I don't know. I don't know about that strength, but there is also possibility it strengthens in this region if it manages to avoid Jamaica properly. Conditions are a bit favorable for some intensification. National Hurricane Center thinks it's going to remain the same intensity throughout this because they don't want to go too high because of Jamaica. Or, yeah. So, it could strengthen over here, not rapid though, I don't think. It all depends on how strong the storm is at this point, roughly by Thursday, 2 a.m. And then it could
It also,
strengthen again after it reaches the Gulf of Mexico, if it does manage to do so.
it most likely will, but
hmm
all the models are forecasting it maybe to go north. I mean, I think it's gonna go north personally,
Yeah.
but if a lot of other models haven't updated yet, that's the problem.
The main thing is that there's going to be a high pressure system over Lake
Yeah, it's gonna
Florida.
be moving east.
Yeah.
It's gonna be moving east, and it's gonna make it like a clockwise spin to
Yep, just
the
like
barrel
that
to
kind
like
of.
kind of like a merry-go-round and just
Yep.
go around it and maybe hit the Texas coast.
Yeah. Can't say for certain just yet. Alright, someone says, let me pull it up on my phone. Give me a moment. Let's see. So someone asked, at least a re-intensification that leads to a more powerful peak. I don't know. It's too uncertain to say right now. It's already at a very powerful peak for well, the 1st of July. I was gonna say June, but yeah, 1st of July. So I mean, it's already a record breaker. I don't think it's gonna get stronger than it peaked as before. Maybe 140 miles an hour.
So Chase, don't worry, Chase. I can read chat. I have your stream loaded.
And I have it up on my phone.
All right.
And take a
If
cough
I see
drop.
any questions, I'll read it out to you.
All right. So at least how about it moving near the South American coastal? Though after making landfall in Grenada, South American coast? I don't think so. South America, I really don't see it doing that. So it's gonna stay the southernmost part of the cone wants it to stay like 100 to 200 miles north of South America. So it's basically just going to continue going north. No southward turn is expected. It shouldn't move south at all until probably by the time it passes Jamaica. That's the only point at which it could possibly go south, I think. Someone said, yes, this thing is a flipping monster. I hope those islands make it alive, dude. They are St. Lucie videography. So
Yeah,
they're under
storm
Hurricane
surge.
Fiona.
Might worse have Grenadines and Grenada, likely.
Hmm?
So storm surge likely the worst. Maybe winds, but I'm not exactly sure. I think it's gonna be storm surge gonna take the fatalities, most likely.
Yep, I feel like that's good. Of course, not really the wind. These islands are built for wind. They're also pretty much built for storm surge. They have I believe like mountains on some of them, so there's a lot of high elevation. Thankfully, um, the eye of all right, the eye of Beryl is doing. It's getting a lot more organized now. Finally, it's now wrapping a full ring around it. Still, now it's the southeastern side that's the least organized. Southern side. Someone asked, how about 96L based on your view? I'm guessing he's asking about South America. Alright. Yeah, I mean, there's a possibility of it. It should stay north of it. Keep in mind, if it's too close to South America, it's not going to really be able to organize. 96L will be a lot weaker. We don't even know if it's going to be a low by the time it's 48 hours out. There's ensembles aren't really too keen on this system developing anymore.
Yeah, like 90% of them just want it to die.
Yep, here were ensembles earlier. Um, they
I think
definitely don't know
NHE
yet.
should grade this from 70% to maybe 30%. I think.
I think that they're gonna go maybe 60% on its chance of development. I don't know. Oh, tropical depression, Chris. Now we now have.
Oh, womp womp, Chris. Right?
Yeah,
What? How long did that tropical storm last? Like what? 12 hours?
less than that probably. All right, so I'm wondering if they
Yeah,
updated
it's at the
Beryl.
end of the forecast cone.
Yep.
At the end of the forecast, Glenn.
I see a
It's
heavy rainfall and flooding
happening.
continues over portions of eastern Mexico. Oh, here's rainfall potential. Yeah, over a foot locally in some areas. Yep, lots of areas of heavy rainfall. Okay. I am waiting for them to update barrels and discussion. Here's the public advisory. Let's see if there's anything. No, okay, that's a while ago. Yeah, not a lot else. Okay.
Wait, do you want to look at the storm, tropical storm and hurricane Winfield of Beryl? Pretty quickly.
Yes. It should be. I know that it's okay. Where is it? It's currently out of date right now. The tropical storm force winds are likely occurring on Barbados and likely occurring on the Grenadines, Saint
And
Vincent's.
Tobago.
Yep, Tobago as
About
well.
Tobago, yeah.
And I'll draw a line for hurricane force winds roughly. And there's the center. Okay. So yeah, the storm's roughly about here-ish right now. So tropical storm force winds are likely occurring on St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, uh, Tobago. Let's see. Okay. Not really
Oh,
occurring
MST
on.
Weather said, Hurricane Chaser Chase. This season is going to be the new history. I'm sure.
I'm not always so sure about that. This is a one storm thing right now. That's doing pretty good.
And I'm surprised this became a Category 4. I thought it was whenever this thing was in the like main development region, it was only supposed to become like a Category 2 originally. Cause
Yeah, I was predicting
yeah,
even beforehand just a category 2 peak. I wasn't really giving this too much faith because well climatology is against it. And well that's how record breakers form. Climatology is against them. All right. Anyways, hurricane force winds based on the National Hurricane Center cone are most likely on the Grenadines, mostly the southern Grenadines and Grenada and tropical
Fort
storm.
Pierce and St. Lucia videography said this season is definitely going to be active. National Hurricane of normal active.
Yeah, I believe it's going to be above average, just not really a record breaker. It could be. I could be wrong on that. I just early season indications don't always point towards an active season. We'll see. So in like July, more so on how active the season will be.
I mean, if we get storms in the main development region more, then it could be a
Yeah,
active season. We can call it above normal.
yeah, I definitely think it's going to be above average, definitely. But um,
This late start, I thought it was gonna be below average just
eh,
with
starts
this
sometimes are
start.
slow.
I'm surprised the Eastern Pacific hasn't yet.
Mhm.
Their hurricane season started like 1.5 months ago.
Yeah. All right. So here's the track of the storm, and there's a lot of good graphics I can show on this. First is the chance of tropical storm force winds. It's pretty much certain on Barbados, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, and also Tobago. Tropical storm force wind probabilities get lower around the Yucatan and Belize. They're around 50% or so, 50 to 60%, mainly 40 to 60. And then you'll notice that the probabilities expand a lot more. So, places like Honduras has up to a 20% chance. Jamaica has almost a 70, mainly a 40 to 70% chance of tropical storm force winds. In the watch area for
Dan
Haiti.
Denton.
Yeah,
Dan Denton said the waters are August. I
yeah,
agree.
yeah. They're
The
August
waters have
following.
been way hotter.
Yep,
Water's
they're
been
very
way
warm.
hotter than normal.
All right, and Haiti and the Dominican Republic, the area in the watch is around 10 to 40% chance of tropical storm force winds. All right, let's go to Trinidad. Is really in a since it's a large island, there's a huge variable of probabilities, 5 to about 50% chance. Some of the islands aren't likely to get anything. Someone says St. George looks like a direct hit through the eye. I don't know.
I mean,
It's gonna try
on
and go
Granada,
north.
yes.
The cone wants it to go more to the north of Granada. It will
Well, it's
likely,
more like,
yeah.
well, it's been like tinting, like it's been kind of like pushing it a little more south. So I mean, I can agree with what he says. It could be towards more towards Granada, but it could towards become towards like northwest instead of like just direct west.
It's currently east of where it's expected to be. The expected position is marked by this rotating icon. So just given that's a little bit more north and mainly east of where it's supposed to be, it's likely going to go more north, I think. All right. So yeah, I don't. Oh wow, that eye's gotten a lot better. I wouldn't be surprised if the system's trying to undergo another eyewall replacement cycle eventually.
I
It's
mean,
got a
it's
lot of
definitely
banding.
possible.
Yep, it's got a lot of banding to it right here, so yeah, it's totally possible. The banding's fully wrapped around
Dan,
it.
oh, Ben Tenton said, I think you'll get back to Cat 4. I mean, the forecast on Zoom Earth, it does say that.
Yeah, NHC is forecasting it to become a Cat 4. Can you check the atmospheric winds? What do you mean by that?
In wind shear, because
I think
yeah,
so. Here, I'm going to go to. Here, let me go. I'll pull it up on here. Give me a moment. Alright, here is the system. Right now, here's the sea surface temperatures. It's in around 28 degrees Celsius, which is still favorable. Um, well, really, all you need is 26, but it's going to get into an even warmer sea surface temperature environment. But that isn't everything
yeah.
for this.
What I like to say is 26 degrees is like the yellow marker. So if anything's like green, or colder, then no
Yeah.
storm can form out of it,
Well,
unless
this
it's like a
one it has
subtropical
26
storm.
as green, so. But yeah,
Oh, it
most of the
does?
time.
Oh,
Yep.
I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
For this one, it's blue and below for whatever reason.
I
Anyways,
don't understand
yep.
that.
Shear. Yeah, this pretty much shows it perfectly. It's in a low shear environment. This green color means it's favorable. Favorable for intensification.
All right.
This yellow
Yeah,
color
Dan
means that
Denton
it's.
said
Mhm.
it's a little like, and yeah, it's pretty
Yeah, it's
small.
a
I mean,
little.
it was small from the beginning.
So, this yellow color shows that it's neutral. It's not favorable or unfavorable. So basically maintaining intensity. And then this red is just unfavorable, meaning it's likely going to weaken. So you'll see it's a lot of
Right.
high shear right over here. That's going to be impacting the storm. Right now it looks pretty good.
Yeah.
It looks like a shrimp right here.
Yeah, Fort Pierce and St. Lucie Videography said oceanic heat content is very favorable with storms like that. They're a model graph
Hmm.
for the.
Oceanic heat content does not matter on this specific kind of storm, just on how fast it's moving. Sea surface temperatures are the most important. If it was moving slower, then it'd start upwelling, and oceanic heat content would matter. But not really in this case. It's
The
moving so
storm's
fast it's not
very
able to take
fast.
advantage of that.
It's just focusing on the sea surface temperatures.
Yep. I don't know what this is, but you'll see that it's very moist. Here at the center, there's not a lot of dry air. And there kind of is. Right over here-ish. Shouldn't impact it too much. I don't know why they're showing this area right here. What's this? Sorry.
Oh, Dan Denton asked a question. He said, smaller storms are not exactly. It just depends on, like,
Alright, what did he
basically,
say?
if the storm was fast to begin with. Storm in general.
You're glitching out here, I'll read it. Smaller storms are
Alright.
faster in general. Kind of hard to speak on that. I'd say so. On average, possibly. Alright, here, let me go to Alright, okay, so, for fast-moving hurricanes, they feed off of sea surface temperatures for water vapor and heat content. So for slow-moving heavy storms. So yeah, slower storms, they're going to take advantage of the oceanic heat content. Slower storms are more likely to weaken because of upwelling. That's why oceanic heat content matters so much, depending what intensity it will be. And, because sea surface temperatures really only change based off of upwelling there. So if a storm is stalling over an area like Dorian, for example, oceanic heat content will matter because it's staying over the same area. It needs a lot of, even after it's upwelling, it needs it to be warm. This storm's moving so fast, it's not really doing much upwelling at all. Oh, wow, okay. I'm going to pull this up right here. This is going to be Dvorak, a satellite estimate tool.
Fort Pierce and St. Lucie Videography said, I'm new to meteorology. Well, welcome.
Yeah, well, nice. Okay.
Hello.
Yo, hey Riley.
What's going on? I'm
Uh,
right now. I'm driving, but I mean, so I'm not looking at the stream, but I'm able to talk. But I'll be home in about 15, 20 minutes, and then I'll
nice.
have a little bit to contribute to the stream. Then I've got to drop my car off at a mechanic, get fixed. I've got a broken motor mount. There's nothing wrong with the motor itself. The motor itself is fine. Just the mount that holds it in place is broke. So I got to go get that fixed.
Nice. Alright, Dan Denton said live video of St. Vincent is getting really windy right now. Okay, it's now a Category 4. It has been upped to a
Oh, they
Category
just
4 now.
updated it? Or...
Yep, Hurricane Hunter aircraft data indicate Beryl has strengthened to an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane. Life-threatening winds and storm surge expected to begin in the Windward Islands this morning.
You want to update the little, like, what they call, you have on the top of the stream?
What does it say? It doesn't really... Here, I'll say it's now a
Just say it's
Category
like a category 4 with life-threatening winds or whatever.
4 hurricane. It is expected to make landfall on the
Oh, it just
ground.
updated? Alright, let me refresh it.
Yep. Hopefully I spelled that right. Okay. Let me actually...
Oh, they just degraded the, what's it called? The invest, was 90, was it 95L? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I figured they'd downgrade it now. It's a 3060, so now it's a medium chance. Environmental conditions appear
Yeah.
marginally conducive for additional development of the system, and a tropical depression could form by the middle part of the week. Interest in the Lesser Antilles
Still
should
says,
monitor the progress of the system.
still saying 120 for me, for some reason. Not updated yet.
Yeah, the cone isn't updated yet, but the data on it is.
So text box.
So that's quite interesting. Now it's a Category 4. So yeah, now 140 miles an hour doesn't seem too far-fetched.
Yeah, I could just strip right before landfall, and we get another like 5 hours till landfall.
Yep. Dan Denton, can you send in the link to those videos you're seeing of St.
Um,
Vincent?
I think that unless something
Yeah.
interrupts it again, I think that it will probably reach another peak of around 125 to 130 knots
Oh wow, that strong?
sometime,
I
sometime at about 18 to 00Z. That's my prediction. Again, there could be something that interrupts it. There can always be, another burst of shear or something. But it is coming out of an eye wall replacement cycle, and at a pretty decent intensity, and it's starting to be on the
yeah.
upswing again. So I can see that occurring up to 125 to 130 knots by 18 to 00Z, more probably towards 00Z if it did. But I'm just saying that there is that possibility.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it's going to undergo another eye wall replacement cycle. It's very
It, it
dandy.
I mean, it's likely to. Honestly, it looks like it's honestly kind of developing one already. If you look at it, that really outer band looks like it's going to form a really big outer eye wall, like it might even belabin itself.
Yeah.
So
All right.
there's a possibility that it does undergo another one, but either way, it's worth noting that the one that it did undergo is not good because some people will, eye wall replacement cycle, that's a good thing because it's weakening, but
Now,
that's
now
not the
it's making
case.
it larger. Yep.
Yeah, it makes it larger, the impacts, and a wider, more spread out range. So eye wall replacement cycles, most of the time, not a good thing. And especially like here where it has the waters and the conditions to be able to recover and regain strength. So now you're going to end up with a storm of the same intensity as before, except that it's larger with a bigger wind field, and therefore there's going to be more impact. So
Yeah.
that's why eye wall replacement cycles not usually not a good thing.
All right, Dan Denton, do you have the link for that stream that you said, the live video of St. Vincent?
It's probably on windy.com if I had to
That was
guess.
my guess, but I don't know if you might have another website.
The only case that I can think of eye wall replacement cycle recently actually being beneficial to a landfall location is Idalia. It actually caused the storm to collapse,
Oh yeah.
like because it was
Yep.
geared to start with, and then once it goes in eye wall replacement cycle, it just gets vulnerable, and
Mhm.
then it just got ripped apart.
Yeah.
But if it's not in a shear environment, then eye wall replacement cycle.
Denton said I sent it. It's on YouTube.
Oh, I don't
Like
see
we
the
need the
link.
link
Sorry.
in chat.
Yeah, I don't see it. My bad.
Send the link in chat. Copy and paste.
Chris is done.
Yeah. All right. So there are two recon planes in the storm right now at the same time. Looks like they got a pressure of 960. I don't know what they went for the intensity of the storm.
Oh, they have up. Okay, yeah, okay, I can see. They have updated the what's it called?
959 millibars.
950.
Okay, hold on. 130 knots flight level wind. Yeah, that'd be 117 knots, 115 knots it converts to, so 130. Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be a point, and that's probably going to happen sooner rather than later, where the pressure's going to fall and the winds aren't going to increase a lot.
Mm-hmm.
They'll probably increase some during that time, but it's more so it's going to straighten itself out how it should be for the pressure winds. Like eventually, a storm's going to find a way to do that. So I think that could be on the horizon soon.
Oh,
Wait, MSTW Weather said, what is that website at Hurricane Jesus Chase? Which website?
yeah, which one?
The one, the one we're looking at currently right now?
This one for recon or what?
Or like the forecast cone with the Beryl and stuff. And also for
Oh,
people who don't know,
webcams.
like, weather web, the
Here, I'll send it
webcams.
in the chat. I found
Also
this
for
pretty.
people who don't, like, for people who don't like weather websites, I'm gonna link a little thing that lets you view Beryl from Barbados. So
Mm-hmm. Alright, so here's the latest radius tropical storm force winds. They have tropical storm force winds occurring on Barbados, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and also Grenada. They also have it going on for. Alright, so they also have it going on for Tobago and possibly on the tip of Trinidad. Hurricane force winds still not occurring on any island. Same with the damaging tropical storm force winds in green here. Thankfully, it's still offshore.
all right,
Alright, here's the
hey,
updated
people
cone.
are joining.
What?
People are joining now
Oh,
to the
nice.
Discord.
Hello, good
With
morning.
now a Logan and
So
Weather cool kid.
Squidward.
Yep.
Logan and Squidward.
Mm-hmm.
I've
I
been
don't
here
know.
since
Yeah, he's been here
I
since the
was.
start.
I've been sitting there for like since like 5:30 Eastern time.
Yeah.
Tired as heck.
So yeah, here's the updated point on where it's located right now. So yeah, it's looking like it's gonna miss Grenada. I mean, it's just gonna be a little bit to the north, the center of the storm at least. It's expected to go somewhere over the Grenadines. So this island right here that has Hillsborough, I don't know the name of that island. I know it's part of the Grenadines, but that area is likely going to get some of the worst of it. Just due to whatever side is on the northern side of the eye is going to be the worst. Grenada is still going to get some fierce winds as well. Here's a current look at the radar. Really, that eye doesn't look too good now. It's like it's split apart. Riley, do you think that's an eye wall replacement cycle, or what's going on? Why is it looking like that exactly?
Well, it is worth noting. Well, it is worth noting that it's finishing one up, and when a storm is finishing one up, it can sometimes look as if it's still in it, just because it's still cleaning up the cloud debris,
Yeah.
reorganizing the eye wall, restructuring, right, all that stuff. So the odds that it's entering another one right away is low. But I
Yep.
mean, with the structure that it had, it's not exactly something that's eye wall replacement cycle resilient. So
Yeah.
what I'm saying is that if eventually enter another one, later today, more like late, like overnight or tomorrow, then it really wouldn't be that big of a surprise, just because this is not exactly a eye wall replacement resistant structure here.
Yeah. There's a lot of heavy outer bands occurring in north of there and some other islands like Martinique, Guadeloupe.
Never mind, it was Squidward that was here. It's Cool Kid that joined, Weather Cool Kid.
Yeah, Logan was here and then he left. Okay. So, other cool kid, what are your thoughts on the system right now?
all right.
Hello.
Hello.
What are your thoughts on the system right now?
Um, my thoughts are, well, it's very impressive that there's a major category 4 in the middle of June. Like, but
It's
Now it's
actually
July.
my
July
thoughts
Yeah,
now,
now
but
it's
I
July.
know what you mean.
my thoughts on the system
It's
are
normal.
Yeah, the pressure drops 6 millibars in in about 3 hours. It looks like. I think. Yeah, I believe. No, hold on. Yeah, my bad. Yeah. All right, so it went from 965 to 959. So it strengthened quite a bit in terms of a pressure drop. It's intensified 10 miles an hour in 3 hours. So that is some quick intensification. All right, someone says possible it
Dan
has two
Denton.
eyes. Yeah, I see that. Is it possible it has two eyes? It may still kind of have two eyes, but it's trying to get
I
back
hate
to
when,
one eye. Yep. Hmm?
I don't like when people ask that. Like, does a storm have two centers of circulation? No, it never does. So therefore, it doesn't have two eyes. It just has an inner eye and an outer eye
Oh
when it's
yeah,
undergoing
sure.
out. I kind of hate the mythology of two eyes because a storm never can have two eyes.
Yeah.
I mean, I know what he's saying. Like, is it still in the eye wall replacement cycle where it has an inner and outer eye wall? So I get what he's saying. It's just that
Do you think it is?
whenever that, I think it's finishing one up. But
Mm-hmm.
like I said, the way this structure is, it's more likely to start another one sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
And the next one that it starts, I don't think it's going to go as smooth because it's going to be larger and it's going to start to deal with worsening conditions. So
So
when
do you
that
think
happens,
you were saying 130 knots? You expected 125 to 130 knots? Are you sure about that?
100, 125 to 130 knots is possible.
All right.
I'm expecting at least 120, I think,
Mm-hmm.
but 125 to 130 is definitely possible.
Yeah.
It should occur overnight. There's not really much in the way for the next 12 hours to stop it. So
Yep. Now the
If
CDO of the system, the main part of the system, is now reaching the Grenadines. Got some light rain going on. Very light to light rain at that, basically.
okay, so this is what I can see.
Mm-hmm.
I can see the eyewall replacement cycle is being completed. It's finishing up. The eye itself on IR is not the not that bad, but I've seen a little bit cleaner and
Yeah.
more rounded eyes. So I think there might be a little bit of mid-level shear that it's dealing with, but it shouldn't be anything that prevents the system from continuing to re-intensify a little
Mm-hmm.
more.
Dan Denton, if you're wondering, if you're wondering if a storm has two eyes, the only case that could happen is Fujiwara. If it's a
I don't think that. Two eyes now. It still wouldn't be
It's
anything,
it's literally impossible.
right? Yeah.
Do you know why? Okay,
the
here's why.
Fujiwara. You said the Fujiwara effect is possible.
No,
It's
no,
not.
No,
the
that's
Fujiwara,
possible.
or with
But a
two
storm,
eyes.
but a storm wouldn't have two eyes. What would happen is eventually the storms would pull towards each other because the low pressures attract, and then it
Rip
would
each other
briefly
apart.
like rotate around each other while ripping each other apart. And the more dominant system, the stronger of the two, will absorb the other one. Like I'm trying to think of the last time this occurred. Okay, I think I remember in 2022 in the Western Pacific, Super Typhoon Hinam Nor
Yeah, that's
observed
exactly what I was thinking. Yeah.
absorbed Tropical Depression 13W. Now, if you had like two hurricanes or two typhoons or something like that, two similar strength systems
Mm-hmm.
competing, then it would be a pretty interesting outcome. And we did have it in the EPAC. I'm going to say 5 years ago, and where there was two storms of similar intensity competing, but ultimately the larger one ended up winning out. And usually that's how it is. The one that has an overall higher energy is going to win out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I don't think two eyes are really possible at all. It's not.
No, it's not. But I hope that answers people's questions about Fujiwara and
Yep.
how it works
They
and all
said I
that.
meant
So
inner and outer replacement, not literally two eyes. Yeah. Yep, we got that.
yeah. Yeah, that's a normal phenomenon in majors.
Mm-hmm.
It's my. I just took it the wrong way.
Yeah. Ooh, there was lightning in the eye wall. There was finally a lightning flash in the northeastern side of the eye wall. That's good, right, Riley?
Yep. Lightning in the eye wall is usually good.
We
It,
finally
it
got our
means
first
Oh,
sign,
strike
Dan,
the whole
Dan.
time.
Oh,
it means a sign of strengthening. Now, if you have like a ton of
Dan Denton. Yeah, Dan Denton said English is my language. Yeah, I
Okay,
gotcha.
all right. So what are you saying, Riley?
okay, so
Really?
lightning in the eye wall is a sign of like convective burst and strengthening. Like one or two lightning strikes is not really significant, but if you see the whole eye wall like engulfed in lightning, then that's how you know like it's going. Like it could be an RI if you see a whole eye wall like filled with lightning. Like right
Yeah.
here, we don't really see the western eye wall being quite as strong as the eastern eye wall, so I don't think you're going to see that happen yet unless it's able to fix that.
Yeah, it's been
But the
struggling with
eastern,
the western side.
yeah, it has been a little bit, but the eastern side's looking pretty decent right now. But yeah, the western side seems to kind of like have a break in it a little bit.
Yeah, the eastern side's been more strong, I think, especially the northeastern side.
Yeah, I'll be right back in a minute.
All right. So I would like to find live cams.
Doesn't Wendy have that?
Yeah, I don't know how up to date it is. It's not really
I think
like
it updates like
live.
every 30 minutes or something like that. I think Grenada has one, if I'm correct.
Mhm. All right, here I'm gonna look at what the
Yeah,
person
that's it.
said. Um, they said St. Vincent's. Right, here I'll try and pull it up off screen. St. Vincent live camera.
Yeah, Fort Pierce and St. Lucie
I know,
Videography
another
said
ad. But
there
hang
are
on.
locally operating airlines still Barbados
Mhm.
dangerous. I like them to close down their airlines, but I guess you're saying that Barbados still has open airlines, and that's kind of dangerous.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that is very dangerous.
All right. Someone says Ian's eye was super explosive with lightning. Yeah, that storm was scary. Never go through anything like that again. Yep, this storm had a bunch of lightning, like 24 hours ago, just because of how quickly it was intensifying. Now it's more so gradual intensification. It looks like it was weakening earlier, so it's struggling.
Yeah, you can see the videos on your screen, Chase, on the left.
Yeah, but they're not like second or live by second. I don't think.
I think they update like 10 every 10, 15, 20,
Mhm.
30 minutes. We still got life like webcams. That's not too bad.
Mhm.
Maybe once like the eye wall lamp, the grenadines, maybe we can
Mhm.
go into those cameras and see if they update still.
Well, here's this camera. You can see it's pretty windy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can see the camera shaking somewhat.
Oh, shouldn't we be scared of the reef off the coast of Belize?
It's too far out, I'd say. We'll be doing another live stream if it's about to hit Jamaica, or if it's about to hit the Yucatan, Belize as a hurricane. Yeah, the
It's
system's
looking pretty
likely gonna
windy.
have. Well, I mean, it's definitely gonna likely have a landfall in the Yucatan or Belize, and then likely eventually Mexico or Texas. And then there's the possibility of a Jamaica landfall, so there's possibly three more streams with this system throughout the
It's
next
actually a
week or so.
perfect webcam
What?
because we can see the storm surge come up.
Which one?
The one you're looking at right now.
This one or
The one where you're just looking
Storm
at.
surge already.
Wait, let me. One. Yeah, we can look at the storm surge come up on the coast.
here? This one you were saying?
Yeah, that one, yeah.
Are you saying it's occurred or what?
No, I'm saying it's good because we can see the storm surge come up on the
Oh
shore.
yeah, when it
Okay,
does.
I
Yeah.
just want to say something. Yesterday, you remember what I said? How I said that I believe that it will weaken to a tropical storm or low end Cat 1 during the Caribbean?
I think so. Yeah.
People said that there's no support for that from the models. Well, now the GFS think there's no support for that. You're right. There's no
Hmm.
support to even keep it above 1,000 mil or below
Yeah.
1,000 millibars now on the latest GFS run. This is what people don't realize. The shear direction is going to switch out of the west, and it is heading west. You are literally going to end up with another Brett. Like,
Yeah.
this didn't bust like Brett, thankfully. But you're gonna, well, I guess
Unfortunately.
unfortunately, given that it's near land, so I guess
Yeah.
it would have been better if it did, given everything at play
Yep.
here. But anyways, what I'm saying is at peak it's not a bust. While Brett was a bust at peak, and then later on got sheared badly, really badly in the Caribbean. Well, this is going to be sheared really badly in the Caribbean, except it's not a bust at peak.
Yeah.
That's the difference. But like this, I mean, I think it's going to make it as a TC there, but it's not going to be a very organized one.
It's gonna take it's gonna take a while to weaken it down to tropical storm status, I think. Wouldn't you agree on that?
I mean, where do you think it'll weaken to a tropical storm at?
I don't even know if
What
it
part of
will,
the?
honestly.
I mean, it's gonna
Ah,
weaken we already know it's gonna weaken to a tropical storm already. Most likely, whenever it hits the Yucatan, maybe as a low end Category 1.
Hmm.
I'm thinking that it's going to weaken to a tropical storm by the time it gets to Jamaica.
I think after.
Seriously.
For me, I think that it's um I feel like
Shear.
it's gonna weaken after Jamaica. Just if it strikes Jamaica, it would be. I mean, if you're
Well,
saying
if
that
it
it'd be a
strikes
tropical storm
Jamaica, then
beforehand.
definitely. I'm saying, well,
Fort Pierce CVography said, "Is that the Windy app? How did you get that radar on your screen?
Oh,
Just go to Windy.
I
Isn't it
have a custom
windy.com?
color scale, but yeah.
That's windy.com.
Yeah, just go to windy.com and you
App
can
and then
find it.
weather radar on the top right.
Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna cook myself some breakfast.
I'm gonna take like a 15-minute break, I think. Okay. How's that sound?
all right.
All right. So yeah, or just I'm gonna
Hey,
mute.
can you cover us for a little bit?
Nah, nah. I'll just have it muted.
Yeah.
All right, I'm back.
All right.
All right, let's.
Hello. Christ. That's a lot of wind for sure. Such a peaceful advertisement or advertisement, and then turns right to wind.
That looks pretty cool. Good there.
That's actually a good standby point.
Florida wishes it could have something like that.
Obviously, their beaches kind of suck though.
It does. It,
Like
outside of the
tourists.
Keys, it does. Well, the Panhandle has nice ones, I hear. Beaches are overrated, anyways. The best of Florida woods.
Lol. There's way too many people just surfing and littering and stuff. Is that Bridgetown?
See more webcams.
I think it's 104 or 120 knots now.
It's getting eerily close to the Grenadines, to be honest. Wait, Chase, can you measure how far it is away from the Grenadines?
The E-Pack is cooked, dude.
100 kilometers away. What about the Hillsborough Island or whatever? Check that. Like kilometers or 5 miles. Oh wow.
It doesn't look that great on IR, but I mean, the plane just found evidence of 120 knots. So expect to see that at 11.
Beautiful.
EPAC.
Chase, why aren't you talking?
Oh, sorry. How long was I not talking?
Like maybe 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. My bad. Sorry
Hey,
about
you're
that.
fine.
I didn't realize my mic was muted. Alright, so what I was gonna say is that there's a national shutdown uh,
Or where?
for St. Lucia. They're saying a national shutdown in effect, remain indoors until all clear is given.
Grenadine should be doing that more than St. Lucia.
Yeah.
Also, maybe Grenada should be doing that too.
There's a weather station for probably the closest pass to this island, Hillsborough. There's a weather station here showing that winds are pretty light, only 17-mile-an-hour gusts, so I don't see the wind picking up, really. Oh, there it is. Now the wind's picking up. Yeah, I see it. So yeah, they're,
Oh
they're
wait,
likely going to be in the...
never mind.
Mm-hmm.
The plane's flying at 750 millibar instead of 700, so it still supports 115.
Okay.
But I mean, it might be 120 by then.
Yeah. Alright, I'm going to try and link the stream. Okay. Uh... Oh, what's this? Okay, I didn't realize he was doing that. Oh well. Okay. That's cool. Alright. Landfall coverage.
I'm tired of people saying HWRF is too aggressive.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, HWRF sees things that regular models do not. Remember Andy Hazelton and, oh, we're going to replace the HWRF with the HAFS. I'm glad they
Yeah.
didn't, because that would have been one of the biggest mistakes in the history of meteorology. That would have been the second biggest mistake behind ending WPAC Recon.
Yeah.
But it would have been replacing HWRF. Like, why?
Oh geez, here's the forecast of what it... Okay. I don't agree with this, but this is Windy's thing. It's kind of glitchy. This isn't gonna happen. It's not gonna move south. It's kind of glitchy.
Why is the entire PNG? Wait, why is the entire hurricane just like a
Sliding.
PNG kind of like just
It's
spinning?
it's Windy's hour forecast. It's kind of wrong.
Kind of garbage.
Yeah. Shows
At
it.
least they gave us radar and IR and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Alright, here's what the eye looks like right now.
Look. Oh wow. What hurricane does that remind me of?
I don't know.
A specific reminds me of a specific one from like 2021. Wasn't it Sam? I think it was Sam.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Huh. Sorry, but Beryl's not anywhere near Sam.
Yeah.
I know Beryl's nice, but
Well, like early Sam is what I'm talking about.
before Pete, sure.
Yeah.
Peak, yeah.
So yeah, Hillsborough is now should be getting in on the outer bands of the storm. So I wish there was a camera.
And also
there.
they're gonna be going through the eye wall and the eye, so you can
Yep.
get a view from Hillsborough of the eye.
Oh, there's more cameras. I see. Thank you, Weather Cool Kid. I'm gonna pull that up. see what this one shows.
Oh,
With the ads.
And then it just goes wind.
Yeah.
So
Ooh.
peaceful, and then look.
Yep. Alright, so pull up this one. Okay. There you can see quite a bit of
Ads are
rain
so
is here.
Alright, there's the wind.
Here's this right here. This could probably go over, I'm guessing.
It probably will.
Are there any live cameras of Saints or Grenada or the Grenadines that you can find?
Or Tobago. We can try Tobago.
Tobago's too far south.
Alright.
Mainly trying to get something that's going to be in the eye of it.
Well, at least we have a weather station in Hillsborough. That's pretty good.
Yep. Let's see what. Okay, gusts are now up to 21 miles per hour. Quite low.
It's probably gonna get to like maybe 80 at least.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
wind gusts up to 100.
Chase, that one Bale's camera is probably going to be in the eye. What's the one?
Yep. Can you send a link?
We already viewed it, but I'll send the link.
That one. Alright, here, so. Oh, it's this one. My bad.
That's that one.
So
This
wait,
one I
where's
was talking
this?
about earlier.
This one is near Port Elizabeth, south.
Wait, who's speaking? Weather Cool Kid? Hey, your mic's very quiet.
I'm sorry.
No worries. Alright, so where's Basil Bar? Oh, they're on the island. Okay. Well, no, they're on a northern one. Okay. I feel like they'll be in the eye wall though, the strongest part of the storm. I mean, it's still windy. Alright, let's see. That eye is looking better. Right now.
Great Chase.
Mm-hmm.
Without all the shear, or without all the like the wind shear, would you think that Beryl had a chance to become a Category 5?
Yeah. If it wasn't for, well, if it doesn't undergo eye wall replacement cycle galore, then it could, I feel like.
Appearing. Last viewers of Brand.
Yeah, I see. It's mainly because other channels are streaming and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Are there any cameras from Hillsborough? No, Hillsborough Grenadines. I'm looking off stream.
Yeah, that's the only one, but it's kind of like glitchy.
Yeah, it's not a video. Yeah, it's hard to see anything there. Those homes are not... Alright, here, I'll pull it up on stream.
those mobile homes.
I don't know. Here, I'll pull it up. Eh. They're built on stilts, some of them, which is good, I think. Some of them look like mobile homes.
Look pretty
Where
weak.
is this again?
This is the island that's going to be hit. Most likely Hillsborough.
Alright.
Yeah, for me, it looks like it's going to make a direct hit there on Hillsborough. It's moving north or west northwest, so it's gradually curving more northward. Hopefully, it can miss the highly populated island of Grenada.
Hmm.
I
Still
think it
hurricane
will. I
force
think it's
winds are
already
possible.
gone.
Yep.
I think if it goes over the entire I think that I could actually like go over the
What, the entire island of Hillsborough? Or
personally.
what?
Yeah. Or with the town with the island with the town Hillsborough.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
I could probably cover the entire island.
Oh, yeah, easily.
It's,
Yep.
this is still a major hurricane, right?
It's upgraded to a Category
Yeah,
4.
it's still Cat 4.
Ah, I was just making sure I haven't
It's
checked
Cat
yet if
3
it's still a
at the
Category
other
4.
advisory.
Right,
Hmm.
thanks.
It was Category 3 at the other
Yeah, and then
advisory.
it's strengthened.
Ah,
Alright, so yeah, it could probably easily fit that island
hey
in.
Chase, I have new information.
Hmm.
In Bridgetown, there was a gust of 70-mile-an-hour winds.
Bridgetown? Oh, wow. Okay. Interesting. That's quite
That's
strong. Yeah.
basically hurricane winds.
Hopefully they should be getting out of the worst of it pretty soon. Right now the winds are blowing onshore, so not a good situation for those islands or for that island. Here's
Yeah,
what it
there's
looks
a lot of
like.
webcams on that island.
Oh. Thankfully this area is
Everything but on half volume, it still sounds like a rocket.
Yeah, let's see what else is there. There's still this right here. You can see the camera shaking. And then we got this right here, showing how fast the clouds are moving. Why does that look like the... Okay, to me this building looked like its roof was removed, but no, it's not.
Like, that was some pretty early damage.
Yeah. Here we have this as well. Doesn't seem like it's going to get any worse at this point. For Barbados, at
No.
least. Really, conditions should only be improving. Is that they're away from it. Although, yeah, Hillsborough and the rest of the Grenadines are going to be likely hits with the hurricane force winds. It's only really deteriorating right now. You can see all the rain bands being pushed. And then it's light rain at this point. It's not heavy rain. There isn't really areas of heavy rain unless you're in the eye wall. Even that's really only moderate rain. I can pull up their radar. What it looks like. I think that this is updated. I don't know. Yeah, you can see how much improvement that eye has gone through. Getting that full ring around. Here, I'm going to refresh it. Because it should be even more updated. Yep, there it is. Yeah. Some pretty moderate to heavy rainfall in the northeastern part of the eye wall. Mainly most of the eye wall, wherever it's organized. You can see all the heavy rain pouring down on St. Vincent right now, and you got a new band. Yeah, right here, this new band is forming. Could cause some localized flash flooding. If it
Did
stalls
you know
over
right
the
now we are at the latest start on record in the EPAC?
Well, I thought it was July 4th.
That was July
Well,
6th.
first of all, we're going to pass that, and second of all, where do you hear that from? Because that's what year?
2016?
There was literally a Cat 2 in January.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Well,
that's
wasn't
in the
that the...
CPAC.
Yeah.
Yes, it's in the. So for the actual EPAC, I mean, yeah, July 6th, I guess you're right, or July 4th, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I don't think it really matters at this point because it looks like that's going to be surpassed because it's just so dead, and there's literally nothing in the models for the next 2 weeks.
Yeah.
This is literally equivalent to if Atlantic had nothing all of August, which happened a few years ago, but then it went the entire first half of September without anything.
Yep.
That's really what this is equivalent to in the EPAC.
Yeah.
Because during La Nina, June and July is the best months in EPAC.
Yeah. Alright. So, I'm wondering if the other system can be detected on radar. Chris at all. Yeah, the northern side of Chris, that rain band can be seen. If I pull up satellite, you can see the entirety of it. Just all the thunderstorms associated with it. It's mainly, I mean, it's like you can't even find the center anymore. It's just all the thunderstorms that are moving inland. Really heavy rainfall, up to a foot in some areas, are possible. So, yeah, not a good situation there. And also we got our Invest 96L, which is getting sheared quite a bit. Its chances have dropped from 70% now down to 60% chance of becoming a tropical depression. Not looking too good right now. You can clearly see the shear pushing all the thunderstorms away from whatever center it has. Alright, anyone in the chat have any questions about their local area? Anyone? No, okay. Yeah, I noticed that there's a lot of live streams going on. Alright, so here, I'll pull up some more cameras. This looks good. It shows traffic. I'll load this one then. Oh, I think I just saw something here. Just need the add to.
Only 29.
Oh no, that's nothing. Okay.
I don't see that.
See the power lines moving up and down, some of them. The top of this tent got like blown off. Thankfully, it's not really too much of a flood threat. I wish this would load. This might look nice.
Oh, someone said something in the chat.
Alright. What about Jamaica? I think that's you. Alright, so, Jamaica. Alright. Jamaica right now, they're getting impacted by a tropical wave. Right now, this little thing. Not a lot of rain or anything. But then the system will be the next main focus. There's currently no tropical storm watches or warnings in effect for Jamaica. Nothing at all yet. It is expected to be a Category 2 hurricane just south of Jamaica, at least according to the latest National Hurricane Center cone. That'd be by 2 p.m. Atlantic Standard Time on Wednesday. That's when it's likely going to be the worst for Jamaica. Still don't know if it's going to be a little bit more north, make a direct hit on Jamaica, or just barely go to the south, or completely avoid it. It's too far out to tell right now. It is within the 2.5 day point though, so more certainty is coming out. Rainfall totals in the area, if I could. Here we go. So rainfall is really going to determine, or is really based off of where the center goes. This model, the Euro model,
Hey,
wants it to go just south.
I just realized the last marker from 5 a.m. Monday
Hmm.
on the NHC forecast cone, it said it would be like the forecast cone line would be like halfway down Jamaica. Now it's pushing above like above Kingston.
Okay, all right. All right,
And
so
now it extends fully into the Gulf of Mexico as a tropical storm. So
yeah. All right, so this one, it wants the center to Euro wants it to just go directly south. So really only about 4 inches, maybe localized areas of 6 inches or higher. The GFS model, they wanted to ram directly into Jamaica and weaken it dramatically. Still roughly about
If
six
it did,
inches.
if it went over Jamaica, it would be done because, I mean, not like done as in dissipated, but it would be done in terms of like it's completely ripped apart and probably
Yeah,
not recovering because around that time it's going to be being hit with some pretty harsh conditions,
yeah,
uh, shear wise. Even though it's going to be over very warm, deep, high ocean heat content waters that will actually be able to support it even more than it's over now. Except that the upper level of condition is going to take a turn for the worse around that time. So the land interaction with Jamaica would just make it go from bad to worse if that happened for the storm.
yeah. But if it does that though, it would be like a sacrifice there just for the storm to be
Yeah,
less impactful for the Yucatan or
yeah.
Belize.
The way I look at the way I look at situations like that is it's a double edged sword, right? So
Yeah,
one place takes the blow and takes the hit, while another place it softens the blow for them. I'll give you
yep,
an example for Irma. Cuba took its intensity out of it for us. If not for that, it probably would have been Category 5 landfall in Florida. So
yeah,
we can thank Irma or Cuba, I mean, for bringing Irma down from that crazy peak that it was on. So, that's one of these
exactly.
things when you're playing, when you're dodging islands or going between them and stuff. Sometimes one island can, take a direct impact, which even though if it does hit Jamaica directly, it's not going to be at peak, thankfully. But
Yep,
if that happened, it's definitely going to be worse for Jamaica, but better for Mexico down the road.
exactly. Say if
wait,
the GFS.
Chase. Will you be doing a live if it becomes more than a major in the Gulf of Mexico and it strikes land?
Well, if it's a hurricane and strikes land, then I'll do a live stream on it.
The Category 1 plus?
Yep.
Right.
That's mainly the thing globally, but there really hasn't been any big ones that make landfall that are not borderline. But yeah, if the GFS verifies, it wants around half a foot, maybe some areas of 9 inches plus locally. The Icon model wants it to go just south as well, kind of like the Euro. And it wants really like only 3, 4 inches, 5 inches, maybe like 7 in localized spots. But yeah, in this case, it would want the Yucatan Peninsula to get the worst of it, possibly over a foot of rain in some areas. All right, here I'm gonna pull up the what it looks like overall right now in terms of everything that's going to be happening to it, like shear, sea surface temperatures. Currently, it's been moving more north of the forecast, just a smidge north. Could result in its going more towards Jamaica. We don't know yet. It could wobble back to the south just as easily. Um, the sea surface temperatures are going to be the main aspect just because of how fast it's moving. Oceanic heat content isn't too important. Sea surface temperatures are around 28 degrees Celsius, so pretty good for this system. It's able to sustain itself and potentially even strengthen some in this kind of water. The moisture is very good in its right now. Just a little bit dry air to the north by Puerto Rico, that area. Not too dry though. And then the oh, did we just get a microwave pass? Yeah, we got a microwave pass not too long ago, showing its eyewall replacement cycle. Kind of, it's nearly completed. Yeah, so this was when we were streaming earlier with that bands that was impacting Granada. There, okay. Okay, so the main thing that's going to be causing the weakening is the shear. Right now it's in a favorable environment for shear. These green lines are going to be favorable for intensification. These yellow lines are going to be neutral, so not really any intensification, not really any weakening. These red lines are all going to be the weakening of the storm. So it's going to have to go through a lot of shear. That's going to be impacting the system. Should occur within the next, I'd say 24 hours. I'd say 18 hours at this point, probably. Should undergo a lot of weakening. It might be gradual, it might be quick, like Riley suggests. I feel like it could, as soon as the eye falls apart, then it's likely going to weaken pretty quick. It has a solid core, I think, that will keep it intact for a bit. Here's what the eye's looking like. It's not as circular right now, I'd say. A little bit more ragged. But overall, it's become a lot more solid. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Now, instead of part of it being broken apart, now it's just a full ring of heavy rain, which
All right,
does
I'm
mean
gonna
it's
jump.
intensifying.
I'm gonna jump in the shower,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna be out about 10-15 minutes, and then about 10-15 minutes more, and then I've got to go because I got to go take my car to get it fixed.
All right, nice.
So yeah, I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll be able to be in the call again for about 10-15 more, and then I've got to go.
Nice. Okay.
All right, so I'll be right back.
All right, see ya. All right, here, time to pull up the cameras again. Let me see if this has updated at all. It should look really bad once the eye is over it or the
Wait,
apples.
wait. Are you inviting the last batch of people?
Yeah, I'm trying to ring them up. Well, I mean,
It's
right now we have a solid group of
crazy,
3, so three's good.
Yeah.
or yeah, a crazy Daniel and of Riley.
So, I'm waiting
Daniel.
for Macklin to be available. Jeez, he hasn't joined at all. In the 3 hours.
God, is he gonna answer? He's been on Do Not Disturb. That's probably why.
Mm-hmm.
Someone needs to DM him, tell him to get off Do Not Disturb. He's gotta join a live stream. He literally said he's gonna be here for 6 hours straight.
Yeah.
Like, I'm literally about to fall asleep. I stay up till what? For your time, I stay up till like 1.
Hello, everyone.
Mm-hmm. Wait, hello? Hold on. Who? Oh, Crazy. Yes. Yo, Crazy. Okay, we're live right now, by the way. Just a heads up.
Right.
I'm sharing my screen so you can see what I'm showing the stream right now.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've taken a look at radar at all.
Yeah.
It's
I haven't
become a
taken a
lot
look
more
at radar
solid.
yet, but suddenly tells me all I need to know.
Yep.
This is exactly what I did not want to see overnight.
Yeah. I mean, the eyewall replacement cycle, the only good thing for that is it could weaken the storm. Right now, it's back up to the same strength, and now the wind field's larger, so.
No, Chase. Let me hear me
What?
out. So the storm yesterday was a far more vulnerable hurricane. It was a
Hmm.
far more vulnerable hurricane. Um, Everything about it was a lot more vulnerable. It was a lot smaller of a storm. The inner core was smaller, a lot more fragile, and it was being sheared yesterday. Today,
Yeah.
yours lower. System now has a more mature, larger eye wall now that it completed an eye replacement cycle, which, by the way, it completed a little bit of an unusual kind of eye replacement cycle where the inner eye wall really didn't even fight back. It once
Oh,
the
wow.
inner eye wall, so sometimes the inner eye wall just kind of gives up, and this was one of those cases. It just gave up,
Hmm.
which
Makes it
not
quicker.
only
Makes the process
which
a
makes
lot faster.
yeah, and that's exactly what it did. It
Oh, wow, okay.
um so overall, this is a much more stable hurricane than what we otherwise would have.
Hmm. How strong do you think it could get?
Reasonably considering that it still has about 12 hours to intensify. I think I would say 125 to 130 knots seems reasonable for a
Oh,
potential
wow.
peak.
Okay.
Um,
Do you think a Cat 5 is on the cards at all? On the table?
they'd have to rush it. They would have to rush it.
Yeah. I don't really see it happening at all.
The deepening rate would have to be insane.
Yeah. Anyways, how long do you think until landfall?
Now that
What?
How long until you think landfall will occur?
At this rate, so it's moving maybe straight like 2 hours ish.
2 hours? Okay.
Somewhere around there, maybe. Then again, I just woke up, so
Yeah.
it could be.
Wait, Chase.
Mhm.
Chase, do you want to extend the live for a little bit so we can cover its landfall?
Well, I mean, it's going up until noon. It's mainly going to be an hour after landfall occurs, is how long this stream will be.
Alright, cool.
But then we might have to make it a little longer.
Yeah, I don't know. If the landfall does occur within the next 2 hours, that'd mean that an hour afterwards would be noon Atlantic Standard Time. So,
Overall, as well, I
mhm,
think it's worth noting this has major implications downstream. So, if this system had failed this hour replacement cycle
mhm,
and still had this small core, first of all, would not be as strong right now. And I think the bigger takeaway from it, okay,
mhm,
would be that as soon as it hit the shear tonight, it would instantly start to collapse.
yeah. Now it's more
The
resilience, right?
far more resilient. And actually, if you take a look at satellite, it has another characteristic going for it that makes it more resilient.
Here I have infrared.
This is now kind of an annular hurricane.
Oh yeah, yeah,
It looks. You see how much less banding there is?
yes.
First of all, that makes it a little bit less.
It kind of reminds me of Ida.
Mhm.
I wouldn't say it reminds me of Ida. I'd say, in terms of structure, I'm gonna say this right now. In terms of like being kind of this semi-annular hurricane heading into the Caribbean,
Mhm.
the only comparable hurricane in recent times to that kind of structure would probably be Irma.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Yeah.
that's because if anybody remembers how Irma looked heading into the Caribbean, it was kind of annular, not fully, but you could see how it was mostly like the bands were all very close to the center.
What about radar here? How does this show? Does this show it right here? How
I mean,
how
yeah,
it's
there's
mostly
there's
angular?
not that much banding in it. There's
Mhm.
banding, but there's not a ton of it.
Yeah. It's mostly confined to the center, right?
Yeah,
Okay, all right.
in a true annular system, there'd be hardly any banding at all.
Mhm.
So
It's a
yeah,
semi-annular.
yeah, I guess that's the best way to put it. And overall, it's a very resilient hurricane. So I think, in general, I think we should see this given where it is, given overall the environment it has, I would say probably give it 4 hours or so, and then the eye will be fully clear.
Wow.
Maybe
Okay.
a little less time, but I think it's not going to clear its eye as quickly as it did for its first run.
Yeah. Is it because of the eye wall replacement cycle?
Just because the eye's slightly larger.
Oh, all right.
Well, it's
Yeah.
already pretty much almost clear, so I guess I could be wrong. And the sidewall, I don't know. Something about the sidewall too doesn't look as. It still doesn't look quite right.
What?
Yeah, the actual structure of the eye wall. That could just be because the system is still kind of strengthening and it needs another few hours to mature fully off of
Yeah.
its eye replacement cycle. But at least its CDO right now is still a little bit wonky.
I could say though that the eye wall within the last 3 hours has gotten a lot better organized in terms of now there's no breakage in parts of it. Now it's a full ring, solid ring right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll see that continue to fill out. There's still some slight fracturing ongoing, but that's
Mhm.
pretty typical of the end of an eye replacement cycle.
Yeah.
And overall, the eye is cleared very quickly. So
So I assume you know it's a category 4 right now. Got
yeah, I know.
it.
I just saw. Yeah, which makes sense.
Anything else right now going on with Recon? Did they get another thing or something?
Hold on. Let me go take a look at its environment too and how quickly it enters shear.
Okay. Perfect.
So Beryl has right now.
Mhm.
It has actually it only has has about 15 knots of mid-level shear. So 8 p.m. shear appears to remain pretty similar to what it is right now. Should overall not be too bad. However, it's worth noting by 8 p.m. the direction of shear changes. So right now the main shear vector is
Here, I have it right here.
sort of
Roughly.
I'm back.
okay. All right.
Okay, so what he's saying about the shear vector,
Mhm.
that's kind of what I was saying yesterday, is that oftentimes the shear vector matters just as much, if not more, than the actual shear itself. What I mean is since it has 15 knots of shear, but it's moving, in the opposite direction of it at almost 15 knots, the effective net shear that it has is a little lower
Yeah.
because whereas if it was moving west and it had shear out of the west, the effective net shear would be higher. So
Yep, just like it's gonna go through.
right, and that's why I believe that it will weaken more than expected, and now the models are starting to agree with that.
What do you
That
think
was
about
what
that,
my
Crazy?
Yeah.
I know that you're
That's what
both
I
prefer.
agreeing with a strong Category 4 peak, that it's definitely going to continue strengthening. But Crazy, how much do you think it's going to weaken, and how quickly?
Well, I think at least looking at a lot of model guidance, it's going to be kind of this it's going to basically hit a wall. So once it hits the shear, it's going to hit some quite rough shear.
how the Caribbean is.
Yep.
Yeah. But I mean, the fact that it even got to this peak in June, though, I think is really the more telling thing.
Yes.
Only now
I
it's
think
July 1st.
I think at first it will weaken a little bit slowly, and because number one, the structure will be able to resist it a little bit, and
Mhm.
because it'll take time for the shear to flip to a really unfavorable direction, and because it doesn't happen right away, just like the weakening doesn't happen right away. So the combination of the structure slowly degrading and the shear becoming more and more unfavorable, eventually it'll get to a point to when it'll just start falling apart pretty bad. Like I'm gonna guess that when it weakens to a high end Cat 1, after that point it's gonna fall apart pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And it might re-strengthen a little bit before the Yucatan,
Yeah.
but I
noticed
doubt that it'll get back major. I doubt that.
Yep. What do you think, Crazy?
Let me go take a look at what happens near the Yucatan. It seems like another obstacle for it is a lot of models heading it pretty north. into potentially Jamaica, and if
Yeah.
that happens, it completely,
done.
yeah.
The storm right now is actually more north than what it's expected to be. At least in terms of the forecast cone. A little bit north. It's likely, I feel like, going to make a direct pass over one of the Grenadine Islands.
I also don't
Grenada.
know if the eye is entirely clear, so that might be a little misleading.
Mm-hmm.
But in general, it probably is.
And then also the National Hurricane Center cone does have it staying at 100 miles an hour between the 3-day and 4-day points, meaning that they don't really expect weakening. Maybe it weakens and it re-strengthens in intensity. And then it plows through either the Yucatan or Belize.
At least for right now, whatever shear vector it has right now
Hmm.
doesn't look like it's going to flip for at least another 12, like 8 to 12-ish hours.
So that's basically how much it has to intensify, right?
About 24.
Yeah.
I mean, 24 of possible intensification, but like 12 hours of before it starts to get worse, if you know
Yep.
what I mean.
Yeah. So right now, well, I'm just looking at like the actual shear right now. So right now, it's still in this healthy upper level environment. Like looking at it, it still has the poleward outflow, which is aided by a tut, by the way. That is probably an essential reason why it's done this in the first place, is that it had insane outflow its entire life.
Yep.
Um, Dual channel, so it has one extending down towards the Amazon too. There's another outflow channel there, which is very healthy. And then,
What are you looking at right now? What model and what parameter?
so I'm looking at 250 millibar wind.
All right.
So if you look at 250 millibar wind, you see the area of like dark blue and green to the north of the storm. Yeah,
Yep. There it is.
that's a tut, which is aiding in poleward outflow. And then look to the south of it, you see a
Yep,
little
right
bit of
here.
stronger wind there too. Yeah, that's an equatorial outflow channel.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so a tut is something that can be a best friend or worst enemy to a storm, depending on exactly where it's located. What that means is that, as it's doing now with Beryl, it can add an outflow channel which can help the storm breathe better and therefore help the intensification.
Hmm.
However, if the tut is in an unfavorable position, usually when the storm moves too far away from it, to the west or to the east, like it's going to eventually do, then it becomes unfavorable to a point when it starts shearing it and the outflow channels get cut off. So it goes from like good to bad, and obviously just the switch doesn't flip just like that, but in a matter of 12 to 18 hours, it can go from being pretty favorable to pretty unfavorable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the system has had really good outflow almost its whole life, I'd say.
Yeah, it's it's really actually quite a remarkable outflow pattern. So usually in the MDR, the tut is still so far south that every single system has to rely on being sheared and also getting like a slight bit of outflow, but
Hmm.
not overall being very healthy at all. Like, let's say Elsa, for example, is a really, like, it's kind of a telltale, I guess, poster child of this. Is like early season MDR storms usually are badly sheared,
Hmm.
which is not only that, but usually they're also over much colder sea surface temperatures than in the
Sorry, I did
Caribbean.
want to real quick point out something. St. Lucia is no longer under a hurricane warning. They've been downgraded to a tropical storm warning. And Martinique is still a tropical storm warning. Dominica has been removed as a tropical storm watch. So Dominica is mostly good at this point.
Makes sense.
Very cool.
Waiting on Barbados to downgrade as well. Yeah, now they have their hurricane warning really good right now. Alright, so sorry, continue what you were saying.
Yeah. I was just saying, usually MDR storms are pretty much never able to do anything like this. They're just, there's so many factors in the MDR that are unfavorable at this time of year that it's extremely rare something takes advantage of
Yeah.
when things legitimately go right.
Which is why this is so historic.
Yeah. Well, if it says anything, the last time this happened was probably 100 years ago. So
Yep.
during the 1933 season. So
But even that was only like a Category 1.
there's some murkiness there.
Yeah.
Listen, a storm like that could just as easily have been a Category 5 as it could be a Category 1. Because, like, right now, what if Beryl just suddenly, like, wouldn't have completed would have failed eyewall replacement cycle and collapsed before the islands and hit as a
True.
Cat 1? They would have assumed that it would be a Cat 1. So, I mean, there's really no way of knowing, like, and if anything, storms are going to be underestimated in that era for the most part.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's always something to keep in mind. But, I mean, you have a good point with the comparisons and stuff. But back in those days,
Exactly.
they did miss a lot of storms.
Mm-hmm.
But if I was willing to bet of any season, that 1933 was probably the most active in Atlantic. It probably had more than 30 storms and damn near, if not 300 days, most likely.
Yeah. All right, Riley, I wanted to ask you, how long until you think that the storm will make landfall?
Landfall where?
In probably the Grenadines.
Let me look at something. Of course, Tropical Tidbits is running slow. Usually is when there's a lot of weenies on it.
Yep.
All right, so according to the current motion speed, the NHC forecast, and the majority of models, it seems that 6 hours, give or take,
Well, 6
before
hours.
before it either makes landfall there, or I mean, it could be a little less. Either it makes landfall there, or really, just misses really close.
I feel like it's going to make landfall within the next 3 hours.
Yeah,
I feel like it's going to be close
2 or
enough.
3 hours.
It's going to be close enough where it's not going to really matter because they're going to get the eye wall anyways.
Yep.
So, yeah.
And probably around an hour until they feel the effects of the eye wall. It's only around 22
All right, this
miles.
probably reached the new all-time peak. Pressure is now, according to Recon, like 954-ish, maybe
Recon
955.
just passed it. Yep, I see it.
Recon just passed through. Yeah.
All right, let me look at the Sunday.
Yeah, I see 954.1 millibars on
That's X trap.
Yeah, X-Trap.
It's going to be
A little bit lower than what it actually is.
no, it's going to be a little higher usually.
Oh, actually, okay.
I mean, it can be lower, but that's where I've only seen that like twice.
Oh, okay.
They didn't get like a great iPads or something.
Mm-hmm.
No, strangely enough, it was that way for every pass into that storm.
Wow, okay.
I've seen it in 2 storms. I've seen it in Meggie, and the WPAC and Maria in Atlantic,
So
where
you're
they
saying it's like
extrapolated pressure.
around 954 or below?
I would say 955-ish is my best bet now, but you won't know until you see the drop zone.
Yep.
Well, it is 954.1 still with some wind. So
Yeah.
that is something to consider too.
That's with like.
It's
30
also
knot
weird
flight
to
limit.
note.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, it seems like right there, that wind gradient's not that sharp for a hurricane eye wall.
What do you mean? And what's significant about that?
Look at, like, I don't think it's too significant, but look at the actual. You see how, like, instead of in a hurricane eye wall sometimes where you'll see it like very quickly drop off in like 2 to 3 minutes
Mm-hmm.
or less,
Are you talking about the pressure?
it takes
or
like
what?
5+ minutes to drop off.
Are you talking about the
It's a little
pressure or
strange.
what?
The wind speed.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Not quite sure what's going on there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right on that.
Overall, it's looking healthier. I'm just not.
Hurricane force winds are larger though.
Yeah, let me Hold on.
All right, about 5 minutes, and I've got to go.
All right.
I gotta
Okay.
go. Yeah, I gotta go take my car to get it fixed.
Mm-hmm. And in around
Chase.
95 minutes or so, the NHC advisory will be released. Yes, Weather Cool Kid?
We have new
This is
information. I don't know if
stupid,
you
dude.
noticed this, but on the aircraft observations, there was 130 knot-mile-an-hour winds.
130 knots mile an hour winds? What?
30.
Yeah.
In this current one that just passed?
Oh, Northwest Iowa, 100, almost a 120 knot SFMR. That's pretty.
I see 116 knots.
Well, 116, yeah. That's what I just. And that's in the Northwest Iowa, so this could actually be. Reasonably, if the Northeast Iowa is a little stronger, this could be 120 knots.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing on that.
They've already passed through the Northeast.
Well, yeah, true, they did.
That was the last pass.
Oh, before this one, yeah. And then they got. What did they get for flight level? They got 125
It
flight level.
reports like 115, 120 because the flight level's not at 700. They're flying at 750. I'm not really sure why that is, because typically the standard practice is 700. Oh, okay, I know why it is, because one of the planes, there's two planes flying in the storm, so you can't have them both flying at the same height. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
Okay.
So, anyways, the conversion rate is 87.5 instead of 90. Fly at that level.
Yeah, they got 118 knots in their first northeast pass.
The highest is 133 knots.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, by the NOAA plane, and the NOAA plane just did a donut, and I'm not sure why. Not quite sure why it did a donut, but it did.
What do you mean by donut?
It turned around.
Okay.
It was measuring the wind field, but it went back in for an eyewall pass.
Yeah.
After this next pass updates here with the sonde, I gotta go.
Alright.
Okay.
That's what I'm for the next pass with the drop sonde.
This is like the worst time possible for this thing to have started intensifying again.
Yeah.
I can't even believe it's doing this. So, like, the speed at which it completed the EWRC, I saw yesterday on the chat rally that people were comparing it to Pseudolores. In a way.
I don't know
Where,
what
like, the inner eye wall just did not fight back at all.
Oh yeah, that was being talked about. Yep. Alright. So, I mean, now the islands of the Grenadines are getting hit by more heavier rain-ish right now. They're getting into one of the core bands of the storm.
Yeah.
I'll refresh this. Yeah, here's a rough idea of what it looks like on the island. It's not really quick updating, but this is one of the more northern islands. You can see the heavier rain now. You can see the wind as well, whipping this tree.
Fracturing in the eye wall looks to be pretty much done.
Yeah,
It's
there's
now-
still stuff on the west.
It's not really fracturing anymore.
Yeah.
Now it looks like this thing is rounding out more in a more finished fashion, which
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look
yeah,
at
it's another worse season AI and everything. And take a look at water vapor because it'll give you some hints as to when shear will start. So it looks like
Here, I'll pull it up as well.
The pass is complete on my end.
What does it show?
I mean, it doesn't show anything good in terms of wind, but that is the northwest quadrant. So,
Do
the
you see
drop
the drop
zone has
zone?
not. It has not yet updated, but the lowest X strap was 953.3 or 952.9 actually.
Oh wow. Okay. Did not expect that.
The drop zone.
Oh yeah, I see it.
I think it showed what it
Okay,
needed to
so
show, though.
the SON did not update, but I'm thinking that based on what I can infer, the current pressure is 956 to 957 millibars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's dropped about
That
2 or 3 millibars.
Which is a pretty solid deepening
So
rate
you think
post
the
our
draw
equipment
the
cycle.
X strap is lower than the actual pressure?
99 out of 100 times, yes, it is.
Okay, right, yeah.
On a developed storm now, like tropical storms and stuff, that's completely random.
Yeah.
But like on a developed storm, like a major hurricane with an eye that we have like this, 99 out of 100 times, the extrapolated pressure will be lower than the actual.
Yeah.
Just by a couple millibars. I mean, if that's all we had, it would definitely be a hell of a lot better than having no recon at all. Just saying,
Yeah.
remember when you're looking at that.
All right.
CDO's rounding out and everything too. This is becoming a much healthier storm.
They got
By the minute.
114 knots on the southeast, at least in SFMR.
Yeah, the appearance of this is.
But yeah, it's definitely looking good.
I think it'll probably, if I had to take a guess, it'll probably strengthen by another 5 knots and probably another 5 to 10 millibars before it gets to the islands.
Mm-hmm. Wait, how many knots?
Probably about 5 knots.
Oh, wow, okay.
So.
So I think
Yeah.
140 miles an hour.
Yeah. I think it already probably is at least very close. So.
Mm-hmm. I haven't taken a look at Dvorak at all recently.
I mean, what if you had like a 133 knot flight level or something, and then
But I mean, now I'm
almost
seeing that now the white is starting to wrap around the storm. This is looking very good.
yeah,
Instead of it just being light gray, now we got the more white coloring. It might warm though, right? The cloud tops.
yeah, but that's fine if it warms.
Yeah.
This is the Atlantic. The tropopause is never going to be higher than, or the tropopause will pretty much never be colder on a storm like this than minus 72 to 73 degrees.
Yeah.
Not this time of the year, but if it's later in the year, that's actually not true. But if it's like October, November, then the cloud top should be as cold as WPAC. But this time of the year, even at this time of the year, then no, that's you really can't get colder than that anyways for where it's at. So that's fine, yeah. But if it's like October and November, then it could pull a CMG ring. But not this
like
time.
with Ada or whatever.
Yeah.
If it's in the Western Caribbean, it'll probably pull a CDJ ring.
Yeah, which doesn't matter any more than a CMG ring, but I mean, that would be really impressive if it did that, which it's not going to because it's not the time of the year, but you know what I'm saying. If one did occur that time of the year, it would be possible for that to happen.
Yeah.
All right, so
Chase,
what would be the main
quick
thing?
break. I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back.
All right.
I'm gonna leave.
Okay.
I gotta go fix the car.
Nice.
Okay.
All right. If you guys will be still on here, what time are you gonna do this?
Likely until noon, at least until noon. Maybe 1
All
p.m.
right. Well, I'll probably be back at like 11:15, 11:30, so I might be able to join for the last part of the stream.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice, yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna go and take care of what I need to do now, and I'll be back. All right.
All right.
All right.
All right. I'll see you all later.
See you around.
So, I was gonna ask you, Crazy, what will be the main thing determining whether or not this goes towards the United States?
Well, there's one giant problem for this thing if it wants to even try to get close.
Mm-hmm.
And no, it is not the Tut.
What?
Go to Tropical Tidbits and look at 500 millibar height anomalies
Yep.
on your ensembles.
Oh, ensembles?
Ensemble.
Alright.
Okay? Because it'll give you a really good idea as to what's wrong.
Mm-hmm. This,
Look
right?
look over, like, the deep south.
Yep, right here, this dome of high pressure.
Yeah. The reason why this is the exact same setup as many of those 80 storms, okay? Like Allen, Gilbert, a lot of those, is they'll be heading out to the west-northwest in the Caribbean around Jamaica, and then they just hit a wall that they cannot surpass.
Yeah.
And they just head straight into the Yucatan of Mexico.
My main thing is this is
So
going to be
what-
trying to back up. That's why some models do want it to try and curve towards Texas.
Yeah, but even that setup wouldn't be favorable for a landfall
yeah.
further north than like further south Texas.
Yep.
So, like many of the storms in the 80s, let's say Gilbert, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
those storms, the way those worked is they had a really strong dome of high pressure. Like, probably similar to this, but they couldn't surpass that dome
Mm-hmm.
at all.
You see the
See what you'd
GFS
see there?
this right here?
Yeah,
That's how
but
it's
I
able to
mean,
creep up
it's
this
eroded
far.
too late.
Yep. It's not
And
really...
plus, I don't think it
I
encounter
feel
very
like the
favorable
farthest
wind shear
north
there
would be
anyway.
mostly like the Texas-Mexico border. The
Yeah.
farthest south is really just dying out right here, honestly.
Further south is it slamming into northern Central America and dying.
Yeah.
By the way, the eye is completely round now. It's
Alright,
completely
here. Pull that up.
rounded.
Let's see. Wow, yep. I see that northern
That
side
is
is
a
rounded.
insane looking satellite image.
Yeah. Let me pull it up on Windy. Yeah, radar looks good as well still. There it is. Oh, lightning
This thing's been
again in the
peaking
eyeball.
during the day, so it's been giving us an insane satellite.
Mm-hmm. Just a heads up, there's another lightning strike in the northwestern part of the eye. Or eyeball.
What, blend supports 125 knot? What the
What does that mean?
people are saying it like 125 to 103 knot storm.
So what's supporting that?
Go to Western discussion and that
Alright, hold on. Alright, western. Whoa,
that's
201, 211 knots. Okay, I'm kidding. Okay, I don't know why that's showing there.
blend supports 125 knot.
Where was it sent? I'm looking Western Hemisphere.
Well, the eye temperature is up to 22.5 Celsius on Recon.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. People are saying the actual system, the way it looks, is kind of similar to Andrew, and I don't blame them.
Yeah, someone was saying that in the chat.
It's the same kind of system. It's that same like semi-annular appearance.
Mm-hmm. And small.
Relatively, I think this
Oh,
is
yeah.
larger than Andrew by a considerable margin.
Yeah.
Especially the fact that it had a decently potent hour replacement cycle,
Mm-hmm.
which Andrew, I don't remember. I think, if I remember correctly, Andrew had some sort of interruption, but I don't know if that's what it was.
I don't know.
But, oh yeah, it was an hour replacement cycle, if I remember correctly. So I guess, yeah, they're very similar. But Andrew was smaller to start, so it's a smaller storm overall.
Mm-hmm.
This is slightly larger. I think if it's going to have to pull a Category 5 intensity out, it has to do it fast.
Yeah.
It has to do it by probably 6 p.m. tonight. Like, there's like very low chance it does it after 6,
Oh yeah,
just
due to the
because
shear.
things get less favorable.
Yep. All right. What's the pressure on it? What did they get? Did the drops on load? No.
You see that through that? Let me check the eye sound if there was one. I the eye got a pressure of 958.
Gonna just do a ping in my server real quick.
Oh, okay, so you're about to see something
What's up?
insane. Hold on, let me read this.
What has happened?
It's on over to my computer, and then here.
What is it?
This is yesterday's peak, so it's not really relevant to right now. But this is what the eye of Beryl looked like on on one of the highest stress satellites that there is.
All right, can you
I'm
send
gonna
it to
DM
me,
this.
or send it in the stream chat if you could? Okay.
I just DM'd it to you.
All right.
It's not really relevant to
Pull it
right
up.
now.
Oh wow. What a beauty. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Jeez. You'd
That's
see all the
pretty crazy.
small cumulus clouds in there.
Yeah, being able to see every cloud is insane.
Yeah. Wow. And you can even see the waves. It's very high quality. Nice. Alright, so, yeah. I mean, it's becoming very annular looking right now. The eye is now, like, fully symmetrical. Getting very close to the Grenadines right now.
Yeah, I can't. This happened all before the Grenadines. It's crazy. Remember how yesterday we were thinking like, or not yesterday, but like a couple days ago we were thinking, oh, it's gonna have to race against time to intensify even at all.
Yeah.
And this thing did 2 peaks right before the island.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. That
And
should go to
we
show.
went 130 knot forecast for its peak. We didn't drop it at all. I didn't even make a forecast at 8 a.m. today, so it still is likely to
Yeah.
verify, I think.
Yeah, overall, I think so.
Hey Chase, I'm back.
Alright, nice. I'm gonna send the image in the group chat of the eye. Here. If you click on it, you'll see 3 different images. It's absolutely stunning there.
It actually is already apparent that shear is affecting it slightly.
How so?
Look at the western side of the CDO. Not the CDO, but look at visible and look under the western side of the CDO.
Can radar show it at all? Like this, or no?
A little bit.
Alright, so you said satellite.
Radar probably can show it better than satellite can right now, but What should be apparent is that the western side of the eye wall is a little weaker.
Yeah, it's been that way for quite a while. Honestly, since I've started the stream at 6 a.m., it was the western side and southwestern side of the eye's been struggling. It's only recently gotten better looking. Okay. Like at 9 a.m. it was looking pretty good. Now it's looking a little bit worse. Still the northeastern side's definitely looking the strongest. Wouldn't you agree? Would you agree on that?
I would agree.
Nice, okay, yeah. So it's definitely close to the islands right now. The eye wall is pretty close as well. The islands are going to get a little bit of a break of rain, of heavy rain first. Oops, let me draw that again. And so there's currently a band of light to moderate rain going through the islands.
Yeah, but look at the inner eye wall itself.
Oh yeah, what about it? That's the ragginess of
There's
it?
some slight buildup on the northeast side.
Hmm?
There's some slight convective buildup on the northeast side.
Oh yeah. In satellite as well?
Not in satellite, but on radar.
Alright, let me go back to radar. Just on all of the width of the eye wall? Is that what you're talking about?
See how it's a little bit wider and stronger there?
Yes.
It's always, so there's something about hurricane eye walls, is that strong hurricanes will always be strongest and widest on the side that is building up into the shear. And they will always be the weakest and thinnest, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Where they're building away from the shear.
Yeah, so this is building away from the shear? Or,
Yes.
Yeah.
That's going down shear, that's going up shear.
And the shear's blowing this way, right?
Yeah. It's
Just a
really the
little bit.
same concept as a really weak TC struggling to build up shear at all.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
It kind of reminds me of
But
Vidalia
it's
with that one side being extremely strong. I know that was due to like a jet interaction, but still.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's the same concept. It was shear,
Yeah.
and it was struggling to build up shear. So, and that's the reason why Ian's northwest eye wall was also unbelievably strong.
Oh yeah, same thing. Yeah, the eye's definitely looking now rounded out. At least on satellites. On radar, it doesn't look like that as much. It's struggling. Are these mesovortices, or is that what it is? Would you say so?
Uh,
Mesovortices in the eye wall.
yeah, there's some mesovortices right now, but
Yeah.
that's to be expected. So right now, once those consolidate, it'll probably deepen by a few millibars.
Yeah. Do we have
That's usually how this works.
Do we have the drops on yet? No?
Actually, yeah, you can already start to see the shear affecting satellite too.
On visible,
Interesting.
right?
No, on IR, you can see it.
Oh, okay.
You can see that northeast side is struggling to build.
The northeast side is struggling to build, or the southwest?
Well, it's building like it's convecting, which isn't
No, it's not good.
overall a healthy look.
All right.
Well, it's not. So it's not actually that it's not a healthy look for it. It's healthy to have a CB, but it's not healthy when it gets stuck.
Yeah. You want it to wrap
So-
around more.
Yeah, and right now it's just getting a little bit stuck. So
Mhm.
we will probably.
Yep. So right now the islands are getting
It's the same issue as yesterday, but now it's a larger core. It's going to be a lot more resilient to that, so
Yeah.
it won't affect it nearly as much. Whereas yesterday, I had a single one of those happen and it completely collapsed.
Yep.
So
The islands now are getting closer to being out of the rain for a little bit. Just get very light rain at this point. right in here. So it's kind of like a false alarm safety there. They're about to get hit by the actual core of the system. Grenada is looking safer and safer now. If this keeps going a little bit more north, they should be out of the eye wall completely. But these tiny islands are going to be very vulnerable right now to it. I feel like a landfall can be expected out of it. I feel like the whole entire island will be
957.
in it.
Yeah, hold on, I'm looking at this. 957. So
Yep, there's the break. Now finally approaching the northern area of the Grenadine Islands.
oh, that's actually a better radar image there. That looks a little bit less, a little
This
bit more
one?
resilient already.
Eh,
Yeah.
it's been fluctuating a lot, I'd say.
Hello. I took a little nap.
Alright, welcome
Fucking
back.
tired.
Here's what it's looking like right now. The northwestern side had a lightning
No,
break.
overall, look, that new CB wrapped
Oh
around.
wow.
Ah, okay.
It's even better.
Alright, we just got an
Now it's
update
probably
on
stronger.
that. Yep, so yeah, I mean it still looks pretty good for systems still intensifying. I'm still waiting on the drop zone to load. Or did they even? Oh, there we go. 956
Actually, hold on.
millibars.
It got built up, but it didn't get that built up at all. And it's not like, unlike yesterday where it was 1 CB, it's more so just like kind of taller cloud tops there
Just a
and a
heads up,
slight.
its pressure dropped like 4 millibars in an hour ish. I think, I don't know if that's proper or
Oh
not.
wow.
It's
4
956
millibars an hour.
millibars.
Let me
See?
extrapolate that. So if this continued to deepen, 4 millibars every hour. 960, 956, 952.
Well, right now it's 956. Yep.
I'm saying this would probably be, if it were to deepen at 4 millibars every hour, it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, only 7 hours away from Cat 5.
Wow. Okay.
Well, I think approximately it would probably be, because it'd be about 932 millibars, which is probably what's necessary for a Cat
Yeah.
5 right now. Actually, wait, it might even be like 936. Like, you could probably get away with it with a 936
Like
central
a
pressure.
Matthew.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because this system's always had a very high pressure for its wind speed,
Yeah.
which is pretty typical of these kinds of systems. These Andrews, Irmas, like these kind of like semi-annular systems, usually have a pretty crazy high pressure. Like Irma, for example, had 180 and then like a 915 pressure. So
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, what
Couldn't you-
happened in the hour I was asleep?
I'm gonna hop off here until about 10:30, 11 o'clock. I'm gonna do some studying for my school, but then once I'm
Alright,
eating lunch,
nice.
I'll join back.
All right. Good luck.
Alright.
All right. Let's see if we can get. Now we still have 3 people in. I think. Right? Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
Oh, yo! Someone else just joined. Let's go.
Fire.
Oh, fire.
Oh,
Nice.
Yeah. Please don't
I'm
let
younger
happen
than me.
first. That's to be
Yeah, we can
mad.
hear
Hold
you.
on.
We're live right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to see my. No, they're not. They're at 10%. Great. I have music playing. Oh my
Why
gosh.
does he sound like a 6-year-old?
All right.
Like no cap.
Okay, everyone says that.
All right.
Alright,
So,
my bad,
can you
my
see my
bad,
screen
my
share?
bad, my bad, my bad.
I just put it up on my phone.
Yep, so, this is what radar has been looking like. It's getting awfully close to a landfall. Probably within the next 90 minutes,
well,
I'd say.
Alright.
The eye wall
I'm
is
gonna,
getting
I'm
fairly
gonna put
close.
the. What's the wait, is the live stream on YouTube?
Yep, YouTube.
I'm not. Alright, I'm gonna just.
It's
Hold on,
around
can I?
Wait, let
13
me-
Can
miles
you let me
away.
leave?
The eye
Thank
wall.
you. My thing's being stupid.
It's 28 miles away from land and it's moving at roughly 20 miles per hour. So, yeah, within the next hour and a half, it should be over land. Barbados'
Fire
threat
Nice
is
here. I'm
lowering.
sending you a link to the live stream.
Mm.
That's the live stream right there.
I was gonna try and pull it up on my Xbox.
Oh, I got you. Alright, I own an Xbox too.
Alright, so their threat is lowering right now as they are now out of the main core bands of the storm, so their winds should start
Yeah,
lowering.
they're out of the gunfire.
Yep.
Gunfire.
For the server, actual tile.
It's not looking too bad. This is still bad.
Yeah.
Here, this is a little bit old.
that's
If I
very
refresh
bad.
it, maybe
Yeah.
it's up to date.
Yeah, look at that view. Oh,
Yeah.
it's so calm.
Yeah, it's so cool.
And my headphones died. Alright, whatever.
The death awaits.
It'd be funny if the camera was just down and it's not gonna load.
Yeah, no, imagine it fell down.
Yeah. Yeah, this looks old.
There we go. Okay, I'm gonna do stuff on my Xbox.
Alright, here it is. Not a lot of...
Yeah, it looks like it's weakened a little bit up there.
Yep. I'll refresh this as well.
Here, I found the hurricane shift. It's actually looking not too bad on radar.
Yeah, clouds are moving slower, so it's definitely gotten better.
I'm gonna plug my headphones in.
Hey, Fire, how old are you?
Hold on.
Alright, please focus on the storm we have at hand. A lot of these streams aren't loading.
Fine, okay.
Okay. I am back.
That one is.
The
Oh
ads.
my god, shut up.
The amount of ads this website is.
Actually, I know how to shut that. And my.
The amount of ads is fucking
Wait,
crazy.
is that water approaching?
There's
a
Oh my
person
cat,
here.
my friend. Oh my gosh, shut up. My cat being. No, I'm
There's
not
a
telling you guys
person
to
just
shut up. I'm telling
walking
my cat
around
to
the
shut
rear.
up. Hold on. Hey.
Hey, you can actually see the
Hey,
water's
person
been
in
pushing
strike
over.
jacket.
You do? Okay.
In some areas,
Is
the
that
water is
Bridgestone?
over the wall or whatnot.
Wait, Chase, is that
I want my
Bridgetown?
cat.
I do not know where this is.
It was me on the crazy. So, my bad.
It says Hastings. I don't know where that is.
I'm just full screen and not gonna lie. If anyone, is anyone even in it? No one's in the chat. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of the stuff is in the way. Alright, how's this one doing? The one that's actually gonna be hit by the storm.
It's still at 8:30.
Mm-hmm.
Duct tape broke.
Oh wait, so
An
the camera
hour.
broke. Most likely, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I got two ends of it. Okay, it's lagging.
Yeah, I see.
Sucking
what you
on.
mean. Oh man, okay, is this camera working?
Please be working.
No,
Oh,
I think
sorry.
it broke.
Who's at the ball?
No,
Like,
we're losing our eyes everywhere. Yeah,
I
that
was
was
the
pretty
only
much
one that
figured.
was angry.
Casper just typed something. Oh,
Why lag? Daddy wants me like a cat. Mommy wants me like a baby.
Oh,
You're my grandkid. You're my
so we don't really
grandkid.
have eyes anywhere anymore, which is a problem.
What are you looking for?
what about that weather? What about that weather station,
Weather
Hillsboro?
station, yes, good reminder. This is the one that we need to be looking at a lot. Winds are
Wind
20
right
miles
now.
an hour
That one broke
sustained.
also.
Okay.
What?
Chase.
Hmm.
I think that one broke. It updated last 21 minutes ago.
I don't know. It might just be old, I guess. I don't know. Oh, wait, no, that's not good. The pressure's been dropping. I wish I'd know what that is in millibars. 29.51. 0.51 inches
Also,
to.
why on the bottom does it say AST?
Okay, come on.
That's what it says
It's
on
like a
the stream.
999.
999 looks like. Say it's, yeah, that makes sense. Well, I mean, I'd assume it'd be lower. Well, no, actually, that was 20 minutes ago, so roughly 9. Maybe the pressure gradient's tight. That's why the winds are so strong.
July 1st.
Yep, so now the actual core of the storm is starting to hit land. That's probably why the cameras are all knocked out now.
Mm-hmm.
Discord bugging.
Yep, so they're going to have to go through this core right here, which is likely damaging tropical storm force winds, and then they're going to have to go through the eye wall with the hurricane force winds, which is about this radius, let's say. This is probably the radius of damaging
Yeah, that
tropical
sounds
storm
about
force wind,
right.
and then this would roughly be the tropical storm force winds,
I'll be
pretty
like,
large. I think Barbados is mostly out of it at this point.
yeah.
50
Those
minutes ago, they got 51 miles an hour winds. I'd like to see weather wind reports here, but I can't because they're not available. This area has 29-mile-an-hour sustained winds up here. I think
Oh,
that's
damn.
St. Lucia.
Just confused.
Oh, wow, okay, so it's been gusting pretty strong. Yep. This area right here, Grenada has a weather station, 20 miles an hour.
Wait. Do you know any max wind gusts? Is there any max wind?
Not really. Or what, for the hurricane? Officially?
Yeah, like in like a place. Do you know if there's any like max wind gusts for
Oh,
like
no.
a specific place?
I don't think so. Oh, wait, update? Oh, update.
Oh, they updated. Oh
Here
shit.
we go, Beryl. Extreme eye wall of extremely dangerous category 4 Beryl nearing the southern Windward Islands. 10 a.m. position update. Here, I'm gonna pull up Twitter.
I have
Oh, they
a.
just posted the thing 2 minutes ago. Let me post something about it. So let me. Okay. I'm gonna post an
I
image
love
of
like
radar.
okay. I make eye contact with my cat and it immediately runs away.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, hold on. I'll be right back. I gotta go take my meds. Hold on.
Alright, so now I'll show the update. Okay, Beryl is nearing the southern Windward Islands and expected to make landfall within the next hour or two. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Take action now to protect your life. Residents in the Grenadine Islands and Caracal Islands should not leave their shelter as winds will rapidly increase within the eye wall of Beryl. Remain in place through the passage of these life-threatening conditions and do not venture out in the eye of the storm. A weather station located in the Barbados at Grantley Adams International Airport recently reported a sustained wind of 52 miles an hour and a gust of 69 miles an hour. That was the one I was showing. So
Alright.
yeah, it is now 130 miles an hour. Pressure has gone down to 956 millibars. So it's dropped 3 in the past 2 hours. So yeah, pretty rapid deepening right now going on. It is almost hit land now. Getting very close. That eye wall looks even better. I'd like a position update. Here it is, right here. As of 10 a.m., the position. It's been going more north of what was forecasted. You can see if okay, never mind, I guess not. This is roughly the forecast-ish, kind of, and it's gone a little bit more north. So this one island is likely going to get a direct hit from it.
Ooh.
Hillsborough. We had that one camera was down. So that was like
Yeah.
right on Hillsborough.
Yep. There's a storm chaser
Oh,
there,
well, I guess
so...
I know what I'm doing real quick. I'm gonna just
really?
pull up limited.
Yep, but I can't show anything
Is he
because,
live?
well... no, I don't think so. Seeing if there's anything else. Okay, so they have been giving updates every hour now. Alright, so here, I'm gonna show probably the...
I have to wait for it to load on my other app.
Mhm.
Oh,
Here,
freaking
I'm gonna show
rest.
Weather Nerds right now. Just
I'm
a
on the
general
weather
idea
channel
of the...
on my phone.
Alright. I'm gonna show a general, rough idea of the lightning in the
I
storm.
really
See, so you can clearly see that lightning has increased. Let me zoom in. Loop. These white dots are going to be the lightning. Alright, so here it is. Finally
It's
rounding
definitely
out.
angry.
Not that much lightning though.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
it's
it was a
really
lot
fun.
more earlier, as you saw when it was wrapping around. Here, I'll pull up visible. Yep, there it goes. There's the eye clearing out finally. Yeah, so should make landfall within the next hour.
Bad we've lost all of our like live cameras and other
Yep.
stations.
Oh yeah, camera is not available.
Yeah.
Yep, so this is why you need to be taking shelter if
What
you're on the
the
islands.
art?
If I can knock out cameras, I can knock out you. I guess.
Someone said check DMs, it's BMB in the chat.
Yeah, weather chasing has something on it.
It was Astro Champ.
Yeah, that I can't show though because it's going to be copyrighted.
Yeah, can you send the link?
Sure.
Yeah. So I could maybe give updates
Gonna
for
be
you.
live
Yeah,
on-
yeah,
2
please do.
hours.
Alright.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna put this on my phone so I can use the chat.
Oh
Go
wow.
Chase.
That
Mhm.
And I'm gonna turn my YouTube
We're gonna be
volume
live for
down.
another, let me guess, 2 hours.
The call
what?
up.
We're
Let me
gonna
go to
be
my-
live for another 2 hours.
Yep, most
There you
likely.
go.
We'll most likely end at noon
you.
because the system is likely going to strike within the next
Oh,
hour.
happy
Yeah, what's up?
dogs. Someone freaking stench.
Next hour. Oh wow.
It is that
I'm in the full chat on the phone.
oh god. I don't even know how to pronounce the name of the country we're in. Grenada.
Grenadines or the bottom one is Grenada.
Grenadines. Yeah, Grenadines.
There's
But
the Grenadines are
yeah.
these tiny islands. The one at the bottom, the big one right over here is Grenada.
All right. So
I'll throw a
Grenadines,
grenade
yeah.
for you.
I think it's somewhere in near Hillsborough, but at Storm Chaser
Yeah,
feed
yeah,
that you were
he's yep.
showing, yeah. The winds are really picking up. I'd say they're probably around 70, 80 now, by now.
Yep, it's
You know
Brandon
what?
Clements, I think, or one of them.
You know what I realized? I will throw a grenade for you.
Okay. Yeah, so there
I
isn't
would
really any
do
new data on
anything
this stream,
for
so
ya.
I'm gonna close that one up.
Bro, where's my... Thank you, chat, for working with me on my phone.
Yeah, that's
Alright,
lovely.
we have live camera right here on Barbados, which is nice.
Oh, that's cool.
Let me see what else we have. I'd like for this one to load. The camera might be down, though.
Sub and... There we go.
Yeah, nothing's loading for me on that. Alright, maybe this will load.
That's a beautiful Barbados
Yeah.
right there.
Let's see, it's not loading.
And then watch this. This is also Barbados.
Yep. This
But
shows
that's
a
also
road, so
Barbados.
this kind of... It's okay.
I can only get 29 back. 4626877. It looks like Seawall and Galveston
Yep.
for some reason.
I just want to say that if
Well,
anyone
Boulevard.
in the live stream chat has questions, please
Yeah.
put them in chat.
Yeah, I'm
Oh, what does it say? Cyclone Megan in the description.
Oh.
No problem, just a mistake.
you might want to delete. I was gonna say you might have to take that off.
Yep, true.
Yeah, you know, I can answer questions. Gotcha. You guys can do the. I got.
I'd like to
I'll
discuss
be
the
I'll
questions
I'll
with
answer
always in my
questions.
chat. Even though I'm not really mod.
Definitely.
Yeah, nothing's loading up
Well,
on
they have
here.
to both the chat before, and that's when I was speaking freaking Spanish.
This is still showing when it actually loads, but it will kind of show you just how fast the clouds are moving. It shouldn't be as fast. You see, I mean, they are moving pretty quick, but it's not as fast as it was earlier in the stream. Winds are lowering over there. In city, it's still a very strong breeze, but not really gale force.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of these just won't load. They're probably taken down, I'm guessing. Yep, so now it's getting into the in between the core bands and the eye wall. Now the islands there.
Yeah,
Now
that core
Grenada-
band is probably that core band is where the start of hurricane
I think
force
someone
winds
just
probably
rolled
are. Definitely.
Well, here, I believe that Grenada is currently in the tropical storm force winds right now. This band right here probably has the strong, damaging tropical storm force winds-ish, and it's somewhere like this-ish. And then this is going to have the hurricane force winds. So, I believe that some of the Grenadine Islands are getting damaging tropical storm force winds of like 60 miles an hour or higher. Grenada's likely getting tropical storm force, and they may be able to clip in some of the damaging winds on partially on like
I was
probably
gonna
the
say,
northern half.
I feel like probably later they might hit the.
Chase.
What's up?
Or they could. I was gonna say maybe they could.
Man 4,444 asked at players
When they
of cat.
Alright, chances of category 5. So, well,
chances of catch.
the system is quickly intensifying. I feel like a 150 mile an hour peak could occur with this. I feel like category 5 isn't out of the range of
Oh
possibilities.
Lord.
But it's still possible. If it's able to do
It's-
so
It would
within...
have to intensify very fast.
Exactly. Hey, Riley. Or no, go
And
crazy. Go ahead.
thermodynamically, the maximum this could theoretically get to is literally minimum Cat 5. So
Yeah. Thankfully, though, if it does reach Cat 5, it should be past the islands.
yeah, it'll be
Chase, I have
past the
new
islands, but
information.
What's up, Weather Cool Kid?
this is probably
On
right
the,
now at about 145 knots anyway. Or not 145 knots, 125 knots.
Mm-hmm.
120, 125.
Where
Nice.
that storm chaser feed is, just like a minute ago, there was a gust that actually blew down like a few palm trees.
Oh, wow, okay.
So yeah, probably getting 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts. 80,
Yep.
90.
So there, okay.
Those power poles are still hanging in there though.
Yeah. I mean, these islands are mostly built to withstand this kind of stuff, but still, a Category
I'm
4
supposed to
is
be in the
extremely
chat.
bad.
Yeah, there's gonna be some probably roofs blown off, and yeah, it's probably gonna take a little while to recover, but
It's gonna be pretty
I
bad.
just thought
For
it
sure.
has a
On that,
dirty
that one Grenadine island there just north of Grenada, I don't.
Wait, why do I feel like it's gonna cover both the islands with Hillsborough and Ashton?
It could.
Going a tiny bit more.
The Ashton Island is probably going to get the worst of it.
Well, yeah, because they're going to be on, like, the northern side-ish.
I think both are gonna fit inside the eye.
It could. I feel like that's very much a possibility.
Yeah, it might, but then I think it's like possible, but Hillsborough is probably gonna fit.
You see, they're easily able to
Wow.
both fit inside of the eye.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I mean,
Oh,
if
they
it just
are.
manages
They
to
are.
pull it off
Hurricane.
just right, it could make landfall in both. Also
Yeah.
crazy, I don't know if you saw the latest update. It's now 956 millibars, yeah. According to the
956, what do they go with wind speed? So 130.
Yep.
That is the weirdest thing.
I feel like 130 is a little low right now. I feel like
Mm-hmm.
140 is more reasonable.
They should do, oh yeah, then their next update's going to be the full advisory. It might be making landfall at that point.
People are saying it's 120 to 125. People are saying they expect a 135 to 140 knot peak tonight.
Wow, okay.
It's very quickly going towards that. Like,
Mm-hmm.
And I'm starting to have the side effects of staying up till midnight and then waking up at 4 a.m.
Yep. Probably going to take a
Oh,
long
like
nap
9
after
and
this.
9. And I'm just missing my
I take like
an
a
idiot.
10-hour nap or some crazy.
Alright, so yeah, now the islands of, or wherever Hillsborough is on, they are now on the, in the gap between the core bands and the eye wall, mostly. Oh wait, no, not here.
But can we see IR imagery?
Sure. There it is. There's the island right over here.
Wait, can we look at IR imagery?
Infrared? This is
that
infrared.
is.
Oh yeah, infrared. My bad.
Oh wow.
Look
That's
at this
IR.
It's a
eye.
beast. Here, I'm gonna pull up the minute-by-minute imagery on it. So there it goes, rounding out its eye. So that convective burst to the northeast didn't really stay put, right, crazy? Kind of moved, thankfully. Well, not thankfully, but
I mean,
for the storm.
it bursted, but it didn't burst too much. It didn't. It's all right.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a super unhealthy convective burst. It's not like the ones yesterday where they just bursted up and were clearly a huge detriment.
Yep. So wow, yeah, the system's almost over land.
Moving
Crazy.
it
Yeah,
is
we've documented this thing
Yeah.
all the way through for
Oh.
6 hours.
Well, for 4 and a half
Yeah.
hours right now.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, I got headphones to use now.
BC, you started live coverage at 6?
Yep, 6 a.m.
Jesus.
I started at 5 because I'm in Central Time.
Crazy, we actually had 50 people watching at once, I think. Or, well, no, actually,
Oh,
64
nice.
people watching at once. That was like my max, I think, my record almost. At 7 a.m. is when that occurred. Just because, being
Now,
one of the
now
few
we have
people
8.
up, you're going to be one of the few live streams going on. So that was one of the purposes. That
Yeah.
way people will actually have information in the morning. Because their sunrise is earlier than ours, so they need information.
Yeah, it is.
I'm
Now there's a
I'm gonna
lot of
check
streams going on, so now we only have like 8.
quickly.
Chase,
Hmm.
putting it to post.
what do you think palm trees maximum
Yeah, they
sustain
had like
can
9,000.
handle? Like,
I don't know about that,
7,000
Crazy.
people
What do you
now.
think? The max winds that a palm tree can withstand, probably.
Palm trees can withstand, well, it depends on the type of palm tree.
Yeah.
Like, coconut palm trees can withstand, like, even the highest end of hurricanes. They're usually the last ones to go.
Alright.
But, like, your palmetto palms, like the ones in Florida, those probably can withstand maybe a Cat 1 or Cat 2, and then will probably start to fall apart.
The eye wall is now
yeah, there's
Basically,
definitely.
what you need to learn, or what you need to, like, remember about palm trees is the shorter and fatter they are, the more susceptible they are to the wind.
Yeah. I did want
The
to give
palm
you all a
trees that'll
heads
be
up.
able to withstand it the best are the tallest and
Someone
skinniest, because they won't actually get the wind as much.
Hurricane Center
Yeah.
update.
Did want to give you all a
Hey,
heads
Chase.
up. The outer eye wall is now on the island. What's up?
Yeah, there
Someone
is.
asked, what is the next NHG update?
Is there a new update?
It's
Yeah,
Here,
someone
Chase,
just asked that in the chat. In chat.
I see. When is the next National Hurricane Center update? It's going to be at 11 a.m. So within the next 37 minutes, they're going to release their full advisory. They're going to issue a cone on it. They're going to update this.
Somebody looks like that was mine for the chat.
Hey,
Oh,
Chase,
well, we got
I've been Chase. Watching the Forest United
You are lagging.
stream in the
We can
viewers were
barely hear you.
1,000.
Yeah, because you're actually kind of lagging. You're lagging bad.
Oh, I had the Forest 13 on the side. They're
Hold on. I'm gonna be
their
launched.
peaks 30,000.
Wow. Okay.
31,000.
Wow. All right.
Chase. Yeah,
Right
that
now.
hurricane chaser feed. There was just
$20.
a roof that was blown off a shed.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So yeah, probably category 1, category 2 wins.
Just now.
Yeah,
Oh, wow. Okay.
just like yeah.
But holy
So
moly.
if you go big screen, you'll be able to see it. See, it's that like one on the little. If you go back maybe a little bit, you'll be able to see it.
Which one?
That one, like that's right across from the pole.
This?
Yeah, no, not
Wait,
the
this
other
one?
one. No, the smaller one.
This one?
Yep, that one.
Oh, okay. So it hasn't happened yet as of this part. I'm guessing.
Well,
it's
if you go back, it happened like maybe
Oh.
it happened like a few minutes.
Oh, jeez. Is it before or after this? There he is. Can't really see it because the camera's all covered up.
Yeah.
Oh well, but yeah, I see all of it here. Okay. Nice. We go back to this. So now Barbados is actually in the clear from both bands, so not really much rain going on. Hopefully it stays like that. There's a little shower approaching the area. St. Lucia, they're getting a huge band just past them. Now, they should be mostly good. They're likely getting the worst of what they'll get. So they're likely peaking right now, same as the other islands up north. They're getting some pretty strong thunderstorms up here in Martinique. I don't know if I said if it is St. Lucia or not. Let me check. Yeah, it is. Okay, yep.
Sorry, Chase, if I ever don't know how to pronounce any of these names. I'm really not good with town
No
names.
worries. Alright, and the system might have sped up a little bit. Alright, but yeah, the eye wall is now impacting the island.
Shit, this is not
I
good.
see y'all.
On Petite Martinique, they're now getting
And
the full eye wall.
oh my gosh, my cat just turned off my.
And now the northern parts of Grenada is now getting the likely the damaging tropical storm force winds. They're getting the core bands of the storm now. See satellite. Yep, you can see the temperature or cloud top temperature over the islands now around minus 60, minus 65. The smaller islands now around minus 60. The eye temperature in the center is like in the positives. It's around 19 max, so it's a very clear eye with just a little cumulus cloud in the center. Right there, a little bit. Yep, and now you can see
Oh wow.
parts of Barbados is getting more in the clear. But man, that eye is menacing looking right there. Really glad we have radar
Very.
so that we can see what happens every like 5 minutes-ish. You also have satellite on it. Alright, I'm wondering how far away it is from making landfall. Alright, it's around 15 miles. So yeah, definitely within the next hour, it will make landfall. In 30 minutes, the National Hurricane Center will release their advisory on it. So yeah, it's looking pretty clear it's going to make a landfall on that specific island. Hillsborough will be in the eye. Alright. What else is there to talk about? I'm interested to see what Recon found.
We've lost a live stream. That one chaser feed. Yeah, we've lost the live stream.
Wait, is it down now?
Assuming the Wi-Fi went out.
For me, I see it. What's the problem?
Oh, it's still live?
Yeah, for me, I see it. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Now I see. Alex says, hey, Chase, hi. I'm still waiting on the whole advisory. We've got 30 minutes until they release it, so. Really bad situation this early on, honestly.
Wait, Chase, could they upgrade it to a Cat 5 in this advisory?
No. The pressure's too
probably
high.
not.
Also,
Winds are too
Alex said, hey, Chase.
Yeah, I saw that. Anyways, I think that they're gonna go 140 miles an hour, this advisory. I feel like a tropical storm watch, tropical storm watch or hurricane watch is probable in Jamaica, this advisory. A warning could be upgraded for Hispaniola. Barbados, I'm guessing, will be downgraded to a tropical storm warning. Other than that, everything should mostly remain the same. Yeah, I don't think any of the other islands are going to downgrade just because of the fact that they're getting hit by heavy rainfall. They don't want people to go out. So, like, for example, I believe that island is Martinique. Yeah, I don't think Martinique is going to be downgrading their tropical storm warning just because of
I'm
how
back.
much they're getting hit by. Hello.
What now? That just
Alright.
got back.
The
Oh no,
northwestern eye
no.
wall just opened up a little bit, which is good. Hopefully that continues if it were to be a trend. It's just so that it would be a little bit less of a blow to the
Whoa.
islands.
Yeah, the northwestern eye wall is kind of opening up.
Yep, but
I just got
I
back
believe that
because I
that's
had to
just
do
likely a
something.
mistake on radar. Anyways, yeah, the core band has now struck Grenada. Right there, so I believe like 60
Wait,
mile an hour
how?
winds
Wait,
are
hold.
possible there.
Did it just hit? So I was gone for a few minutes.
Yeah. Right. So here's where I
I
think
mean, they have a hurricane warning.
I feel like the hurricane force winds are going to be confined to this area, right here inside of the eye wall. I believe the damaging winds are going to be in this range right here ish, kind of something like that. And then tropical storm force winds are most likely going to be somewhere in this area, just based off of the banding. So I do feel
Yeah,
like
that sounds
Tobago.
about right.
I
My
feel like
screen,
Tobago's
the
still
way
getting in on it.
I'm
They've gotten the worst. They're gonna continue improving.
Well, don't forget, there's major hurricane winds too, and then
Yeah,
hurricane.
Yeah.
true. I don't know where it's gonna be located. It's very thin. It's just gonna be a thin ring around the storm.
I think personally, Grenada's
Welcome,
gonna
Alex,
get some
in the
hurricane force
chat.
wind.
Granada? I don't think so. Granada's too far away. In my opinion. Here, I'm gonna draw a
Granada
map
might
again.
get like Granada might
Wait,
get
let's
like
look at the NHC advisory.
maybe
Wait, let's look at the wind field.
Here, I'm gonna draw
Granada
where
might
I
get
think it is here.
70 mile an hour winds.
Can I send something? Thank you.
Just a rough idea on where I think the wind field is. Alright, so if I were to move the center along this path, maybe? No, I don't think so. I think that they're just gonna narrowly miss it. Yeah, here's the
I mean, look
cone.
at the NHC advisory.
Have they updated?
No, they haven't updated. Just go to warnings and surface wind. You can see, look, the
This?
hurricane. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it could just barely by
The
Grenada,
problem
but
with this, though, is that this is
still gonna hit.
outdated. It's more north. It's moved a lot more north than what was forecasted.
It's kind of done like a slight zigzag.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, to me, the eye is
I
gonna...
need to know. I just need to know if it's coming up to the Texas coast, because Texas is very infamous for flooding.
For me, it's too far out to tell for certain. The new cone may suggest a curve more northward. Keep in mind
Wait,
there's going to
guys.
be a strong
Some,
high pressure system over
I'm
the
just gonna
southern
stop. Someone
Florida.
said, dude, you gotta go to Cali right now.
Yeah,
I
and
can't
then
cover this.
Beryl's. Oh, okay, and then Beryl's probably gonna hook to that, and kind of ride it, kind of like a disturbance.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to hit Mexico. The most north I
I
feel
think it's gonna
like is going to
hit
be...
Texas or Louisiana.
Huh?
I'm going for more north personally.
Well, the
I'm gonna
high
go for
pressure is going to
Texas or
block it.
Louisiana.
That's my thing. Corpus Christi to about... Um, basically, Corpus Christi is probably the most north it could probably hit. And then the farthest south would be all the way down to Belize and just down here die out. So it seems like Chris has been updated to now a remnant low on here. I don't know if they've just updated stuff or no. Nope. So they're probably going to up their forecast to
Shane,
145 miles an hour. What?
I'm gonna send you a
He's lagging. I
News?
cannot hear a word.
Hey, Chase.
What?
Basically, s-
There
you're
is
getting
storm
skipped that
surge
more
in
way.
Buaros.
Sorry, say it again?
There's storm surge in Barbaros.
Barbados, can you send it?
Chance.
Yeah, I'll send a picture.
You skipped him more than halfway, where he gets in a barrel.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know.
That's it right there.
Yep, okay. Ooh, nice. Where was that taken?
Oh, okay.
He said Barbados.
It was taken Hastings, main road.
Alright. So pull that up on stream.
Well, I got a notification. It says it's in the
Alright, here it is
on
right
my,
now. You can see
note.
some storm surge now. And this is Barbados, right? So this
Yeah.
wasn't the worst of it. So these islands are likely going to get a little bit worse than this. I'm guessing that this road is right next to the beach, so.
It is right on the beach.
Mm-hmm. Right here. I want to see the
I need to get all my Discord messages read.
update here. Yeah, so here's the wind field right now with the storm, roughly. This is at least recon, so it's a little bit shorter than this. The Category 4 winds are mostly on the northeastern side of it, right here. This pink color. And this was a while ago, keep that in mind. The things has moved more over. I don't know why they have this so out of date, but okay. I can't believe how fast it's moved over here, since this was at 8 a.m. So this was 2.5 hours it's moved. Very close to the
It's
islands.
flying.
Of course, by frame, it's going to look like it gets closer, then it's going to retract, and so on. But overall, the general trend is that the eye is going to be coming over land. But yeah, it looks like the western side's weakened a little bit.
Use the bathroom and eat.
Hopefully that's the case. But yeah, overall, that core band is now wrapping in with the eye wall. So yeah, I feel like you're right. It may be a possibility that some hurricane force winds could occur on the northern tip of Grenada. Actually, now since now the eye wall has thickened a lot on this side, so that is a really
See what I
bad
mean?
sign for strengthening.
See what I mean?
Mm-hmm. The only problem with it is the western side isn't doing too well. If that organizes
that wind
enough,
shear.
this could be very strong in the near future. Yep, these are out of date as figured. Is that stream you sent back up or no?
Let me check. No, it is not.
Oh, yeah,
Oh, okay.
crack the door.
Probably
But I
lost
wonder
cell service,
why.
I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Petite Martinique is likely getting the strongest winds right now of the storm that anywhere has ever faced so far. I guess I don't even... Oh, there we go. Look at the new frame. Look at how thick
yeah.
that eastern eye wall is.
Crazy. Crazy.
Oh, crazy, you're here.
Hold
I
on
think
a
it's
sec.
starting to feel the effects of shear
Yeah, I saw.
already.
Also, that weather station's online now. You were right about that. Whoever said that.
This might
What's
actually.
the wind gust?
It's down, so we can't see.
if it's getting sheared early, it might actually be peaking right now over the islands.
Okay.
So
Because I see the western eye wall isn't doing too well. Right?
because
Hello? Is he the one lagging?
IR satellite, and you'll see if you think everything's
All right,
I'm
here,
not
hold on.
lagging.
Okay.
IR invisible. We'll show you a few things
Here.
that tell you
So you said infrared?
it's getting sheared. So
What can I see about it? Are you talking about the green that's appearing
burst
on the
thing.
island?
then now,
Mhm.
look at newest frames. Okay,
What's the difference? What do you mean?
the newest ones,
What about them?
and you're gonna see something. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. See how the northwest eye wall sort of immediately is not doing too hot.
Yep.
I can't hear you. What the heck?
Yes. Can you hear me?
It's trying to
Alright.
output through my.
Okay.
I can
He
hear
can't
you.
hear me.
there we go.
All right. So what is it about it?
Basically what's happening is the system's northwest eye wall got interrupted by the shear because that
Mhm.
convective burst is getting stuck, and then also another major red flag is look at the CDO.
Well, what about it? It's more on
Look
the
at the
west
west
side.
side of the CDO.
Is this why?
No, look at the spikes.
Yeah.
That's a clear sign of shear.
How so?
It's basically just being pushed.
Mhm.
It's the spikes there. Underneath, what they'll tell you is underneath, there's usually wind going in a different direction.
All right. Does
So
this show you
here,
at all? Besides the eye wall being very thin.
I mean, the eye wall being very thin there is obviously a major red flag, but
Yep.
this is probably, if I had to take a guess, I thought it was going to make a run for another peak, but at this rate, it might not.
Mhm.
I think right now this might be peaking at probably 140 to 150 miles an hour, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, I feel like National
Oh,
Hurricane Center is going to go 140. I was thinking they're going to go 145 peak. Maybe they keep it
I
at
think that's
140.
what's going to happen. But this is probably peaking about now.
I think
take a
they're going to
guess.
go 140 12 hours because
Might
it shouldn't
actually it's maybe not
strengthen in
about
12
now, but
hours. It may strengthen and then weaken. Is what I think is going to happen. Alright, so they've already updated Chris to be a remnant low. They have not updated Beryl yet, and their update comes out in 15 minutes.
by the way, 96L likely will fail formation.
Yeah, I saw that.
Here we go, new convective burst. Yeah, now we're seeing bursts on both sides of the CDO. This is definitely not as healthy of a system right now. It got interrupted for sure.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way. All the models are.
I see
Then
that
again,
there's like
even
a
though it got
fracture on
interrupted-
the eastern side. You see that of the eye?
Yeah, that's just a convective burst there. But now, watch, this is going to get stuck. It's going to get stuck and it's going to convect a lot. So,
This one right here.
yeah, that's going to get stuck.
All right.
Why does it say purple?
If there was no shear, you wouldn't be seeing those anyway.
Okay.
Because the system would be stable. So,
Yeah.
like, let's say Belovin, for example. Remember how when Belovin was intensifying, those convective bursts were barely noticeable at all?
Yep.
They just slid right by it. Every single one of them. Like, you'd see them, you see one, it'd go. See one, it'd go. And then they got less and less noticeable until eventually when it peaked, there was none at all.
Yep.
The issue with this is that it's trying to do the same thing, but because one side of the eye wall is being pushed on and one of them is being basically
pull 9.
One of them is going up shear, one of them going down shear. The side that's going to go up shear is always going to get stuck, and the side that's going down shear is always going to be accelerated.
Yep.
So basically, your convection, a good way to think of it, is your convection is a lot less resonance time in the northeast or in the southwest part of the eye wall as it does in the northeast.
I'm gonna update this. Right here, I want to see if there's any more lightning that's been occurring in the eye wall.
Yeah, like
At 11, I'm going to stay studying for a couple hours.
Alright.
For the new update.
Chase, I just want everyone to know in chat that Barbaros is in the safe zone.
Barbados, yep.
Yeah.
Barbados should be clear.
Alright, and then I want to make some notes as well. It looks like one of the islands is entering the eye right now.
Yep.
This system right now, I'm hoping, is not one of those systems, but this kind of system, the damage the system can cause is pretty unhinged. I mean, obviously we've already seen some of the like live feeds and stuff of some of these islands experiencing extreme winds, but yeah, this system in terms of intensity is unlike anything the Caribbean islands have seen probably since 2017. So
Yep.
I'm back.
I was back.
I'm just
This
looking at all
is-
this stuff.
I believe if I remember correctly, Ian was the last major hurricane in the Caribbean, which made a 125 mile per hour landfall in western Cuba. This is stronger than Ian was, and it's in a much more climatologically rare spot in time.
Yep. Say this would be the last major hurricane in the Caribbean once it crosses the islands, right? Because it's not in the Caribbean just yet. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, well, it's literally 5 miles from being in the Caribbean, so it's not like much will change there.
Yeah.
Looking at the eye wall, yeah, that eastern eye wall is definitely stronger than the west. But, you know, I will say, for what it's worth, the system isn't doing terrible.
Well, yeah, of course. It's doing very good.
But for what it's worth, here's my point. Compared to other sheared systems, this is definitely not doing very bad. So let me also tell you some other things. Is this may look like an extra eye wall wrapping around. It may look like, and the secondary eye wall is forming, right?
Yeah.
But when it's sheared, not only is it harder for that to happen, but also that's actually going to be very important. Having convection in the way of the shear is very important.
Which it
for
has
hurricane.
right now.
Yeah, which is going to help this try to keep intensifying. I don't think it's going to intensify too much more, but I think it's going to try to help it maintain and intensify for the next maybe 6 hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's why the spikes are forming, though, right? Because
Yeah,
of
the shear is definitely playing a role in those spikes.
The islands are now in around minus 50 to minus 47 Celsius.
Okay, here it is. Here's this convective burst already getting stuck.
Alright, let me pull that up.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I see it.
You can see...
The southeastern side?
Yeah, you see how it's already starting to cover the eye?
Yep.
Yeah, that's a clear sign.
Oh wait, it looks like it's over lands now. I'm gonna open this up off stream. Hopefully it doesn't lag my computer too much.
Well, it hasn't made landfall, but it's definitely...
Well, I mean, it's in the eye, it looks like.
Yeah.
To me, whenever something's in the eye, that's typically what I like. If its center won't cross it, and the island's in the eye, I typically will say it's a landfall. But since the center of it will be passing over the island, I'm not calling that yet. It's like if a system's like 1 mile, or an island's like 5 miles wide or whatever.
Make landfall sooner than I initially thought. I'm guessing that the track speeds have picked up since yesterday.
Yep. It's basically the island's in the eye right now, so.
It's been moving slightly faster than forecasted its whole life.
That might favor a further north trend.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
That could bring it close.
Oh boy. All right.
Also, too, if it goes more north, it's going to encounter more shear. Like, if this was later in the year, that most likely wouldn't be the case, and if anything, it would encounter less. But for this time of year, given that the setup is not usual for June and stuff, it's essentially kind of riding underneath that shear and SAL line. It's essentially kind of riding underneath that a little bit, and as it gains a little bit of latitude, that's when it's going to start to feel it, essentially. Yep. So you see what I've been saying? It's kind of been riding under. You ever heard the saying, watch out for lowriders? This is what they mean. It's just that it usually don't happen this time of the year. But a lowrider basically means that it's essentially riding under the area of the worst condition.
Mm-hmm. Someone said power is out in Carico. That's why the chaser feed and everything is down. That makes sense.
That's probably why.
I'd be surprised if it wasn't.
Mm-hmm. So what I wanted to ask you, Riley, is do you think it's the shear starting already on the storm?
I mean, there has been shear, all throughout the time. But if you're asking if it's starting to affect it more, I mean, it could be, but I don't think it's going to start to get to a point where it's going to start weakening it for about, I'm going to say,
oh my gosh,
around 12 hours.
Would you agree with that?
Around 12 hours.
Yeah. It's already shown a couple of pretty distinct weaknesses, though. We just had a break in the western eye wall, and then also
the western eye wall's been kind of struggling to keep closed.
Yeah, and
Chase.
Mm-hmm.
And it's doing the same thing as yesterday, where those those convective bursts are getting stuck because of the shears.
NHC at 11, right?
Yeah, National
Impacting
Hurricane Center
that.
updates coming out within 7 minutes.
Yeah,
I think they are purposely holding off because typically they'll post something. They'll post a name update 30 minutes early. I feel like they're purposely waiting so that they can declare a landfall. Nothing's been posted on Twitter yet, so they're gonna wait. I feel like wait until
Recon should be in the eye right now.
I don't feel like it's gonna make landfall right at 11 though.
Well, they're
holding
hold on.
We're getting
they're holding off right now.
We're getting a northeast eye wall pass. That's what they're holding off on.
Mm-hmm.
Which they'll have before us because the tropical tidbits data is a little bit slow at updating.
I forget that they're still flying in the plane.
Right.
So that's what they're
I'm
waiting
just saying,
on.
like, when tropical tidbits updates, you're seeing it approximately 20 minutes after the plane actually did it.
Mm-hmm.
So even though it's showing it flying through the northeast eye wall now, it's already exited through the eye and all that. So the NHC's gotten their pass. They're just implementing the data right now.
Nice. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so the NHC usually releases a lot more close to their actual advisory time than most agencies. Some agencies throw it out there early, like JTWC, and some agencies like IMD don't even do a frickin' advisory half the time.
Yeah.
So it all depends.
What did I do?
I didn't know IMD just doesn't care.
What is interesting to me though, and I think this could show a sign of maybe some weaknesses that we're not seeing, even though it's overall a powerful system, is that on radar it shows the western eye wall as being weaker, but on IR it shows the western eye wall as being stronger. So I'm wondering if maybe there could be some internally structural weaknesses
saying radar
that we're
shows
not.
the western.
I think what happens there is what we're seeing is
Not rotating.
Yeah, so those convective bursts, they fire on the east side, but they're under the anvil. They rotate to the north, and that's when you see all of it spread out, and then those colder cloud tops go over to the west side. So I think that's kind of what's going on, and that's a similar thing with a lot of sheared systems. I feel like is they
Yeah, it's got a pretty classic look of a system under moderate but increasing shear, but not something that's going to rip it apart yet. If you know what I'm saying.
Yep.
Yeah. Like a lot of the South Hemisphere majors this year.
We got
In a
4
way.
minutes.
But more organized than that, of course, because the Southern Hemisphere majors this year sucked.
Mm-hmm.
I would tell you what intensity I'm expecting, but I can't until I see the recon pass. But I'm expecting it to be either 115 or 120 knots.
I just see like part of Hillsborough like in the very.
Yeah, I think that's most likely. There's
I
an
think they're
outside
going to go
chance of maybe like
120 knots, and then in
125-ish,
12
but
hours, 120 knots.
Probably.
Well, I mean, I think in 12 hours it's more likely to be 125 knots.
Oh, wow, okay. So some strengthening.
Yeah, but I think that'll probably be the peak, like 00Z tonight. I think that'll probably be the peak, and then from there, I think it'll slowly go down. Like, let me give you an example. Like, over the next 24 hours, it might increase from 125 knots down to somewhere between 90 to 100 knots. And then after that, that's when I think you will see a more rapid weakening start to take effect as the shear becomes more unfavorable and the structure gets obviously starting to degrade when the weakening occurs. And if it interacts with Jamaica, then it could weaken to even a low-end tropical storm.
okay, I'm looking.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on NHC to update.
Just did on my end.
Oh, what did they go? Here, I'll pull it up.
120 knot.
There we go. Extremely dangerous eye wall of Beryl moving over Caracau Island. Life-threatening winds and dangerous storm surge conditions are occurring.
Look, they think the same as me. They forecast 125.
Ooh, okay. Here we go. Here's the full discussion. Satellite and radar data this morning suggest Beryl has completed an eye wall replacement cycle. Radar images from Barbados show a solid ring of deep convection surrounding the warming, well-defined eye of the hurricane. Data collected from the NOAA and Air Force hurricane hunters this morning confirm that Beryl has strengthened. Drop zones indicate the central pressure has fallen to around 956 millibars, and the earlier flight level winds in SFMR data support an intensity of around 115 knots a couple hours ago. The hurricane satellite structure has continued to improve this morning, and recent objective satellite estimates justify raising the initial intensity to 120 knots. The core of the powerful hurricane is nearing Caracau Island, Grenada, and the Grenadine Islands, where conditions are rapidly deteriorating and residents should take action to protect their lives. Aircraft and radar fixes indicate Beryl has jogged northwestward over the past several hours. The initial estimated motion is west-northwest, or 285 at 17 knots, so it's increased speed. The hurricane is currently moving across the southern Windward Islands. A mid-level steering ridge to the north of Beryl should steer the hurricane quickly west-northwestward to westward across the Caribbean Sea during the next few days as a mid-level ridge strengthens to the north of the cyclone. This portion of the track forecast is very similar to the previous advisory, and the NHC forecast remains close to multi-model consensus aids. At 3 to 5 days, there is some increased spread in the track guidance, likely regarding the strength of the steering ridge as Beryl approaches the northwestern Caribbean Sea and the Yucatan Peninsula. This portion of the forecast was nudged slightly north of the previous one, but still lies south of the consensus aid, so I'm guessing more north towards Jamaica. Since the eye wall replacement cycle has completed, the updated NHC forecast allows for some additional near-term strengthening based on recent aircraft data and the improved satellite and radar structure of the hurricane. As previously noted, an increase in westerly shear is expected by midweek, which is expected to induce some weakening while Beryl moves across the central and northwestern Caribbean Sea. This is reflected in the latest NHC prediction that follows the multi-model consensus trends. Regardless, Beryl is forecast to remain a powerful hurricane through late this week, and interest in the northwestern Caribbean and the Yucatan Peninsula should continue to monitor the latest forecast updates. So they're predicting 2 points at 145 miles an hour.
This is why I don't use this garbage. 149 knot SFMR. That's why I don't use that garbage. That's why I don't use it. It's just I'm sorry. You're never going to convince me that it's accurate. And you want to know
149 knots.
Yeah. That's bullshit, dude. There's a reason I don't.
Sweet boy.
It's not even flagged either. That's why I don't use it.
The 149
message.
And also, not flagged doesn't mean no problems.
Yeah. So here's their forecast. Okay, Hurricane Watch has been issued for the entirety of Jamaica. There it is.
Yeah. I feel like even, like,
Yeah, I see in the bank.
yeah, there's just no justification to use that. That's just ridiculous. 103, 145 non-SFMRs is comical.
You got to remember this too, and everybody always says, "Well, NXT uses it." Actually, they really don't, because here's why. Back when Irma occurred, the discussion says the intensity is estimated at 160 knots based upon SFMR reading of 161 knots or something like that. During Dorian, they straight up said that they refuse to use it because they doubt that it's reliable.
Mm-hmm.
And it's on. And Matthew, like the Matthew being 145 knots, the reason that is because at the time they went by the SFMR and they didn't use anything else. I can tell you right now, if a post analysis occurs on it, it'll be like 130, 135. And honestly, it has a better chance of being 130, 135 right before it hits Haiti than when it's supposed Cat 5 peakers.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Like, anyway, so, but like the estimate they gave is perfectly fine. They didn't use it either. So that goes to show they
Where's the other channel going?
But do you agree with 145 on the 24-hour point, 8 a.m. Tuesday?
I would put it down to 130, but I agree with, or 140, but I agree with it for 12 hours.
Yep. I didn't expect them to keep that the same there. But they said that they've nudged the forecast a little bit more north. That means a little bit closer to Jamaica. The forecast cone, you can clearly see the change here. That now it's more so. Okay, that's not showing. More
It's
so
likely
up
just a
towards
few mere
Cancun.
minutes from making landfall on the island.
From Cancun and part of Belize now. So most likely it's going to make it to the Gulf of Mexico. I'd say about like
That's what I was thinking.
90% chance it will reach the Gulf of Mexico. Then the 10% is it dies out over Mexico beforehand.
Who has a stream of apparently had their roof ripped off and went to a secure spot, someone said in the chat.
Right, this is been out of date. There it is. Okay. Alright, so yeah. Yeah, the island is in the eye now, so should be clear for them. But Ashton, that area, they're likely getting major hurricane force winds, or at least gust.
That's kind of what I was thinking, because it's in the orange.
Yep.
I don't know the orange part of it.
Yeah, they're in the stronger, heavier rain.
Yeah, this is a pretty classic 120 knot storm right now. That's what this is. Looking at it, I thought it was stronger, but the
eyewall's not is too thin in the west. That's what's holding it back, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because the eastern eyewall, especially the northeastern, is just as robust, as you can expect. But the western eyewall, it could use some work, and it's at times tried to get better and repair it, but then it just weakens again a little bit.
And it's not like it's a jet interaction case where like that kind of stuff is expected. This is also the dangers of why satellite can sometimes be misleading, because like you would never suspect this system is getting sheared right now unless you pretty much looked at satellite.
Yeah.
Or unless you looked at radar. Like,
well, I mean, there is some signs, but it's not very prominent. But if you're talking about satellite, this looks just like a 120 knot system to me.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna post this on Twitter so people know that the island of Caracal is now in the storm. Is now in the eye, or the sorry the yeah, the island of Caracal. Island of Caracal.
There's a lot of main development region Cat 4s that look a lot like this.
Mm-hmm.
And like Eastern Pacific Cat 4s. Like this looks pretty typical for this kind of system. Even though it's in a ridiculous location at a ridiculous time of year, it looks like how you'd expect it to look for a normal North Atlantic kind of hurricane.
Guys,
Yep.
according to someone in chat, the people that had the stream up, apparently the roof ripped off and they had to go to somewhere safe.
Oh wow. Okay.
I
hope they're fine.
I'll agree.
Alright, here we go. So now time to pull up radar again. Should be an update. Yeah, the islands should be in the clear right now. I'm guessing they shouldn't be getting much wind, right? Because they're in the high now. It's not going to be like Adalia. This is a full-on eye, so it should be clear. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. They won't be experiencing much wind for about 15-20 minutes at least.
Nice.
But they're probably going to get slightly stronger wind with the southeast eye wall than they would with the northwest, given that the southeast eye wall is a stronger part of the storm in this case.
But they're probably going to get a good shot. The storm chasers who are there, they're probably going to get a good picture of the eye wall.
Oh yeah, they will. The eye is pretty clear in this case. It's not like a completely clouded over or anything. That eye, though, is really shriveling up. It's definitely disrupted.
Yep.
Ooh. Yeah. See, they had 950 too. Yeah, 6. You'd expect to look.
I'm probably gonna hop up at like probably 11:30.
Alright.
So in about like 20 minutes or so.
Mm-hmm. I feel like the National Hurricane Center cone will try and follow a path like this towards the Mexico-Texas border, because I noticed that they've curved the 5-day point a little bit more north.
Okay, I was gonna say if they were to do that, they would have to issue like tropical.
One of the storm chasers had the roof ripped off the room.
Yep.
I think that there's a good, or well, let me.
Do you have a tweet of that? Can you send it in?
I think it'll re-strengthen, but not significantly over the BOC. Like I don't expect it to regain hurricane status over the Campeche.
All right.
But I think it should.
So
I mean, unless it goes north to Texas, then it could have more time.
I was gonna say if they were to hit like at least like part of Texas.
That also is highly dependent on the synoptic pattern being correct there. And
like 4 days Texas.
The main thing about this, though, is that the main change of this advisory is that the government of Jamaica has issued a hurricane watch for the entire island.
Ooh. Wow.
Well, they should.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I'm pretty sure it won't be a hurricane by the time it gets there, it makes sense to issue a hurricane watch.
Yep. So here's the thing, though. They say key messages for it. Wind. Hurricane conditions are occurring in the hurricane warning area. Potentially catastrophic wind damage is expected. Where the cone of
Adam, hop off your piss.
All right. See you later. Is moving through portions of the southern Windward Islands, including Caracal Island, Grenada, and the Grenadine Islands. And remember, wind speeds atop and on the windward side of hills and mountains are often up to 30% stronger than the near-surface winds indicated in this advisory. So yeah, mountains and whatever, they typically get stronger winds.
Yeah.
Hurricane conditions are possible in Jamaica by Wednesday. So that means a stream is possible on Wednesday. So in 2 days' time. Um,
That's a good discussion. The only thing I would have added in is that in the valleys between the mountains, there are strong winds as well because it can funnel in there.
yeah. So here's their threats. A storm surge, like a life-threatening storm surge, will raise water levels by as much as 6 to 9 feet above normal tide levels in areas of onshore winds near where the eye makes landfall. In the hurricane warning area near the coast, the surge will be accompanied by large and destructive waves. So they're predicting 6 to 9 feet of storm surge, which isn't a lot really for Category 4, I think, but still
Mm-hmm.
really bad. It's basically, yeah. Rainfall. Hurricane Beryl is expected to produce rainfall totals of 3 to 6 inches across Barbados and the Windward Islands through this afternoon. Localized maximum of 10 inches are possible, especially in the Grenadines, Tobago, and Grenada. This rainfall may cause flash flooding in vulnerable areas. And then the surf, of course. Large swells generated by Beryl are expected across the Windward and southern Leeward Islands during the next couple of days. Swells are also expected to reach the southern coast of Puerto Rico and Hispaniola in the next day or so. These swells are expected to cause life-threatening surf and rip current conditions. So they probably have an updated rainfall graphic, I'm guessing. Here it is, right here. We have it now. Finally. So yeah, 10 inches plus locally,
Well,
and where it is right now.
oh,
8 inches
oh,
plus
dang.
over Grenada and Tobago. 5 inches plus locally in St. Lucia, St. Vincent, Barbados. And then it gets pretty uncertain later on. But they're predicting 4 to 6 inches of rainfall in the Dominican Republic. Not a lot of rainfall for Haiti. But Jamaica, they're predicting 6 to 8 inches plus in the eastern part. And it all depends on where the
Oh,
storm goes. So this note that
Mm-hmm.
some overlaps of rainfall. Okay, yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Here's the wind speed probabilities of tropical storm force winds. Now you can see the. Oh, actually, I want to pull up. Oh wait, update. Here we go. 10 a.m. 4 minutes ago. Extremely dangerous Category 4 Beryl makes landfall on Caracau Island. Air Force reconnaissance winds 150 miles an hour.
Oh wow.
150. Oh my god.
Wait, isn't that one away from?
dang.
That's 5 or that's 10 away from Cat 5.
Oh wow.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, that is insane.
Wow. I'm about to get a notification on my phone.
Oh my god. That is
About to
incredible.
say, about to
I
say, you might want to pop the stream link in general.
yeah, here I'm gonna put this in here. Alright, in the server. So that is pretty bad. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so Air Force reconnaissance aircraft finds Beryl stronger. Satellite imagery and Barbados radar indicate that the eye of Beryl has made landfall on Caracau Island at 11:10 a.m. Atlantic Standard Time. Data from Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft indicate that Beryl's maximum sustained winds have increased to 150 miles per hour. The latest minimum central pressure estimated from reconnaissance data is 950 millibars. That is absolutely insane.
Dang, I went down by 6.
Alright, hold on. I'm just gonna paste this here. So yeah, I'm shocked by that. I was not expecting 150 miles an hour. This could easily go up to Cat 5, I
I don't
feel
think
like.
anyone was.
Yeah, it's possible.
I mean, a 10 mile an hour increase isn't out of the question with this system. I'm just shocked by that
Oh,
due
look at
to
that
how
eye.
weak
That
the
eye
west
is
side is.
huge.
Yeah, it has grown a lot.
But I
To
feel
about
like if it
18
goes up at
miles
least like
wide. That is a very large eye. My main concern, though, was the western side of the eye wall, just due to how weak that was. I wasn't expecting
Uh-huh.
the eastern side to make up that much. I mean, there's probably not a lot of hurricane force winds occurring on the western side, southwestern side especially. But I mean, it's around 20 by 20 miles wide, around 18 by
Wow.
18 roughly. It's made landfall, so we're in the midpoint of
Yeah, he just put it in the
storm.
chat.
They're gonna have to go through this side though. This whole eastern side get hit again.
Yeah, the western side was actually kind of bad because
But the thing is, it wasn't
roofed
that
off.
bad. It was the weaker
But
side, so
yeah,
they're gonna have
compared
to
to the
go
other
through even
side,
worse. But yeah,
That's
that's what
these
I'm worried
northern
about.
islands right now are getting absolutely hammered. Man, I really hope that the storm chasers here are okay right now. I mean, this is
Yeah,
getting
the
really
roof.
bad.
Supposedly the roof ripped off, so
Yeah.
Wait, Chase.
Mhm.
So I'm looking at the chat. Someone said this is sad. Honestly, 115 mile
Yeah,
in
July 1st.
July 1st.
If this were to become a Category
Yeah.
5, it'd be the earliest Category
that'd
5
be
on record in the Atlantic Basin.
Oh yeah,
this is insane.
it would.
I'm scared to know what later this season's gonna be.
Yeah.
If we're already getting a Category 5 in June 1st, almost a Category 5.
Just post
It's
this on
July
Twitter.
1st.
Wow. Okay, so
Where does
I'm
it?
wondering what are the
Chase
gusts they're
says, where
predicting
does
now.
it say 115 miles an hour? It's on the hurricane discussion, on the NHC discussion.
Yeah, I see that they have 150 mile an hour sustained
Oh
winds,
my
but the
gosh,
gusts are
I'm not
probably up
door.
to 175, honestly.
At least.
Recon. Recon.
Yeah.
Hey, Chase.
Looks like Daniel.
Sorry, I'm late.
Oh, hello. I don't know if you've noticed, but it's been upgraded to
Cat
150 miles an hour.
It's almost a Cat 5, yeah.
Exactly. I was shocked by that.
It's like 5 miles away.
Hi, Riley.
To be fair, I'm not. To be fair, I'm
away
just.
from it.
I just need a moment so I can put my thought out. So
I
after I saw it do its replacement on its eye, I had a feeling, especially when it started expanding. I just looked at the satellite loop. I had a feeling this thing was going to try to blow, even if it's going over land. I think it's going to say a big no you to land and still intensify.
Yeah, that was
these
shocking.
islands,
Despite
since those
the shear that's increasing.
islands are, and also since these islands are so small, it's really not going to affect it.
Mhm.
It would take none of these islands can really affect it.
Yeah, they're too small.
That much.
Even though that some areas do
you
have like
need-
mountainous
Oh, wait,
terrain,
I see
it's
what's
not
going
gonna
on.
tear it up.
You would need some
Hey,
landmass
Crazy.
like Puerto Rico to
You
start.
probably
even
heard
there
a
where
little
we
bit of an
can't.
update.
Yeah,
150
I
miles an
saw
hour.
that's
And you're up to
no,
23
no.
viewers on the stream.
No.
What?
No.
Do you not think it's that strong? Or
150.
what?
No.
No? Okay.
140 is a perfect estimate for it. It is a golden estimate for the system right now.
I
thought it was
so
145 for a
too.
little bit, but
now
this is
it's
140.
150, so we have like five away
This is
from the
clear
Cat
cut and dry 140. Briley and I were talking about it literally 15 minutes ago. He said there's a clear cut and dry 140
Yeah,
mile
I remember that.
power system. What?
I remembered you saying that. I'm kind of shocked right now, though. Just on what data they've gotten. I can't see the drops on yet.
Wait, they got more data now?
Well, I mean, when they pass through the eye, that's the whole reason they updated it. The Air Force.
Yeah, but I guess their idea is like, okay, we had 3 of these SFMRs, not 1, and
Yeah.
all 3 of them were non-flagged, and all 3 of them got these measurements, so it must be a little more trustworthy then.
The SFMR is probably somewhat inflated due to shoaling. This is known to happen when you're in shallow water, and since it's near the island, it's probably in shallow water. So
Ah,
I think
okay.
that it wasn't flagged just because it didn't like sense any crazy rain rates or something. Because if it flags it, that's how that works. If it senses like some crazy rain rates or something, but they didn't take it at face value. So I mean, that's good. At least they didn't pull a Matthew.
And with these and with this storm in particular, it's definitely interesting that they're still in it. But it does make sense because these islands are so small.
After
Yeah.
this,
Like
okay,
a proper,
okay.
it's not a
In
proper
my opinion,
landmass.
in my opinion, after this mission, it doesn't need recon anymore for 2 more days.
Why?
I wouldn't say that.
It's not going to be near land for 2 more days. When it gets near Jamaica again, start flying missions again.
Yeah.
That's because
I
I'm
would
somebody.
think it would
You know me. I don't like it. I don't like it when they fly into weak systems. And I think that unless it's a major land threat, it doesn't need like right now. This is obviously a major land threat to
Yep.
these islands, so it's justified to be flying this recon. I don't know if the plan is to stop the missions or not, but if it does stop after these islands for a couple days, I'm saying that I would think that would be justified, just because number one, it's going to start weakening soon, and number two, it won't be near land when like a recon is more important. A recon is more important when it's near land.
Yep.
So if the recon stopped it, it wouldn't really be a big deal.
Yeah, I think
Still for
the only thing that
scientific
might be
data,
a good idea for this right now is an upper air mission, but
though. Oh, yeah, definitely.
just to get more accurate of data around like what's going to be steering it, and
Mm-hmm.
get the models in a good headspace.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, hold up. Hold up. Chase, zoom out again.
Zoom out.
second.
Okay.
Yeah, real quick.
Because I feel like those are underappreciated.
Or
I'm guessing that the shear can be detected right over here, just how there's not as much banding.
Slow down,
It's
slow down.
expanded on the
Yeah,
western side.
Toko, on the edge of that.
The
Oh yeah. Right there.
like the banding on the western side.
Mm-hmm.
What are you saying?
Just that shear's being detected by that, just
And then
because
so
there's not a
and
lot
then
of
they
banding
put,
there.
the
I'm
port of
guessing.
Spain right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the most obvious way to tell.
And then San Fernando.
That actually looks better. Hold on. Go back to the radar image, Chase.
Yeah. This. Yeah, it's definitely improved.
That
The western side has gotten a lot more solid.
Yeah.
that looks like it could be a little bit more permanent.
Yep, it's been taking its time to build up. The northeastern side still looks massive. Now it's like a third one of those islands are likely getting in on the hurricane force winds.
Honestly, the storm says, I don't care about my eye being ragged or in the middle of an eye wall replacement cycle. I'm gonna still continue going. You know what this reminds me of? However, this storm I'm about to mention was a different basin, Goni.
I don't know. I don't think you can compare the two.
Boy, this is gonna be real interesting.
Well, Goni kept having eye wall replacement cycles, and it said, "No, you" the whole
okay,
time with
Okay, well,
its intensity.
There's,
However,
there's
Goni
few-
was a different. Goni was a different beast entirely,
Yeah.
though.
Okay, well, I see what you mean by that. That the eye didn't really disintegrate a lot during the eye wall replacement cycle, but that's not really as uncommon as you guys think. It's just that in the Atlantic Basin, it's not that common because of the fact that there's usually shear or dry air or something to disrupt it. But I mean, I get your comparison, but the best eye wall replacement cycle of all time forever goes to Haiyan and Mancut, just because of the fact that they maintained the 20-degree eye throughout the entire eye wall replacement cycle.
Yeah.
I think if I remember correctly, main cut briefly started to kind of waver, but then it immediately shot back up.
Yeah, right at the end of it, it went from 150, 155, 160 knots down to 150, and then it took off again. And then it weakened again a little bit before landfall on another eye wall replacement cycle. And then it started to strengthen again, and then it ran into a 10,000-foot mountain, so that was game over.
Yep.
Mm.
All right.
Yeah.
I did want to point out that the islands are about to Petite Martinique. They're about to get into the eye wall again, so they're about to get into the harsher winds, the worst winds that are in the storm.
Yeah, not the
Hey,
most
Chase.
fun time.
Yep.
Do you agree that probably some of these higher terrain like mountains on like Hillsborough, we're probably getting 200 mile an hour wind gusts on this backside.
On the stronger peaks,
Could be
possibly.
like a Koinu kind of situation.
Yeah, the very elevated mountains are probably getting very strong winds. I don't think
Yeah.
200. Maybe. I don't. I like over here, and not really Hillsborough, but maybe Charlestown, this area.
Yeah,
Just keep in
that
mind
makes
the
sense.
eye is not really going to give the worst of the wind. It's going to be in this section right here. It's going to be the strongest of winds.
Yeah.
Pull it up on here. Let me see if they've updated this at all. Recon. Like it kind of
I like
shows where
that
the
site,
strongest
actually.
winds are.
I like that website. I use it too.
Yeah, I use this a lot.
It's got good, simple data. That's how I like things. Simple, but shows you what you need to know.
Yeah.
That's how I like it. It's not overcomplicated, nothing like that.
All right,
I'll be
here's
right
the
back.
latest
Wait,
ensemble
Scroll back
guidance.
down. Scroll back down to the ship's forecast. I want to see the shear.
Right here.
Okay, hold on. Scroll down a little bit more. I need to see the hour increments. I think these are 24. Okay, 24, 48, 72.
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like my prediction is right that the shear ramps up pretty significantly after 12 to 18 hours, and then it stays there enough to weaken it a pretty good amount, and then you can see it lessen again.
Dies down right
That
around
is
here.
where it might be. That is where it might be able to re-strengthen a little bit before it hits the Yucatan.
Yeah, agreed.
That is where, and then you see the SST drop there. That's when it's going over this thing called land,
Yeah. Yep.
and that is something that unless you
Oh,
are
land specifically.
I think I know that.
that unless you are freaking Ewinar or something in Australia, it's very unfavorable. So
Mhm.
when that happens, then obviously it's going to get torn up.
On the lore.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I would expect that over the western Gulf, Bay of Campeche, that it will reorganize a little bit, but I don't think it's going to be too significant because it's going to be pretty broadened and monsoonal and maybe even lacking convection when it enters.
Yeah. It mainly depends on how fast it can cross the islands, how long is it going to be over land. It's the main concern.
Also, how large does it become between now and then? Because if it becomes really large, then it's done. If
Yeah.
it stays small, then it can have an opportunity to rebuild because a smaller system, although it'll weaken more, it'll also respond more. And if it takes that, like that black line there,
Yep,
let's
this one.
scroll up. Yeah, if it takes that one, I think it'll have a chance to regain the hurricane just because that it'll spend more time over water. And I don't know
That
what the
black
I don't know
line
what
is
the
erroneous,
conditional.
though.
I don't know what the condition will be like because it's too far out yet. So if there's sheer dry air, then obviously not. But if the condition is favorable, I think it would probably retain hurricane or regain. I mean hurricane at that point because it would have enough time to reorganize.
What
I
about
don't-
this pink line
I don't
right
think
here?
that black line is realistic at all. Look,
I don't
look
think
what's
it is
happening
either.
with that black line.
I think the
It's
red
because
one.
all of your ensemble means to the south have the storm dying, and all the ones to the north have it ongoing. So it
Yeah.
drags the ensemble mean to the north.
Yeah, I think the red one's the most accurate.
What about something
Yeah.
like this?
Actually, that's probably better, but more so following the red after the Yucatan.
Oh, okay. All right.
So yeah, I mean, let's say if it takes that path you just drew,
Mhm.
okay,
Yeah,
it'll weaken obviously to a tropical storm over the Yucatan,
Mhm.
and then it'll regain a little bit, maybe to high end tropical storm before it hits.
Alright,
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna head.
All right, so
Cheers.
So-
Alright, I'll see ya.
Yep. all right. So mainly all these areas of land need to be on high alert on this system. Just watching it closely, I think. I mean, mainly it's going to be the Yucatan. Well, for the first target after this is going to be, of course, Jamaica.
Hey, that guy
Jamaica's
is
gonna
not old enough to be on this app.
Yeah. All right. Jamaica is likely going to be our first target. As I've shown before, they are under a hurricane watch. I do think within the next 60 hours or so, a hurricane can, let's say maybe 48 hours is when it will start. If it does look like it will make landfall, we will do a stream that day. So Wednesday around noonish, maybe, if it's coming towards land. And then if it is still a hurricane by the Yucatan, we will do another stream on that. And then, of course, if it's a hurricane, wherever it's going after that. What?
More unreliable than the Wonderwaffe
This
and
guy-
World
this-
at War Grease is.
What?
Have you ever played World at War Dries?
I have.
And it will get you down, won't it?
It'll take away your job.
You like that one, don't you? More
Yeah,
unreliable than the Wonderwaf and World at War Dries. I've got one even more unreliable than when a thunder gun shot fails and you're hoarded in a corner.
Alright, guys, just a heads up now.
Yeah, like on
Petite
Keno or
Martinique is
something.
now in the eye wall.
All right. Well, they're getting hammered.
Yep.
Round base is coming back this year, so.
Hillsborough is still in the eye. They've gone like about 5 miles to go until they're in the eye wall. Petite Martinique, their winds are going to be increasing. And it looks like Charlestown is going to have gone through the worst of it. They should be gradually improving at this point.
Actually, Chase, that's interesting. What you're showing there.
What?
Seems like convection is doing pretty good. It seems like it's starting to turn into a bit different of a structure where instead it's the southwest part of the eye wall that's weakest.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the CDO looks good, but the eye wall itself is changing structure a little bit.
Oh my God, Storm Fairy, except he's right this time.
But yeah, I'm focusing on the northeastern side because that's the strongest out of all of them. So yeah, we've got a
but it's
couple
doing
more
good.
land masses to go.
Same.
That they're, I feel like Grenada is going through the worst of it right now. I feel like they're going to gradually improve. They're going to stay at the worst of it for some time, and then they're going to gradually improve. Most of these islands are at the worst of it right now. For like Martinique, Dominica, St. Lucia, St. Vincent. It's mainly going to be mainly just these couple of islands. This 4 cluster of islands right here, roughly. Mainly anywhere in here. They still have to go through the worst of it. So yeah, after that happens, then we'll stop the stream. Yeah, Barbados is mostly in the clear now, thankfully.
You want to know something?
Mm-hmm.
You want to know something? Despite all of this, I'm actually still just as confident, if not more confident, than I have been about it weakening to a tropical storm in a couple days, because people don't understand, man. When you have shear in the same direction that you're moving, that it doesn't get worse than that while still being over water.
Even if you're moving
Really?
faster makes it worse.
Yeah, because you're moving faster into it.
Yes.
Just like Brett. That's why Brett busted.
Yep. But I mean, how long do you think it has to intensify?
About another 6 to 12 hours.
All right, so do you think it could reach Cat 5 status?
Well, my answer on this is very you know what I'm okay. First of all, I don't think it's currently 130 knots, but let's say it is. If it is, I mean, it's not impossible to reach another 10 knots in the next 6 to 12 hours, but it's not something that I would bet on. But I wouldn't bet on it, but I wouldn't be surprised if I wouldn't bet on it, but I wouldn't bet against it.
Yeah.
Let me just say that. But personally, if I had to say yes or no, I'm going to say no, just because I have the different thinking of where it's currently at.
Yeah, yeah.
If this had formed, so here's actually something interesting to consider. If when it originally started RIing, if it already had a core that was closer to this size, I think it would have done a lot better.
Yes, yes, I agree. Because it would have been more resilient to the shear
yesterday that kind of hit it before the eyewall replacement cycle started, and then it would have been able to achieve a little better peak before that.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, another thing, while we're at it, I figured I'd mention something funny. If this thing manages to somehow track south of the current expected track and just keeps going west, the EPAC might finally get a storm in its basin.
Yeah. Yep. My God.
Might be a bit generous. Actually, I saw last night the GFS was trying to advertise a storm. Yeah.
Yeah, what? 35 knot, 0.2020 ace? I mean,
It was actually no. I think it was a decent system. 992 pressure. So like,
let me look at the model now. I mean, hold on. Literally, this model run just came out. So let me.
Oh,
look
by
at
the way, we're number
6G.
6 in
What?
ranking for ACE right now. I did want to point that out. In the North Atlantic.
989. So it shows a strong tropical storm, but it dies out quickly. Like this is going to be like maybe 1.5 ACE units, 2 ACE units at the most.
Mm-hmm.
And models show that a sinking phase moves into the Eastern Pacific after the first week of July. So honestly, it's really not looking that great.
second week of July looks like a less packed master class.
Yeah, let's see who.
I mean, with that outlook, yes, it does. The model's not showing anything, but then again, models are never that great 2 weeks out, and I feel personally like models are worse than they used to be a few years ago.
Yeah.
But I mean, right now with my UP run ending, it seems likely.
I'll look at CHIs.
So we have
The overall structure of Beryl as an entire storm has never been better. But in terms of the CDO and I, it could use a little bit of work.
Yeah. Did want to point out the island of Kanuan is likely now out of the hurricane force winds now. They're now out of the eye wall.
I think actually it's better than what it looks like. I think a large part of it is mainly just upper level cirrus, which probably maybe like a brief disruption occurred, and you can see that cirrus. If you get rid of that filament, then you actually don't have too badly structured of a system.
Looks like
is that what it's called now?
Yeah.
Filament.
It's actually called anvil overhang.
Anvil overhang. Okay.
Right now, I full white ring. Now it's gaining.
I could get behind 125 knots now, based on how that looks.
Yep.
And also, I think it's kind of feeling the effect of the island a little bit, just because of the fact that it's a mountainous island. You have to remember something.
Yeah.
It wasn't this island, but it was an island that was nearby in this little chain of islands here. I think it was Dominica that Maria went over, and it disrupted it pretty badly. Like, the recon was recording 924 millibars, rapidly intensifying as it hit. Mm-hmm. And then when it came out on the other side, they reported 953 millibars. Yeah. So even passing over that little island damaged it by nearly 30 millibars.
Mm-hmm. I noticed that once this storm was actually nearing the island, the western part of it just collapsed. The eye wall was or not collapsed, but just was falling apart. There was a lot of breakage in it. That was when the eye wall was overland. Yeah. It was breaking apart.
Yeah. I mean, I will say, though, with Maria, that system has such a tiny little itty-bitty core that, like...
Yeah, it definitely had another, a much tinier core, I mean, to allow that to happen. But still, I'm just saying that, because of these islands are mountainous, it likely is still affecting it in some way. It's going to at least pause the intensification, if I had to bet.
Actually, I just realized, if Maria did not landfall on that island, here's an interesting food for thought. If it didn't landfall on Dominica, would it have tried to attempt a Jova kind of evolution where
I don't know.
I mean, it's really hard to say, because the most unpredictable system is a pinhole rapidly intensifying. So it really is hard to say. But I think that it would have reached a higher peak than it did because it was not really near an eyewall replacement cycle. But given that it was a pinhole, I probably would have eyewall replacement cycle. And also, let me tell you something too. The NAC estimating Jova at 140 knots, or is it 145 now?
How about let's get back on topic? Okay.
Either way, it's ridiculous.
Right.
Okay, but yeah, so that's why I'm saying it's not a good comparison because Jova was way stronger than Maria was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, Jova might even be stronger than Mawar and Balavin, but I have to give it to Balavin out of any storm in 23.
Yeah.
So it looks like the eastern side now of Caracal Island is now getting in on the eye wall. At least part of it. Probably by now. This radar imagery is like 5 minutes late-ish. Union Island also now getting in on it. Petite Martinique also getting on it. It looks like now Mayrio is now getting the worst of it. They're going to be in the worst of it for a little while, and then their conditions will improve. Yeah, but yeah, for me, I feel like Grenada has gone through, it's going through the worst right now. I don't think they're going to get hurricane force winds. Would you all agree?
Yeah.
The core.
Well, I think they are probably, if I had to take a guess, Northern Grenada probably is getting them anyway.
Mm-hmm. Even though they're out of the eye wall.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, Hillsborough, Eastern, they should be in the eye wall any moment now. Alright, is Recon still flying in the storm?
Let me look.
Yep,
I believe they're gonna make one. They're gonna make one more pass. Yeah.
Yep. Guessing like this-ish. Would that be correct?
If I had a guess, it would be something like that. If not, maybe a little over, and then kind of like the other one from southeast to northwest.
Yep. So they're not going to sample the strongest side. We'll get a pressure reading though.
That's what would make sense. Well, if they want to sample the strongest side, they would turn north now.
Ah, okay.
So which they could do either one. Either one is just as likely here.
Mm-hmm. At least we'll get a good pressure reading. I feel like we'll get into the 940s.
Yeah, I sure don't know. I think it might flatline just because it's going over islands.
Okay. Yeah.
I think if flatlining at 950 would make sense, and then us first to drop again in the next hour or two.
Mm-hmm. And Dvorak is looking pretty good for it. It just needs to thicken out the white embed. It's looking a lot better than it did before.
Yeah, I mean, but white. I feel like we have recon, and I really don't.
Yeah, but I do like looking
Don't
at
care about
for structure.
embeds and stuff in the CDO right now. Like
something just happened to the eye wall. Did you see that right here?
Again, same exact issue.
What is it with the land, or?
Well, that's probably a mix of land interruption and shear, but probably mostly land interruption, actually. Yeah, I think that's interruption.
Now it's land interruption, but in like 12 hours or so, if you see something happening, it's going to be shear.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's like I said, even though these islands are not big, they are mountainous. And like, look at what Pentecost did to Harold. Like, have you seen Harold? Go, if you haven't, you have to look at the imagery of it intensifying. Mm-hmm. There is probably, I don't think I've ever seen a storm intensify more in a 3-hour span than Harold. Like, it came off of the first island that it hit, and it barely had an eye still. And by the time it hit the other island, the raw Dvorak was at 7.5.
Harold?
What?
Yeah, in 3 hours, it went from not having an eye to having a raw Dvorak of 7.5.
Harold. I'm
Which
trying to think of.
year? Because that was
South Pacific
Oh, okay.
2020.
All right.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
New GFS run is coming out.
I do not remember that storm. I need to go.
Okay.
Just watch the loop. You're gonna be like, what the? I mean, that's there. There is okay. Listen, let me put it to you like this. Over the years that I've been tracking, I used to wake up and when a storm rapidly intensifies, I'm like, oh my god, that's. I get to a point where I'm like, whatever, it happens. But with Harold, I was watching it in real time.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, this is insane. This is actually crazy. It went from barely having an eye to having a raw Dvorak of 7.5 in 3 hours.
Mhm.
Like I'll be honest with you, I didn't even know it was possible.
Yeah.
And then somebody's trying to make up a theory. Oh well, it couldn't have been a Cat 5 because theoretically, with its eye size, it couldn't have deepened enough.
Wind lag.
Yeah. Well, guess what? Did you see the building? Did you see the building of where they had a reinforced steel structure with concrete, and there was nothing left but the concrete slab? So I would say that you are wrong, buddy. Well, you can't use tropical cyclone damage to estimate wind. Yeah, that's true. But when when a concrete building that was built with steel I-beams is entirely gone, I can assume that it's a Category 5.
That's insane.
Exactly.
I did want to point out Caracal is now in the eye wall.
What is that?
What?
It went from
Oh, you're watching
what
it.
looks to be like a -70 to -75
Can you
CDO
send
with
the
an
link
eye
in?
that's barely into like the -20 range to a full CDG embed with a positive eye temp. That's ridiculous.
Well,
Yeah, you see what I mean?
46,000 people are watching the
That's
plane that's
completely
flying
ridiculous.
into the storm on Flight Radar.
There had to be some land.
There was. In a sense, the land friction when it came off, because it hit absolute cooking water right away. The land essentially, and that land, the first island it hit wasn't mountainous. The second one it was, so it essentially helped tighten it up.
Yeah, hold on.
Something that you probably won't see again. You could track for 75 years and not see that.
Here, I'm gonna send you what he sent. What he was trying to show me, Chase.
Alright, thank you.
Wait, I got it. Let's go. The mic's working.
Okay, your voice sounds a lot deeper.
That's okay.
Yeah, somebody take off the voice changer.
I don't have a voice. What do you guys?
Here, I muted him.
Definitely do.
Tell me when it's
Definitely
fixed.
do.
You don't have a voice changer?
You're 13 years old and you don't want to sound like it. Turn off the voice changer.
Did he fix it? I don't know.
Well, I was close.
Okay. Hello, can you speak?
I've been doing this a while.
I can speak.
There you go. Finally. Okay. Man, I'd like to swap this back to 2D. Yep, there you go.
This is the first time my voice changers worked. That's crazy. After like 2 months.
So it is one.
Yeah, it's Clownfish voice changer for Chrome. Go ahead and get it for free. It's a sponsor.
God, okay. Do you have it so it glitches out or what? I don't know. Or is that glitching out just your?
No, it has like 20 voices and it's all free.
Okay.
It's literally a Chrome extension.
All right. Anyways,
There's like a female
I don't
voice,
know
a
if
male
you
voice,
remember
and
it,
blah, blah.
but the storm's now 150 miles per hour. At least officially.
Wait, you're kidding me.
It's intensified.
I didn't hear about this.
Yep, there's a new update.
I haven't heard about it.
They've upped the intensity to 150 miles per hour. 950
That's
millibars.
unacceptable.
It intensified
Okay.
10 miles per hour in 10 minutes, at least according to their update.
That's crazy.
It's only because the first one was an estimation, the second one was an actual. They finally got aircraft passing through the strongest side.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yep, so it made landfall with winds of 150 miles per hour and a central pressure of 950 millibars.
Do we have any damage?
Well, keep in mind communications are down there, so.
Okay,
Alright.
okay. Oh wow, we're in the eye wall right now. I just
I hate this forecast. It's
Tractor's
so goofy.
garbage. It just start. It's like a PNG just twisting.
Yeah.
What the heck? If that's actually what's
What?
happening to the storm, then it's in trouble.
That'd be crazy. Okay.
Oh, it just turns to a fucking wavy storm.
Alright,
It's
so
going to in a couple
Mario
days.
is likely they've gone through the worst of it now, it appears.
It's gonna turn. It's gonna weaken a lot. I think that it's gonna weaken to a tropical storm.
Mm-hmm. Petite Island
Before it.
Petite Martinique has also gone through the worst of it, it appears. This center area is basically the line of the worst of the winds. Okay.
By the way, Riley, at least right now, Recon looks like it's. I don't know what Recon's doing.
So it looks like.
Okay,
it's,
well,
you don't know.
let me look and I'll tell you. But
It's
right
literally
now,
a star.
I'm at the port right now of 125.
Are they tilting south? What are they doing?
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing either. They're not going in for another pass at that rate.
Maybe
Did
they're.
where did they fly? Where did they fly out of when they started?
I
this
think
mission?
they flew out of one of these islands over here.
Okay, so that'd be the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Well, because it flew
that
this
way.
way. This is where it came in.
Well, they're not heading back to base, obviously, if they're heading that way. So I really don't know what they're. Okay, I know what they're doing now.
What?
They're getting a full Winfield pass. They're going to go over to. You see where it made that right there. But yeah, I think that's what they're doing. If they don't do that, then I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
But I think that's what they're doing because it
Yeah.
gets a better Winfield estimate.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I mean, there's no shot they're landing in Tobago or Trinidad. This Air Force plane has been for a while. I mean, making a star shape. Alright. Alright, here's the new GFS run. They still want it to just go south of Jamaica, dumping the heaviest rain for the islands there, or for the island. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you, why do you think 96L won't form? Like, what's preventing
Look at satellite of it, and it tells you everything you need to know. Look at satellite of it.
it? Shear blowing the thunderstorms
Yeah.
away from the center.
I mean, at first I thought it was going to develop
Same.
maybe even to a hurricane, but now it might not. I don't think it's going to develop at all now, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, neither do I.
But it
Also-
would be garbage if it did anyway, so it don't matter.
In 2 to 3 days, what's going to happen to it is like
It's gonna get the same thing that's gonna happen to Beryl in 1 to 2 days.
no, it's even worse. What's going to happen to it is basically Beryl's outflow is going to reinforce a tut, which then sends this massive plume
yeah.
of northerlies directly
Yeah.
over the system and kills it. Basically, the shear that Ian felt, except times 10.
Yep.
Remember when Ian was in the Caribbean and it couldn't develop for like 5 days because of Fiona's outflow?
Yeah.
Same concept here.
Okay, now listen. Now you see the current structure.
Yep.
Okay, pause it at the end of that loop.
Alright, here.
Okay. What I see here is I see 2 things happening. Number 1, I see a little bit of a stadium effect. But number 2, I do see some evidence that the eye wall may be taking in some dry air or the effects from the island, most likely the effects from the island, because
Yeah, I believe so.
we're starting to see the deepest convection is not rightly tightly wrapped around the eye like you want.
Mm-hmm.
So it might be starting to feel those effects as well from the island, and this is also evident by the fact that the eye has become a little bit more ragged since it's passed over the island. It's not. It was hitting almost perfectly round before it hit, but now with it passed over the island, it started to get a little bit ragged, and it might rebound again a little bit. It start, trying to circle back up and wrap the convention around and intensify a bit more. But I think that the island has made it take a little bit of a hit temporarily.
Yeah.
At least.
Temporarily.
It seems like overall, even just now, right after it hit the island, it's already starting to look a little better. The eye is starting to fill back out, look a little bit more circular again. Looks like very temporary.
I'm noticing that the northwestern side isn't doing so well good.
Right, let me see the latest. Go back to that other radar because that's better than that windy one.
Okay.
Now go. Let me play this loop. Okay, pause it at the end of that loop.
All right.
On the last frame.
There we go.
Okay. I see what you mean now by the northwestern side. It's not quite as robust there because you can see that there's a weakness right there in the eye wall.
Mm-hmm.
Again, that could be from the islands, but at the same time, it's always been the western eye wall's been a little bit weaker.
Yeah,
as well,
exactly.
so.
I would have expected this side of the eye wall to start tearing apart as well.
Right, so I think it might be a combination of both here.
Yeah.
The island, as well as the fact that the western eye wall, for some reasons, never really been able to get it together.
The fact that the strongest part of the eye wall is over the islands and is not being affected, it's to me, I don't think it's entirely the islands. Is yeah, now the southeastern
that
part
looks more like shear to me than the islands. That northwest eye wall weakness looks a lot more like shear busting it than anything.
Well, if it is shear, then, I mean, you can kiss the Cat 5 goodbye.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that if it is, it could be, it could not be, but something is definitely continuously affecting. And I'm not trying to say that it's not doing good for the time of the year and all that. It's done great for the time of the year. Way better than I thought. I thought that the models were overdoing it because usually this time of the year, they show a storm like this every year doing this, except it doesn't actually happen. The storm either doesn't develop, or if it does, it becomes a tropical storm or a weak Cat 1 or something. So if you thought like me that it probably wouldn't do this, you were right, because most of the time it don't.
Yep.
And Beryl is a rarity. It's an exception. So
one of the big things is it had climatology against it.
The biggest red flag for a system like this is that the only shear this had for multiple days was slight easterly shear instead of strong westerly shear. I think that should have been the red flag.
Beryl is let me think of okay, I know the word. It's playing with house money here. What that means is this: that even if it starts falling apart now, it doesn't matter. It's already accomplished its mission. It's done more than it was expected to do.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate given these islands. It's unfortunate for them. So obviously we would have wanted this to buff because the islands wouldn't be getting affected. But in terms of the storm and its achievements and all that, it's done very well. And no matter what happens in its future, it's already accomplished.
Yeah.
It
can stop
more. Yeah. Basically, anything from here is a bonus.
Exactly.
Yeah, completely.
Bonus age, bonus anything.
Now we got two.
There we go. Eyes starting to come back out. You can.
Yeah, only two islands are still facing the worst of it.
You can actually see the effects as well. The anvil overhang has gotten a lot worse. Overall, if you look at the whole west side of the system, the west.
False information.
Huh?
The way this guy words this. I'll send it in the chat.
All right.
The way this guy, Tyler Metcalf is so bad. They need to just ban him off of Twitter.
All right. Opinions.
Who's Tyler Metcalf?
Some guy on Twitter.
Look, well, this is ridiculous, dude. This is I said you need to just he.
Pull it up.
Yeah, I did.
Oh my
I
god.
sent it. Yeah.
No.
And I said to him, I said, look at what I sent. I said, stop spreading false information. The way you word this, you make it sound like that's what they
Yeah.
went with.
Riley,
He's
I'm gonna
such
send you
a
something.
liar.
Do
Look
you
at-
agree or not? Like the way that he worded it is.
Yeah, look at the argument I got into it with him. I deemed it too.
Can you send it here?
Oh boy, this is gonna be. Don't you remember there was a time where he was. He let me just say he's a really weird individual.
All right. We don't need that on a live coverage.
Yeah, yes, but that's we'll just leave it at that.
No way you can
Okay,
have
so
a
y'all know what
950
I mean.
millibar storm that's 175 miles an hour.
I'm
There's no way.
shocked that
It's not possible.
950 millibars
It's not
for
possible.
such a strong storm.
I mean, it's theoretically possible. It's just that you would need a storm literally like the size of March 1973 for it to happen.
Yeah.
Like it's not, and even then it would probably be like 935 if it was 150 knots.
Mm-hmm. Oh well, yeah. So to me, it looks like Union Island is now out of the worst of it. They're still likely getting hurricane force winds, just not the major hurricane force winds or like 100-mile-an-hour plus gust at this point. There isn't really an update from the storm chasers there, which is it is what it is. I mean, they chase. So, all right, we have a 12 p.m. update.
12. So they're doing an hourly update.
So I guess they're doing hourly updates now until it's out of the way. Maybe this is their last. I don't know. Alright, so here, extremely dangerous Category 4 Beryl producing catastrophic winds and life-threatening storm surge in the southern Windward Islands. Beryl continues to produce catastrophic winds and life-threatening storm surge to the Grenadine Islands, Caracas Island, and Grenada. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Residents should not leave their shelter and remain in place through the passage of these life-threatening conditions. Weather station in St. Lucia recently reported a sustained wind of 58 miles per hour. St. Lucia. All the way up there. Okay.
What?
115 miles north of the center. They got like 58 mile per hour sustained winds.
What's the current, hold on, let me see the current coordinates because I'm making a Dvorak fix. 12.5, 61.7. Got it.
Yep.
Thank you.
So they've kept it at 150 miles per hour and 950 millibars. Do you think it's 150 or no at this point?
I'd go with 125 knot, which is 145 mile an hour.
Yeah.
That's my estimate right now.
Yeah.
If I had an estimate. Once again, that Western Iowa, man, it looks like it's doing good, and then it thins out again.
Exactly.
I'm starting to doubt if it's ever going to really win whatever it's fighting.
Wait, Chase.
Mm-hmm.
When was the last time you changed your profile picture?
This was I do not know. This was a couple months ago. Like 1 or 2 months. No, it was probably 2 months ago, I'd say. 1.5.
Wait, are we gonna end the live stream soon?
Pretty soon, probably within the next 15 minutes. Just because the
Alright,
islands are
well,
getting...
good live stream, everyone.
The islands are going to be getting out of the worst of it, so that means they've gone through the worst of it. It's only going to improve from here on out.
Go 17, or is it... I don't know. Oh, it's 16, okay.
Player 617, there you go.
Okay.
That's me.
No, he was asking the satellite number.
Oh, because I'm making a Dvorak.
Shit.
That has to be on.
Yeah, these stupid Twitter meteorologists are saying 149 knots. No,
Yeah,
that's
because they're stupid.
Mm-hmm.
you're fucking
Dude, Tyler
stupid.
Metcalf literally needs to be taken off the app.
Yeah, he's he's
Alright, guys.
reposting other people who like spread misinformation. He's also spreading misinformation. He has 3,000 Twitter followers.
Oh my god, okay.
Isn't strange.
Hey, go to the chat. Look at what Riley posted.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, I know. I was calling him out on it.
Alright, so I'm probably gonna end this stream in like 5 minutes or so. I'm just gonna do a discussion of overall on what's happening. So, we have Hurricane Beryl. The worst of it has mostly passed. The islands right here. Just lingering hurricane force winds. Should be gradually improving, I'd say. Let me just make sure. Okay. And then we have, of course, our remnant low of Chris, which is likely dissipated at this point. It's just a lot of thunderstorms and heavy rainfall. I do want to pull up their rainfall forecast, see if they've ever updated it or not. Alright, nope, there is no update. So yeah, basically a foot of rainfall in some areas in terms of rainfall totals. Not expected to do much other than rain. And then we have our sheared slop, 96L. Not really expected to form that much. Everything's against it, really, in development as it moves west. Follows
I
the
like
same
how you
track
said
as
shear
Beryl, but
flop.
incredibly weak. But yeah, so our next stream will be possibly sometime on Wednesday. If it's appearing that it's going to make a hurricane landfall, then we'll do a stream on it. If not, and if it's only tropical storm at that point, then we won't do a stream. I'll post updates on Twitter, of course, and then our next stream would possibly be on Thursday, I think. If it's looking like it's going to be a hurricane landfall in the Yucatan or Belize. And then, of course, there could be then a third one as well, if it's looking like it's going to be a hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico. So yeah, mainly 3 possible streams down the line. All depends on what the storm does. Right now, it's incredibly powerful, but hopefully it will weaken enough. Yep, that's about it. Thank you all so much for watching. See you next time. Stay